All right, welcome everybody. This is Vince. We are just getting set up for our Proquest at WNY Gaming. Bear with us soon.
Hey everybody, how's it going? We're just trying to work out the kinks of the first time. Make sure I have some voice. Can you hear me? I think you changed the camera as well somehow. All right, we're just waiting for them to get set. We're in the booth. We want to go wall to. All right, everyone, we're just changing over everything here on the stream. Let me know if you can't hear me. Voice is good. Good. Sounds great. Our first matchup. I don't know. It's not that. It's. All right, we're working on it. Good, good. Glad the audio is good. We're still presenting. We're going to get everything going. Again, this is our first match of the day. We just got done with getting the little kinks worked out. All right, so first matchup of the day will be Arachne versus Icelander. We're just getting all the names and stuff figured out. And then on our backup feature match, we actually have Lexi versus Reinar, which we might be able to poke over into that game from time to time. We'll see how it goes. We're still in the presentation phase, so thanks everyone for tuning in. Appreciate it. Apologies for the rough start. You know, this is our first one, hopefully of many. We're looking at getting some Realms Gaming invitationals going on here. We're working on that as well. All right. I'm excited to see how this Arachne plays because the Arachne is one of my favorite new heroes. So all right, there you go. All right. think they figured it out. There we go. Yep, they're figuring out the life total changes. All right, so the right side's going to be Arachne, which is going to be, good luck reading that, Thomas Steady, maybe? Hey guys, start posting. We want to know what you guys want to see as far as pack openings. Between rounds, we're going to do some pack openings. Wanted to see what you guys wanted to see us do some pack openings. We're probably actually going to do some pack wars because I think I'm going to just gift this man a booster box for his help today in the booth with me. And then we're going to do a little bit of pack warring, see if we can't go home with some expensive cards that the other person opened. You know, that's the dream. All right, it looks like we got the game started. We're looking at a double Channel Lake Frigid hand. It looks like Aether Hail, and I can't quite tell what that third card is. It looks like it might be Hypothermia. And in Arachne's hand, we have Fighting Spirit, Command and Conquer, and Erase Face. And all right, so we're leading off with the Channel Lake Frigid here. That seems fine in this matchup. Pitching this Channel Lake Frigid to go for the next turn. Or to go to the bottom so we can play it later in the game. It looks like we have a pretty Channel Lake Frigid proof hand on the other side. I can't tell if that's a blue in the hand or not. Yeah, Everfest or Dynasty. I'm actually liking the idea of both of those. Just because of the value factor. All right, it was a Hypothermia. I do know my Icelander cards. We're coming out with a Waning Moon here. No, it does. I can't tell if that fourth card is blue. Looks like we're going to get a block here with Fighting Spirit. He's thinking about it. Oh, he's AB2ing. Okay, all right. Yep, that's about what I would expect. Get a redraw, see if we can't hit a card here. Like I said, I can't tell if that's a blue in his hand. If it is a blue, it's probably pretty good to run this Erase Face out there. Anytime you can run that into an Icelander, it's still only a 50-50 shot of if it's going to connect and be, you know, if it's going to be useful in a way. But I really like the way this Arachne deck is built so far. We've only seen a bunch of generics out here, so it'll be exciting to see how this goes. All right, Spider Bite off a Plunder Run coming in. We have to adjust that because that's an issue. Hold on. We have to pay the correct amount for this Channel Lake Frigid. I'm going to have to run out there and no. Channel Lake Frigid. Well, I guess I can't really go out there and stop it, but that Channel Lake Frigid should be active on the Spider's Bite, and he should be having to pay more. This is a pretty grievous mistake. I'm not sure. Oh, okay, they figured it out. All right, there we go. Now we're correct. He figured out that his Channel Lake Frigid has the tax. All right, we're back caught up, and now we have information revealed, so his opponent knows that he has the Fighting Spirit in his hand. Let's see if that changes any of the blocks that he has to make. Yeah, Hypothermia. I'm excited for that to be gone. Not really. I love me some Icelander, so don't leave it just the way it is. Yep. All right, so now we're going to see what we got going on here. It looks like he took it. He's turned off. That's one way to get out from under the Channel Lake Frigid here. So that's a good reason to keep the Erase Face instead of blocking with it. That's a solid follow-up. E-Strike. I'm assuming that's coming in for 7. They're not using our dice to... Okay, there we go. Oh, no, it's E-Strike for 5? Go again, huh? Ooh, that's spicy. That's spicy. I like it. All right. I think we're caught back up now on what's going on. We just got to fix somehow that. Yeah, I think that Thomas is a little bit out of there, and you got to fix the records. We're almost there. We're getting there, guys.
Where are
It's 0-0 this round.
Oh, that's right.
And Findle's Fighting Spirit coming in. All right, we're going up to 30. Looks like that is a really good follow-up to, I mean, punching that much damage through feels like a really good follow-up there. I mean, with what his hand was, I think this is the best possible thing. It's either that or Wounded Bull, but like coming in for a big 7 after that feels like a really good follow-up. That's how this Icelander is basically going to catch back up into the game. We got some equipment jumping in front of this E-Strike, which leads me to believe we're going to see some type of non-Findles card coming out of his hand, which is probably, I can't tell which one that is. Is that Plunder the Poor Red? Again, apologies for the stream catching up. We were a little bit late getting back here, and I didn't want to delay the round too much, so I tried to run back here and get it figured out while we were casting. Yeah, the second attack was pretty good. Coming in for 13 on that round is pretty strong. That's pretty much where you want to be. I mean, it took quite a bit of resources to catch back up, but now we got an arsenal. I can't tell what card is in his arsenal. Obviously, we weren't keeping CLF around, so you know, we wanted to make sure we get in there. All right, looks like we got Findles coming back the other way, which was responded to with an Aether Hail here, which will get the Frostbite going. I don't know that the Frostbite's going to be super relevant from this standpoint, but we do get a free AB2. So now, if we see the Waning Moon come out, which it looks like we might, his hand doesn't look to be doing a ton. So it looks like his hand isn't going to be doing a ton, so I think he might be pitching this. Although he does have a really good Aether, I think that's Aether Ice Vein, an Aether Ice Vein play on his turn next turn. We are looking at AB2, so any Aether Ice Vein is guaranteed to hit, which is good to know, because generally if you can stay out from under letting them tempo you, that's kind of how you keep in pace with these guys. Obviously, you want to stay one full turn ahead, or one full turn's health total ahead. Yeah, so there we go. We got blue Aether Ice Vein into pitching to play a yellow Aether Ice Vein. We got a Hypothermia, which I don't know is going to be super relevant in this matchup. It might just be a turn on Waning Moon. We'll see how greedy he wants to get. 4 damage is pretty good here because we know 2 of it's getting through. We know there's a discard coming. Really, it feels kind of bad going into this matchup with anything less than AB3 or 4 because of the fact that you are definitely going to get hit with this much damage every time these Aether Ice Veins come out, and they're a staple for the deck. So you know they're definitely coming. You know there's not going to be any problem with it. It's coming in. It's going to hit. It's going to be a problem. So on the backup feature match, we have, surprisingly, Alexi versus Reinar. And we got, life totals are still pretty high for what you'd expect out of the Alexi versus Reinar match this deep in.
I'm Lexi all the way.
Yeah, I mean, Lexi's great. It'll be interesting to see which version of Lexi we got over here. I haven't been paying too much attention. All right, we finally figured out how we're resolving this Aether Ice Vein. So the Ice Vein came in. We have a AB1 and pay 2 to protect the hand. So we got a bunch of cards still in hand, which is great. You know, that's pretty much what you want to do if you're committing full out to not A-being all these big burn spells, then that's pretty much where you're going to have to be. All right, and then we got a surgical extraction, which surgical extraction is pretty good. I mean, against Icelander, surgical extraction is always great because you are almost always guaranteed to hit. He kept on top, so I presume there's two school of thoughts on this, is to either hit the top of the deck and try and build silver, which I assume that's what he's going to be on since he blocked early with his equipment. Usually if you're going to block early and you're going to try and just make use of those equipment multiple times in a game. Again, he could have been playing the Icelander version that's the Burnlander instead of Bowlander. And if he was playing Bowlander, the equipment becomes a lot better because you start to change the numbers of being able to stop that spill damage and force your life total to be high. That was a pretty strong block. In this matchup, I don't know. Arachne is kind of a new enough hero that we don't really have a good data pool on him, or on them. They are gender neutral, or we don't know the gender of the character. But yeah, so we don't really know what they're trying to do. Ooh, that is big game. That Razor Reflex is pretty strong here. Razor Reflex gives the +3 and a go again and another +3. So this surgical, he's not changing the values of the dice and showing us what this is coming in for. Arachne is definitely slower pace, which is why I was questioning, or it's supposed to be slower pace, which is kind of why I was leaning on the thought of why he wouldn't want to run more AB into the matchup, because you know it's going to be a long game. So you just basically want to be able to stymie everything they do and run them out of their big spells so they can't get you. Icelander is basically trying to get you into an 11 or 12 life total range so that over a course of 2 turns they can try and kill you with their combo. So we got an Amulet of Ice, which is a pretty good one, and a Blizzard that I don't know necessarily is great, but you know, the important part is that we Control Z that. You have to click yeah, and then just click on his name now. Or yeah, right click on transform and edit transform. Just edit transform. And then just move it manually with position, which I think that's the position. Nope. Yeah, that way. Other way, because you can't. Why is it not?
Is it cutting off the Y?
It looks like it is. I'll just leave it. It adjusted it on camera for some reason.
Interesting.
Oh, hit transition. It automatically transitions. All right, apologies. We're trying to work it out here. So, yeah, coming back into our turn, that was a pretty good rip on the surgical extraction. That's one way to gain tempo back. Thomas is back up over life total, which is where you want to be. You want to be almost a full amount of life total ahead. Over 10-17. So
full hand and 1 in the arsenal.
All right, so we got Leave No Witnesses coming in. I think it was a pretty good indication that we have a card he can't cast out of his arsenal. Wait, no, I think we still know that it's Hypothermia, right? That's why he didn't cast it the last turn. So I think we know Hypothermia is there, so I don't think there's any reason not to shoot this one out. Obviously, hitting the top card is kind of important. Wow, I'm surprised he's just throwing in there to get the extra exiles. I don't know, Lee. Like again, there's 2 different ways to play the deck. You could play the more slow version of the deck, which is you play a lot more blues and a lot less aggressive cards. Like you play a lot of 0-for-4s, but all your blues basically let you play the long game against Icelander. It looks like he's running a more aggro variant. I would assume that's what's going on because of the fact that he's just YOLOing in on all these attacks. And he's playing all the fighting spirits and stuff. Yeah, I mean, he's just going to... Tom is just going to keep pounding in and just try and force the life totals as best he can to try and get as much out of Icelander. I think they're discussing, as Arachne is a relatively new hero, I think he's trying to figure out exactly what is going on in the sequencing, because Icelander is a very complicated deck. You can play things at many different turns and into different places. So he's trying to figure out where to sequence this perfectly so that we know exactly what's going on. Yeah, I think we do know that the hypothermia is down. What? Okay, so that's our exile. Okay, so he let it hit to get the hypothermia out. Obviously, those aren't red cards. We don't. We're arsenaling here. Ooh, he's got the shred sitting in hand. So he's going to pass to end step. I think we're just going to meet this with a ready pass. I can't imagine we're not going to. So, all right. So that's the hypothermia there. Yeah, so hypothermia is gone. So, I mean, the hypothermia is not great in this matchup. Occasionally you can catch them in the middle of a boots activation. But I think where they're at now, especially when your opponent knows it because it was revealed off of an Aetherized Vein, there's not much you can really do. I think you just give them the opportunity to clear that out for you, especially because you're going to reset up. I mean, being at 11 points higher than your opponent is pretty good. We have a pretty... We're going to have to figure out how we're digging out of this if we're the Icelander player. Especially because we know Arachne has a lot of combat tricks, so we don't want to particularly go much further down without having them within range of killing them. So, you know, we just kind of got to keep pushing it. We're going to do our best to keep our life total high if we're Icelander. Icelander is not in a great spot right now. Yeah, you don't want to, like...
Really.
That surgical extraction turn was a pretty big blowout, and he gained so much tempo on it that... What the heck? Why isn't this chair lowering? He gained so much tempo on that turn that I don't think... It's going to be really rough to recover. I mean, he's on the starting spot. Joe is on trying to recover from this. A lot of how he needs to recover is just basically... Got to start stripping the hand. There's another Aetherized Vein we know in hand. So, okay, this is a really good spot. That's kind of where you want to be. Because we assume we have a power card in this arsenal here. So, the power card in the arsenal is going to help us keep the tempo back. He looked at his hand. I didn't see what the card was in his hand. But whatever that card is, I assume it's coming back out.
What's that second that he had down there next to the arsenal?
Which one?
Oh, he had a face-down card next to him.
Oh, it was his hand. It was his hand. He just set it down while he was thinking about it.
Don't mind me.
Yeah, so he's just taking this one, obviously. That was a pretty lackluster turn. This is the problem Arachne can have, is sometimes you just have turns where your hand's really clunky and you can't really do a whole lot. Like, that was a double shred hand, and I couldn't tell what the last card is, but it looked like Life of the Party or something of that nature. So, we're kind of... All right, so this is where we catch back up if we're Icelander. We're in a pretty good spot right now. Being able to hit with this Aetherized Vein is going to let us catch back up. Slamming for 4 damage minimum here. And then also getting the discard. We're probably... This is where you're in a tough spot. When you get so far ahead, now you don't have any of this AB equipment to keep your life total up. So you're just dead drawing to the combo, essentially. Finally got some action going on in our second game with Lexi and Reinar. It's 26 Reinar, Lexi 16, going into a Reinar turn. So it's a pretty big game over there. So, we're just staying steady, keeping
he's
going.
closing the gap. He's getting in there. That 5-point lead has been since the beginning.
So we got this waning moon coming in on top of that with a pitch of an enlightened strike. Really makes me wonder what the last card in his hand was. The waning moon is going to obviously come in for 2 because it is on our opponent's turn. Or on our turn. On our opponent's turn, it comes in for 3. So this is really how he's basically caught up. All right, there's an Eradicate, which is not really, it's not a very big game in this matchup. I don't know that, obviously you can't take it out because we're so few and far between on cards. Eradicate lets us exile a bunch of cards from our opponent's deck, but right now the life totals this has turned into an aggro beatdown match, so there's not really going to be a ton of, work that this Eradicate's going to be even able to put in because of the fact that we're so low. This is where Icelander's really going to be able to catch up and start outpacing because Icelander gets to keep their hands full. They get to block out. They get to generate more card advantage and just do incidental damage that Arachne is not going to be able to stop because we only have AB2. We're probably going to keep slamming damage. And then if he can just go... If Joe, the Icelander player, could go back-to-back large swings, like that Findle's Fighting Spirit in his hand, or, another Aether Ice Vein, I just don't see a world where the Arachne player can stick it out without having another insanely large Surgical Extraction turn. But keep in mind that Surgical Extraction turn came off the back of taking a huge amount of damage, which he's not going to have the luxury of doing once he takes this next... Ooh, the Fighting Spirit's coming out to block. That's...
Desperation.
He must have another one in his hand. I think that's what that second card is. It looks like he's just going to block, gain some life. That's fine. That's about what we expect to happen. I mean, again... Forcing in 4 damage is not very big game. Those Razor Reflex turns were pretty... Yeah, the Razor Reflexes were pretty big game in the sense that, they force damage through, whereas the Shred is just taking damage, taking block damage away. So you're forcing damage through, but not on such a large caliber that you would want to. And Eradicate is just not very big game in the sense of, it's not doing a whole lot. I'd be surprised. I don't know what the hand looks like. Maybe we don't see a Waning Moon here. We got 3 cards left in hand for Icelander, so he's going to opt not to Waning Moon, which he's back to parity. And when you're at parity with the Icelander player, you're probably in trouble. And yeah, I'm looking at his list right now. There's only 2 Razor Reflexes. So the 2 Razor Reflexes being gone this early is probably going to be a big deal. Obviously, you can't just assume this Razor Reflex is gone, but forcing that 3 damage and giving it go again is pretty strong. Well, wait a second. Hold on. So we got to go have a talk with our opponent. I'm just catching the fact that we Razor Reflexed a Surgical Extraction, and you can't actually Razor Reflex a Surgical Extraction. So we're going to have to go have a chat and just let him know that he shouldn't be doing that because that's not how the game works. His opponent actually let him do it too, which is kind of wild. To be fair, these Razor Reflexes and Pummel type cards, they're really confusing and it's really easy to miss those. Because there's so many different cards that have these effects, it's sometimes tough to keep track.
How would one remedy that?
Well, we can't remedy it from now because it's already happened so many turns ago. But the big thing is his target attack with cost 1 or less, and he definitely threw it down on a surgical extraction, which is not a legal target. Got some bad news for you Lexi fans. It looks like we're at 21-9 over in the Lexi matchup. I do see a bunch of Endless Arrows coming to Pound Town in here, and Endless Arrows dominated, but I do see Ryan, our opponent, has the free block in hand, it looks like. Maybe. I don't know what the power is on this Endless Arrow. They're not using the dice again to show us what the power and toughness are, so it's kind of tough to see. All right, let's go back to our main match over here. We're at 16-14. Feels real good as a Icelander player. I think you're happy to be at that point. Wounded Bull coming in for a big 8. This is going to get at least 2 cards out of his opponent's hand here. If I'm the Arachne player, maybe I sit back and I keep that Fighting Spirit in there, but I can't tell if he's got... Yeah, he's just throwing these Fighting Spirits away, which is where you're going to lose a lot of value, because you're only blocking 2 with Fighting Spirit, and if you're only blocking 2 and not attacking with the card is very bad from the aspect of you're not getting good value out of it. You generally want to be trying to get the most value out of it, and if you're going to play a card... yeah, like I think he's prioritizing these assassin cards at the wrong point in the game. I could be wrong. Obviously, I'm not a super good Arachne player by any means, but at this venture in the game, I think you want to be swinging the most amount of damage, because right now you're giving him the free, like, 1-card blocks, and he's going to cast the stuff out of it. And, like, you're not going for the mill plan. There's just not a world where you're going to be able to mill out. And, you know, at this point, you know you don't have a ton of AB, so you need to be slinging the biggest attacks possible to get the most amount of cards out of his hand. I just feel like we're falling into a point of the game where the second the Arachne player goes to 8 or 9, this game is going to be pretty much over. So it's going to be a rough go for the Arachne player.
Tide's finally turned.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of tides turning, it looks like in our backup matchup we got a 3-of-a-kind coming out for the Lexi player. I see 2 cards getting thrown in front of a Chilling Ice Vein. We might have another free bot turn for the Lexi player, which would be cool. But yeah, I mean, I don't see a world where you want to be swinging 4 for 0. So my thought is, why are you keeping all of these cards in your hand? Again, I'm not the best Arachne player, but just from a gameplay standpoint. AB is Arcane Barrier. So if you throw burn damage at somebody, you can use the Arcane Barrier, which the Arachne player has the Arcane Lantern and the Null Rune Gloves, which both negate 1 full arcane damage per resource paid. Some items, such as Stormstriders, which is the white card on the white feet that Icelander has AB2, which means you have to pay 2 resources to reduce 2 damage from 1 source. So here's a pretty interesting space. I don't know that the Icelander doesn't just throw... Oh, man. I'm curious to see what's in the Icelander's hand. Oh, man, the Endless Arrows are coming back again. Reinar has no cards left going into his turn after blocking out. And he hasn't taken any damage yet. And there goes my notepad. I hope they were writing down the life totals. Let me go. I just saw the pad go down.
That certainly is unfortunate. Jimmy's going out to go there. I'm Vince. I'm ignorant as all get out.
I just noticed the tablet died, so write down 21-9. That was what the... I don't know what this...
So bear with me.
I don't know why this died. Oh, it got unplugged. That's why. So I noticed it died. I'll have it.
Jimmy was going out hard with those names. Boy, was I.
All right.
All set?
Sorry, I had to make sure that that worked. I forgot to turn my mic off when I ran out front as well, so I apologize. Just had to make sure they remembered which one to go. Apparently, somebody unplugged the charger, which is what I saw happening. All right, so what do we got going on here? Was that an ice bolt out of Arsenal? I can't tell. Was that ice bolt? Sorry, guys, just catching back up here. Oh no, okay, the ice bolt. Yeah, the ice bolt must have been from Arsenal, right? What was that? I don't know what that was. Why are they? Hold on. Why are they revealing these all face up? They should not be revealing these face up.
What's that?
This card that they're revealing off the top, off of all of these actions, are not supposed to be revealed face up. I'm not exactly sure why we're going with it.
Where is our judge?
So that is a lot of wildness. Okay. So I'm getting caught back up. I apologize. Arachne is actually in the danger zone. I feel like does he have 2 or 3 cards in his hand on this? Okay, so we got a Scar for Scar. Looks like we're going into, hey, we're remembering to use our dice.
Nice.
Sweet. All right. You guys aren't picking up on any of the overhead noise coming out of the TV in front of me, are you? So yeah, we got a lot of things to clean up here. All right, well, we're trying to decide what we're doing here. With Icelander, we're trying to figure out, are we blocking this Scar for Scar? I don't see a world where you're not blocking all of it. With AB2, you're basically at a point where you're essentially at 12 life. We're essentially at 12 life. And now, oh my goodness, he took 3. Okay, so he took the 3. Most of the time, if Icelander's hands line up, you're already dead, because you're theoretically at 9, and they can do 9 damage pretty easily with most of their cards on your turn, especially being that he has a Tunic resource, he has the Coronet's Peak ready to go. There's a lot. It's going to be a tough, like, Arachne can't close this game out from 11 without committing things to the board, and there's not going to be a world where we can commit things to the board and stop damage. Yeah, the round timer, because we got started late, I didn't get the round timer up correctly. Yeah, we're going to get that squared away on the next one. I appreciate it. We're trying to get, it all working and everything. You moved that.
Well, that's the other game.
Well,
it's sharing the info.
Yeah, it's all the same info, so we just switch it up over here. All right, so we're looking at surgical extraction on the board here. I don't think this is a very big game for, the most you could possibly do. Okay, yeah, so we're going to see probably the end of Thomas here. Oh, yeah, that's a big 5 damage. We know it's probably 4, and then also going to strip some cards from hand. So it's at least 4 because the 1 resource floating in the pool. We know we got 5 coming in. We've got the trigger. If he doesn't AB any of it, we have 8 represented on board. I'm actually a little bit surprised he went with this here and didn't just block out, because he's basically got a free turn. The problem with Arachne is that you're only forcing 4 damage per attack through, and you're only attacking once per turn. So unless they're high impact cards, Like a lot of those cards where he threw the 4 damage for 0, I think he needed to be throwing the 7 and 8 damage with the Findles, and he didn't, which kind of made it a little bit of a like you're just not playing a fair game at that point. You're playing a worse version of Fi. Today's round is going to be six round, or today's event's going to be 6 rounds. We have 39 players. And apparently I've got to go fix, one of our tables is under a leak, I guess. Apparently there's a leak in the roof with the crappy weather that's outside, so.
Geez. What an opportune time.
Yeah, right? It's always the best. Always the best. All right, so we've got an NFG, no Fs given. I think we resolved this arcane, the Aether Ice Vein, and we didn't change our life totals.
That pad on
Why are we doing face-up reveals? I don't understand this. That's half of the game of Arachne, is that you just...
You don't know it's coming.
Yeah, you want to be at a point where your opponent... You're like stripping your opponent's cards. I don't understand what is happening here, to be honest with you.
This is more of a backyard game going on here.
What? So the 3 cards make sense. Okay, so we must have hit already. Okay, so this is a hit. That's what's going on here. We're revealing off the hits. So these cards in the middle are all exiled. If you notice, we have all 3 Insidious Chills on the board. What I'm confused at is why he hasn't adjusted his life total. Okay, so this is actually a really, this is the ideal spot for the Icelander player, because we're going to have the Scar for a Scar come out. A Scar for a Scar is just going to get thrown. We have equipment to lean on, so we're going to try and force all the resources out of his opponent's hand. I'm not a big fan of throwing the Striders there, per se, because I think if you just wait and do it on this turn, especially with Surgical Extraction being the card, I feel like you could have just shot out of your arsenal there, and then we're good to go. Yeah, so, all right, we get a double block out of this. That's going to take a lot of the cards out of the Arachne player's hands, and we're in a spot where, wait, did he just block with 2 cards and still have a 3rd card in his hand? Did I miss something? Wait, how did that Razor Reflex? Okay, so we got some major issues because he's got 2 Razor Reflexes on his wait, is there another Razor? Oh, he's playing 2 yellow Razor Reflexes. I'm a goofball. Okay, so we got 3 blue Razor Reflexes. So he's got 2 yellows and 3 blues. So that was kind of what we got. We got to cut to the chase in Arsenal. I think our conquering hero, i.e. the Arachne, is already dead. He's on borrowed time. I don't know how, unless there is no, there's not an Oasis Respite. I also don't know how he got a 4th card in his, or 3rd card in his hand, if he blocked with 2 cards. Unless he blocked with, he blocked with his Tunic. That's why he had 2 cards in his hand. Okay, that's what I missed. All right, so.
Slip right past me, Jimmy. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm trying to keep up. He actually has 3 blues and 2 yellows. I don't see any red Razor Reflex, which is kind of wild. It's a very, very different build than I'm used to seeing. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at dyslexia got me again. My apologies, guys. It's 3 red and 2 yellows, no blues. I was looking at the deck list backwards. Good catch, Zach.
No problem.
Good
Jimmy.
catch.
I'm good for something.
No, you're good. You're good. I am confused why this game is still happening, but, we're getting there.
Hey, we're having a good time.
So this is just lethal. This is just a lethal attack, right? So, all right.
That's it.
we're going to switch over to our backup match. We don't know what the life totals are because our life pad died. We got Icelander winning out there on the first one. We'll switch over. So we are pulling back over to the other side where we will have, you just switch over and change it as you're going.
I'm at the backup one.
Yeah, you're on the backup one now? Oh, okay, yep. Sorry, I saw the Aether Ice Vein. I don't know, I'm slow. I'm catching up, guys. It's still the first round for me as well.
We're shaking the joints out there.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. All right, we got Reinar. I am not sure what the life totals are. They might still even be 21-9 because I'm looking at the life pad on the side here.
Who's the hero on the left?
The hero on the left is Reinar.
Reinar.
Yeah.
Reinar.
There we go. And then the right side is Lexi.
Lexi.
It's really weird that it's like making the changes in the program. Oh, he knows all the Lexi cards because we have a starting Lexi main in the house. All right. This is really weird. I'm not seeing any life total changes on the life pad. I'm actually a little bit surprised by that. Yeah, Lexi's running the Voltaire, which means she's probably the more aggro version, coming in with multiple attacks in one turn. Reinar is on the club, so I assume that means he's probably playing the more fatiguey type build. Oh, that hand is stacked. Double Beast within, and so we got a Bolt and Shot coming. We got a block for 2, a block, and 3 block for 3s. I'm confused as to why there's a negative. Oh, the Lexi player must have assassinated the armor on the Findles because it's still on the board. All right, so that's coming in for 5. They're not using the dice, so I can't really tell, even though the dice are literally right there for them. We'll get everybody squared away. I'll make sure we'll add that for notes for the next one. All right. So yeah, I'm not seeing any life total changing over on the Reinar side. So I just assume, yeah, he's not even swinging. He's just draw going. That's okay. So he must be on the fatigue build.
Do we know these fellas' names?
It means we're going to be in for the long haul here.
Thank you.
Lexi's the other Thomas. Yep.
Okay, so.
Yeah, that Beast Within. Beast Within is actually really good. If you discard it, it reveals. It banishes a card from the top of your deck, and it banishes until it replaces itself with another attack. Yeah, I don't think we're on the wrong brute to see the 6/6 Beast. I don't think we're going to see that one today. We're in the wrong game to see the other 2 of those. Maybe later on. Somebody just hit our camera, so I apologize for that. I don't know.
What kind of giants we have sitting at this table?
So that's the first connect. It looks like they've got on. Lexi has gotten on Reinar in a hot minute. All right. Do you want to run out there and swap the pads around and just put that pad on the feature match table and make sure it's plugged in so it's charging? We're going to go swap the life total so we can give you a up-to-date life total. I can't tell. It looks like we're at 9-8. Lexi got in for 11 damage last turn. So we're looking at 9-8. We have a race face coming in. Somebody keeps knocking the crap out of our... you got to spin it. Spin it. It's got to fucking stand. Sorry. Excuse my French. I just lay it flat. All right, we're at 9-8. So we were correct. Yeah, I don't know how they hit it multiple times, but Zach is. All right, it looks like Zach ran back out there. He's checking all the wires, make sure it's plugged in. All right, I see him checking. There we go. We got 5% on the backup tablet. We're doing pretty good. All right. You know, we get small little mishaps here and there. Looks like our table also shifted a bit, but all right, back to the action. So we got an erase face coming. I'm not sure what is going on. I think it might be a Volta, or not a Volta, Voltaire trigger. Looks like we're going to be rocking the Voltaire trigger. I think that's what's going on. I can't see the card in his arsenal. So I assume when they bumped the light, that the camera shaking was actually the light being bumped. I'm spinning it into the point where I can't see.
What the heck was that? Oh, he's doing his partners or his opponent's points.
All right, 8-5. So this has got to be a pretty good spot for Reinar, right? Like you got a tunic.
Yeah. The other fella knows it too.
Yeah, like if his opponent doesn't force lethal at any point, which is going to be really hard to do with this few cards. Like, so the Reinar maybe takes this hit for 4. I think that was out of arsenal, so I think it was out of arsenal, so it's not pumped. He's just going to take this and try and swing back with, ooh, and there's a pummel in hand, so there's pummel. I think he's going to get him. I don't know what he's got going on. Maybe he's got a random, yeah. Okay, red brushing beatdown. We've got that card going. All right, so that card is out of hand. What else we got coming? A Smashing Instinct. If I am correct, does Smashing Instinct also... Okay, Smashing Instinct is just a natural Intimidate. So we have a damage coming through, and we have a pummel coming over. For 11, he's blocking 6. I think that's going to do it. I think that's enough. Yeah, I think that's going to do it. Those are gone. Oh, no. Looks like we... Oh, he blocked with 2 cards. So, yeah, so he's got these 2 cards coming back this way, which... Well, that was a turn. So, yeah. He's got no cards, so the pummel doesn't do anything. Here's the problem with Reinar sometimes, is you give your opponent cards for their next turn. Mm-hmm. So sometimes you just want to play the fatigue game and you want to get all the cards out of their hand every turn. When you are intimidating, you're exiling the cards and you are potentially just giving them back to them so they have stuff to do on their turn. Mm. Fortunately, it looks like he hit a whole bunch of cards that actually don't do anything. So he's going to get another full run at his opponent here with a full hand, which is, I mean, the dream. A lot of these aggro decks have a lot of cards that block for 2 or block for none. So you can get them caught in a spot where they can't actually, where they can't actually do anything to stay in the game.
Kitty cat, nice.
2 minutes left in the round, guys. We have a...
Is that the round time?
I think that's the normal round timer. I think we have 2 minutes left on this one.
Okay.
All right. I think that was it. I think that's it. I think we cleaned it out with the Reinar player. Great. I'm going to go clean up some things. We're going to put you guys to a commercial. Lexi was very much in danger. It looks like Lexi lost it. We're going to go clean up some things. The round is over, so the next round will be starting here very shortly. We're going to put it to a commercial, and we'll be back shortly after that. I want to throw it to commercials. I'm going to put mics on standby.
Okay, y'all, we are just setting up here. We have Forrest and Manny. Ooh, Manuel playing Dorinthia. And I forget what that lady's name is. Let's try to find you. Pardon my inability to speak to the game as much. Dromai. Interesting. Or dash. That's what that's looking like. Almost. Amazing. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong guy. Hello. Oof. There you are, Papow. I thought it was 1-0. I was just told it was 1-1, which doesn't make much sense to me. So I'm going to roll with my gut.
All right, I'm walking back to the streaming area, and we have action on table 1. All right, go ahead and timer. They are at 50 minutes right now in the stream stuff folder. Right here. Right there, timer. Yep. All right, so we're starting off quick here with amulet of ice.
50.
We are also on the wrong. Swap me over to the other table. All right, guys, sorry about that. Growing pains, it looks like. All right, can you guys see okay? It looks like we might have had one of our lights get bumped really bad. So we got amulet of ice into Channel Lake Frigid. We are doing things and stuff.
I set up that whole other one.
Wins are at 1-0. I'm sorry, I told him the wrong ones. I think I said 1-1, didn't I?
Yeah.
1-0, sorry, 1-0.
So,
What?
these both winners?
Yes, it's, all 4 are 1-1. I apologize. I was running around like a madman for those 2 minutes that we were on break. And I definitely told him 1-1, which in my brain meant one win, one win.
Like WON.
Yeah. That maybe is what I was thinking, so I apologize. All right, what an action-packed first turn. Holy bananas. Is this the dream turn 1 or what? All right, so then turn 1 into a amulet into now Insidious Chill. Man, I don't think we could draw this up better from that aspect.
Alphabetical line took us. There we go.
All right. We're just working on updating the information. We'll get you there. We're still at 40-40 life totals.
So left, who was Spencer. We're just going to get a letter B, Spencer.
Oh, no, the cams froze. Oh. Uh-oh, I see what happened. Well, I apologize. It looks like one of our things just took a little hit. There we go. We're back.
Back at it.
All right, so
Amazing.
You didn't miss much. We had an Insidious Chill come down, and then that is pushed back over for a T-Bone. T-Bone got the Iron Gauntlets pushed in front of it. No trigger. So, yeah, I just grabbed the 1 and 2 match today. So, we might honestly switch over to Dorinthia Dromai here in a minute.
Dorinthia.
Because Dorinthia.
When I saw that. So which one are we sticking with?
We'll stick with this one for now. So we got Insidious Chill. That's going to be our powerhouse card. Pulse Wave Harpoon. Coming in and taking this Aether Ice Vein. Man, this Dash player is coming out quick. It looks like the Icelander player just said, screw it. Not going to block the high-speed impact. And then the Pulse Wave Harpoon. Man, he's going full aggro right into this. This could be a quick game. Life totals are 29 for the... Why is our timer not working? Did you hit play or start?
Sure did.
I think you X'd it out.
Oh, man.
Growing pains. Sorry, guys. We're at about 42. Our timer is not completely correct. I apologize. Again, growing pains. But, yeah, so we're at the point where, wow, that's a big E-Strike. He took a ton of damage to throw this E-Strike out, and it's not really making much of a connection here, which is, you know, kind of unfortunate, because he pounded through 11 damage through the Channel Lake Frigid with no cares given in the world, which is pretty insane. Basically, it looks like we just want to weather the storm with the Icelander player here, so I think that's what we're going for. All right, we got the Teklo core dumping things. We got a response to the Teklo core. We're freezing Arsenal. There is no card in Arsenal, so this is just to redraw a card and maybe tax the next effect. We're doing as the Icelander player, I think we're doing the best we can to just stick into the game and try and stay with it. We have a card draw coming. In the hand is some pretty good cards. We have an Hypothermia, which is like really good against the Dash player, because if we can get them to use their Accelerator early, we get rid of the Accelerator. That's most of the source of AB they have. Be able to knock that out as early as possible. It gives us the ability to hopefully go ahead and start burning them down and try and keep pace with them. It's going to be pretty tough. You're on the wrong player side. Go up.
Right. It's up top, right?
Yeah.
That's Icelander.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not. Come back down real quick. Let me see it. I just see the mouse. All right, just trying to get our shit squared away here. I am not sure what's going on, why our Icelander's not coming up, but we're working on it. We're getting there. Not sure why our Icelander does not want to come to the... Oh.
There.
Yeah, I think when you were messing with some stuff, you started moving these. Yeah, that's why I keep these locked so we can't lose them. All right, we're working on it, guys. Sorry, we got... wow, those are some big zipper hits coming to town. Trying to get it going. We're in round 2. Got a judge call. I am not sure if that was at the table. Nope, okay, it was not at the table. Man, that is a triple zipper hit hand. This man came to play. He is not trying to play this game. All right, so we're good to go. We'll update our life totals here in a second. We're at 22 to 40. The Icelander player is leaking damage quite quickly. Yeah, the Arachne cheated his way to mid-game advantage and then lost it. I think decision-making was kind of rough at the late go of that game. We need to be coming in with bigger attacks. I'm a little confused. I don't know how we're catching up here as the Icelander player, but Victor's a pretty good player, so we'll see how it goes. I assume Victor knows what he's doing, so we'll just see where this goes and where this takes us. I assume whatever card he put in his arsenal, I stopped paying attention there for a few minutes while I was getting some of the stream stuff squared away. So I assume we're going to find out very shortly what he put in his arsenal on this first card coming out. But these first few turns, Victor's been leaking so much damage. You know, taking 18, I guess it's not 18 damage. I'm sometimes handicapped. That was not 18 damage. That is 14 damage through the first few turns. It's been, you know, it's going to be kind of tough to stay in the game at that point, but a lot of times you just got to weather the storm for some of these items until they're off the table, and then you can kind of run back through. I'm a little surprised that Victor dumped the Hypothermia as the pitch card, but I assume that means this other card, it might be the red card. Hypothermia is just a really good way to shut off a lot of the dash aggro turns. Oh my lord. 33 to 8. This is not where you want to be. We might be looking at this backup cam very quickly. Yeah, I think that's the best you can do is you just have to block out. I think we're at a point where he needs to make some breaking plays here, which this is a good start. You know, Ice Vein into double discard is a pretty strong start. I think the message was sent early when the dash player said 1 AB. I have no idea yet. I only had a couple of minutes to jump out there and go check, so I'll get an update on some of the key players in the room, especially some of our key hometowners, see what we can do. It looks like Victor is starting to make the crawl back. He's coming in with this Ice Vein for 5. Looks like maybe we AB'd 1. The problem is a lot of his resources that he devoted onto the board were amulets, and the amulets are basically going to be gone after this. It's going to be really tough to sustain because now your opponent knows you have the Frost Axe in your arsenal. He keeps the 0 to 60 red. That's usually a pretty easy way to go. You're just going to swing in. Not much you can do from the Icelander player. You're probably going to have to take some amount of spill damage here to get... Okay, so we got 1 spill damage coming through. You're going to take some spill damage to get this Frost Hex out, And then there's not a lot we can do on our next turn to stop our opponent from coming in with a million cards again. So it's going to be really tough from that aspect. I mean, we're obviously in a huge uphill battle. I think there was a lot of damage where our cards in the early go didn't line up well with our opponent's cards. So, we almost missed it. We almost missed it. All right. So, yep. This is a pretty lackluster Scar for a Scar. I think the Dash guy just takes it and says, "It's cool. I want you to hold all of these cards in my hand with your face." So the good news is I think Victor has the hypothermia. So, well, that's part good news. The bad news is no, he kept the cold snap. Well, that's okay. So he's opting to just try and get some slow him up damage in there. He's going to try and hopefully get an extra card to go for the block. We were on a blue cold snap. It's the pay 1 version. But, yeah, so I think we're at a point where, yeah, when you have to start throwing your Findles and your Ice Vein in front and your opponent's still at 24.
It's over.
Yeah, the dice look great. I'm happy with how they came out. I wish my players on the stream would start using them to signify what the attacks are coming in for. I can understand some of the newer players at the table are probably not as used to them, but you know we're getting there. I'm not exactly sure what the life totals are on the backup camera here. We've got Icelander going to 3 off of that spill damage. And again, I'm pretty sure I've seen a couple of hypothermias get pitched. So now a hypothermia late in the game is not going to stop anything because this accelerator's there. I think we needed to force that accelerator off the board early with a hypothermia because like these punches in for 4 are fine tempo. Oh, well, that's a good way to start catching back up. Because now we're going to strip a bunch of cards. We know a bunch of damage is getting through. We're probably getting in for a minimum of 4 damage and probably 3 cards. Notably, Victor here has a whole boatload of armor still sitting on the battlefield, and he has the most important thing in Icelander, which is the Striders. The Striders will allow Victor to basically steal a turn in a turn where he might not have that option. This is an Ice Bolt. I think it's Ice Bolt Blue. I can't tell particularly. You guys have better lighting on the cards than I do because I'm looking at the raw feed.
You're talking about these Storm Striders?
Yeah, these Storm Striders are really integral in helping the Icelander player catch up and possibly win the game. 3 health is not a lot of health. There's not a lot you can do, especially when he keeps bashing with these big reds. High speed impact is pretty big game. You know you have that coming. You know you have the and he drew a hand that's kind of lacking in the so I think no, Victor's actually not in a bad spot now. I think he's got him down. He's chipping in enough damage where I think he's going to be able to throw enough damage his opponent's way to be able to really slow him up and get some stuff in here. The problem is he's got this Blizzard in hand. He's going to have to dig for a big burn spell, such as like why is it escaping me? The burn for 4, the blue Emeritus Scolding. That's what we're looking for. Words are hard. Emeritus Emeritus Scolding. It would be the blue one. So we're looking for an Emeritus Scolding to try and get this back. We did already see two Aether Ice Vein Reds, so I think we're going to be in a point where we are not going to be able to get to one of those unless we luck draw one off the top. So I think we're pretty much, I mean, ideally speaking, we would want a card here that would be able to... We'd want a card here that would be able to get some amount of damage or be able to trigger this last Insidious Chill trigger off the board. So we're at a weird spot where he's going to have to Blizzard to give him another Frostbite in order to stop him from getting, like, this Blizzard essentially is blocking 2 on the next attack. However, his opponent does get to just AB those 2 damage from the Frost Hex. He is going wild here. So he's maximizing his ability with the resources floating. He goes to 1, puts his opponent at 11. I think that is actually a Meritus Scolding in his hand. It was a Meritus Scolding. So he's going to pop his opponent off a card. That means we're in a spot right now where the second something goes on the stack to attack, we're going to have to fire off this Strider's. I think the right call may have been to... Did he? No, I think, never mind, he did do it. I stopped paying attention for a couple seconds. I think he blocked and Waning Mooned there for 3, which is how we got down to 11. So he definitely went into his turn with this Emeritus Scolding. I'm a little surprised he's Scolding here instead of Coronet. So Emeritus Scolding, he's pitching to do the Coronet's Peak. I think if he hit multiple versions of Aether Ice Vein, but I don't know that he has an ice card in there. I think it's Emeritus Scolding. I think it's Aether Ice Vein, Findle's Fighting Spirit. And his opponent has 3 cards, so he needs to survive this turn. Yeah, it's kind of rough because I think if you put the other card, the Emeritus Scolding, in your arsenal, you have a good shot at trying to burn your opponent out right here, which is regular burn damage. Now we're at a point we are. He didn't give it go again. Oh. Now he's doing it? What? So I think he's trying to boost after the blocks were declared. And I think that's why we got a table discussion here. It might be the fact, yeah, so I think that's what's going on, is he didn't boost right away. And his opponent blocked. I don't know exactly what the situation was, but it looks like he boosted after he attacked and blocks were declared. So I think they're talking to the judge right now, actually, to discuss what's going on. So yeah, like, this is a pretty critical juncture because depending on how this call goes, we could... yeah, I think he's got the blue Aether Ice Vein, because if he messed up and didn't do this, okay, yeah, so the judge came over and ruled that he already did the attack, so he can't therefore boost. However, because he didn't boost, he can't even accelerators either, so Victor might just have bought this game out with his opponent making a mistake. It's still going to be pretty close, but it looks like Victor might have just snuck this out. I bet he wishes he can go back a couple of turns and put that Emeritus Scolding back in his arsenal, because if that Emeritus Scolding is in there, I think this is lethal. We gain the life off the Findles. Yeah, very important. Especially as a wizard, I think, is another important part. Oh man, I think we're about to see the Wizards steal this one, which is kind of wild.
Out of left. That's nice.
Victor definitely played really well to come back from being as far down as he was. Oh, and his opponent's leading with High Octane. This could be really bad because we know the Channel Lake Frigid's in there. If he shoots this Channel Lake Frigid out now, I think he shuts him off of a couple more cards. Or I don't think I saw him draw a burn spell, though, unfortunately. So this Channel Lake Frigid is going to come out, and I don't think... Okay, so yeah, they're communicating now. Yeah, I think the... Okay, so he's talking to the judge. He's double checking. Okay, I'm just listening to the judge. I apologize for stopping. So he's trying to figure out when the card is drawn on this high octane, I believe. So with his opponent at 7 and AB 1, he's theoretically at 9 life. So Victor is trying to figure out if he can sneak this out and lock him out, which I think he's going to be able to. Oh, there's another Channel Lake. There's another Aether Ice Vein. I'm not sure which color it is. I can't tell. I think it is a yellow. I should probably just fix the lighting on this TV so we can see exactly what's going on. This Zipper Hit's big game, though. Oh, that is big game. So he's trying to get the cards and resources out of his opponent's hand to figure out where he's going to sneak in this block. His opponent had double blue, which is pretty bad. Zipper Hit, I believe, is 1, so it ate the 1 that was left over. Zipper Hit is the 1. Okay, so it's red Zipper Hit here. Pretty sure that's a red. So that's coming in for a pretty big game. We got 5 coming in through the Channel Lake. It's going into the red zone, and with Victor sitting at 2, and he does have 2 blocks worth of armor. He really wants to make it into this turn with this Aether Ice Vein. I think the right call may have been to, well, I'm not sure what the right call is. The problem is he committed, yep, it was the yellow Ice Vein, okay. I'm not sure. Ooh, Harpoon in is pretty good. Pulse Wave Harpoon. We're going to pull that one up on the screen for you here. Pulse Wave Harpoon follows up. It gets to look at his opponent's hand. He gets to possibly put a card on bottom. That is, I think he may have just stolen the turn back. If that was an Emeritus Scolding in his arsenal, this game is over. I think him putting that Channel Lake Frigid may have cost him the game. It's very, again, I'm not going to claim to be the best Icelander player in the world. Victor is definitely a really good player, and I've definitely seen him at a lot of events, and he's very good at Icelander. It's, oh man, another high octane. This is rough. This is rough. I don't think he can get out from under this. Yeah, I think we needed to, there was a point in the game where we needed to, it looked like he just was able to grind him out. I think the turning point was putting that Emeritus Scolding in the arsenal. I think if he has that, he has the ability to reach for 7 damage, and then that turn that he drew all those blues and the Aether Ice Vein, he could have not only shot the Emeritus Scolding for 7, but he had the reach to get up to like 14 damage through cards in hand and just kill him on the spot. That's kind of rough. I mean, Victor played really well. He was able to kind of sneak the game back out and make it a game because it was very, very dicey for a while. We're going to swap over to the next table here. We're going to see what's going on with Dromai versus Dorinthia. There is quite a lot going on over here. I'm going to go swap the life pad over and see what we can do while Vince goes ahead and updates all the information here that we can. So we'll get that the next one over on there, and then we'll fix it, and we'll get updated here for you. So we'll be right back in about a minute, and we'll go ahead and get you this next thing on there. So if you want to just go to intermission real quick, I'll go swap them around while you update the info. All right, guys, we're just updating the information. We'll bring it right back over to the screen now. I don't think we have the microphone over there. All right, guys, this is where we're at life total wise. It's another sleigh ride over here. We're updating all the information on the screen as we speak. Currently, oh wow, I lied. It is not a sleigh ride. We're at 40-19 currently on the Dorinthia. Dorinthia's at 19. We got Dramai at 40. Dorinthia just took a walloping hit for 6. It's 40-12 right now. This is kind of a beatdown here. Some wildness going on. Ember Moss, Senpai, no Phantasm, so we got Dash got it. I think Icelander made a mistake. The turn point, like Victor did really well to turn the corner and get back into the game, and I think there was a point where he Emeritus Scolding pitched to activate Cornet's Peak, and if he pitched the channel, and he put the Channel Lake Frigid in his arsenal, if he swapped it the other way, I think there was an opening for him to actually to kill his opponent with the Emeritus Scolding, but he pitched it instead, so he didn't have any way to get the reach out of damage. He got his opponent down to 7, and it was just 2 high-octane turns in a row, and there was just not much he could do to get out from under it. I think there was definitely a point where he just needed to go ahead and put the Emeritus Scolding in, but I don't know what outs he was playing towards. So, again, it's easy for me to armchair quarterback and say he did this, he did that, not being in the position to know exactly what he was trying to accomplish. I can't. It's not on me to, say that. All right, we are at 40-9. We're updating now. Manny's in a rough spot here. It's going to be, I'm not even sure where you come back as Dorinthia from this. It looks like it was a couple of Rake the Embers turns in a row that just got him in a point where he is just not able to do much. I'm not also sure how much experience. Manny is one of our regulars. He is at the 1-0 bracket right now. I'm not sure how much experience he has going into Dramai. So I'm not really sure if he knows to just sling at the dragons, keep the dragons free, especially because you have no AB in this matchup. So coming in, you going on hits every time on these dragons is pretty good. You force all your on hits through and your go agains through. You can really get into trouble once you start ignoring these dragons, especially because I don't know that Dromai wants to keep Pierce Reality in this matchup. I'm not going to pretend to know the matchup very well, and I'm not going to pretend to know the hero super well, but Pierce Reality doesn't seem super needed in a matchup where your opponent's only playing defense and offense reactions. We got Sharpened Steel coming in for 6 on the player. It looks like Manny finally connected for the first time this game against the life total. So we're at 34-9. Sorry, dyslexia got me again. And it looks like Dorinthia is probably not long for this world. It looks like it looks a lot like the Dromai player knows that he's turning this corner and he's about to close the game out here. So it looks a lot like we're going to see the end game phase here for Dromai. Here comes Big Thamai. I'm not sure if he's going to catch. Oh no, that's Urenderai. Sorry, the other side looked a lot like Thamai. So we got Urenderai coming in. We've got baby dragons coming for days. It looks like, I'm looking at the hand, I don't see anything in the way of, he's literally just going to have to take all these punches and block out the big dragon and hope there's no big follow-up, which I'm pretty sure I saw a senpai coming across. So I have a feeling that this is going to be it for our hometown hero, Manny. I think we're going to see him go down to all these dragon overload swarms. Yeah, I see an Asvali in the hand too. So the Dromai player can just swing out with these 6 Ashwings, basically clear out the hand, and then at best, Manny goes into his turn with 1 card in hand. He's at 2, so I assume, okay, so we already did the burn them all trigger. Yeah, so the sweeping blow is going to come force a card out.
You just covered that man up.
I think that was a sweeping blow, right? Oh, maybe not. Yeah, we're not in a good spot if we're Dorinthia here. Yeah, I think that's the other one. The one that buffs up an Ashwing. So this Ashwing is going to be coming in for 4. That's going to demand probably 2 cards out of Manny's hand. And then we know we have an Asvali in the wings. I'm not sure exactly what the last card in his arsenal is, but this Asvali is going to come across and put Manny to 1. It's also a must block, and I don't think we've come across with the Yenderai yet, so I think Manny's going into his turn with no cards at the very best and dead at the very worst. So I think we're going to have a life total change here. He's at 1, Yenderai coming through, and we're getting a full block here. And that's a sweeping blow. That's the sweeping blow in his arsenal. So I think Manny is just dead when he passes his turn here because we have Burn Them All on the board. If Burn Them All stays, if not, Asvali stays. Nope, Burn Them All is gone. However, Asvali does the same thing. So yeah, that's the thing is I just started playing Dory, and it looks like your matchup against Dromai is not the worst because you get to force on hit all of your attacks. The problem is that if you at any point commit to attacking not dragons, then you fall behind really quick. All right, and there's the handshake. For the first time today, we'll bring you into the booth and we'll kind of talk about it. We're at a rough spot, you know. Oh, yeah. We got our background messed up somehow, too. I don't know if our camera moved. What's going on here? I think our camera moved as far as, yeah, I'm not sure. We'll get it fixed in the interim. But, yeah, so, you know, it's a tough spot to be in when you're Dorinthia, like you said, attacking 1 or 2 times a turn into a boatload of dragons. Like, on the one hand, you do get to, you get all your on hits, you get to proc all your on hits, you get to force everything through. But on the other hand, unless you have a way to really, like, I think the way to win that matchup is you just keep resolving the 1 counter on hits, and you just keep clearing dragons out, and eventually your Dawnblade just gets so incredibly large that you're able to just swing for a 12 or 13 and then just force the 12 or 13 through, and then maybe even you go over top, and then once your opponent is down to the point where they draw or brick 1 turn, then you really punish them over the top, and you can because at that point you can block with 3 cards, pitch 1 card, attack for 13, and you're probably getting through, especially if you're just clearing dragons out. So it's a really wonky. Like, Dorinthia is in a weird spot because you have to get to the point where you're basically drawing enough cards to sustain attacking multiple times, but not like when you're dumping 4 cards into attacking, you're not, into attacking, you're not doing any blocking, so you tend to leak a lot of life total. What I found is like a really good strategy, and again, not saying I'm a good fucking Dory by any means because I am very inexperienced still, but I found a lot of times that you're trying to set up the right turn to force damage through, so you do a lot of blocking and waiting. In this matchup, Dromai is doing the same thing. So Dromai is just trying to wait and wait and wait until they get a perfect hand set up where they can dump 4 or 5 dragons or an Aether Ashwing. Yeah, so you just want to get to the point where you can dump a bunch of dragons on and then they can't pressure you. So now you're going to be leaking tons and tons of, you're just going to leak tons of damage in through just incidentally going wide because your opponent can't pop anything, they can't stop it, and they can only attack 2 like the most you're attacking is 3 times in a turn. It's a tough spot to be in for sure. If you can get to the inevitability of late game, where you can just sit back and just play the late game, where you're just dumping like counters onto your thing the whole time, you're in a good spot. But you know, it's a tough spot to get to. You really have to push to get to that spot. All right, guys. We're gonna take a little break. We got about 10 minutes or so left in the round. We're going to go take a break. We're going to see what we're going to line up for the next go again. We're just going to clean up a couple things on stream while we're on the intermission, and we'll come back to you guys. We've gotten a request for opening packs of Everfest and opening packs of, what was the other one he said? Lee, which other one did you say? It was Everfest and Dynasty. So I'm gonna run out. We're gonna get a couple of things cleaned up here. They're doing all right. I haven't had a chance. We're only in the second round, so I haven't had a chance to really go out and see what's going on. I'm gonna go see, now that we have a little bit of time left over. I'm gonna go take a little peek, see what we can find out. Go to the bathroom, do all that good stuff. Maybe eat another donut. We'll throw one back for Flake, because I know how much he likes eating his donuts in like 3.7 seconds. All right, yeah, we'll definitely go grab some boxes. We'll probably come back around like 5 minutes left, and then we'll kind of go from there. We'll do some pack openings and stuff. All right, so we're gonna throw you to some commercials, and we'll be right back in about 4 or 5 minutes.
Absolutely, we're getting better every round, y'all.
Every round, we're getting there. All right. We're still on. Put me live. All right, guys, we got a doozy coming for y'all. We've got Levia Master himself, Ethan, the father of the Levia Club. And then we've got Bravo. So a little change of pace here from the expected Ice v Ice. You know, we're going to be here doing the thing. So I'm excited to get Levy on there, and I'm excited to get Bravo on there because it's going to be a good time. That's the Levia one, Levia. And then the other one is Brav Daddy. All right.
2-0.
Okay. Sweet. Yeah, we got Mansan himself over here. And they are both, yep, they're 2-0. They're cruising through this tournament, doing very well. Sorry we didn't get you some pack cracking there. I apologize. We were just out there making sure I got us a good feature match. Our backup feature match is actually going to be Dash and Dromai. The Dash from last round and the Dromai from last round. So that'll be a great. Yes, Mansant is a Tavern Brawler. We're going to give a shout out to the Tavern Brawlers tonight. We're going to be doing a giveaway here shortly. We have 9 viewers currently. So share it out to your friends. We're going to be doing some cool giveaways for some free stuff. If we got to mail it to you, we got to mail it to you. Or, you know, we know Mansant's going out that direction for a lot of you Central New Yorkers. We'll be up in Toronto tomorrow, and we'll have to mail it to you guys from Erie, Cleveland, all that area. So appreciate it.
Who's Mansant playing against?
Mansant is playing against Jamie. He said you had the deck list.
I certainly do.
So it's Jamie and Ethan. We did alphabetical on the back end, didn't we? All right. So, not that Ethan, the other Ethan. So let's see who we got here. Jamie Utley, there's one. We got Mr. Utley is on the Bravo Daddy himself. And then Ethan Van Sant right behind him.
Van.
Great. Yep. We could also bring it to Indy too. I think Ethan's got a ton of stuff going on. I'm not sure if you guys are driving or not, but you know, I don't want to overburden you guys with extra stuff for our case. I'd rather just, you know, one less thing to worry about in that sense a lot of times, because Ethan's already got a ton on his plate with doing the coverage. Speaking of which, let's give a quick plug. We got Mr. Levia Daddy himself is going to be doing the coverage over at the Calling Indianapolis. He's been doing the coverage over at SCG. He's been doing a great job. All right, we're leading out. Turn 1. This round's on me. That's a good way to go. We're drawing cards. We're getting more options. That is a wild alter on those claws. I don't hate it. I think it's pretty funny. But, oh my goodness, double this round's on me? Well, it's probably good to get those out early. We probably want to get those out. Don't want to be going too much more into the turns, you know. So being able to get this out early and being able to not hit those late game when they're less impactful. They at least block for 3, though. That is important. We got a swing big here. I believe we have a draw discard coming on. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure. I know he's got a ton of stuff with the with a lot of the streaming stuff going on, and I obviously setting up this one since Monday. I have a good feeling of how stressful that is in all aspects of it. So, yeah. But all right. So we're being presented as a swing big on turn 1 here. You know, this is kind of where you want to be if you're the Levia player, getting a big swing in. You just gave your opponent multiple attacks. Oh, we have the Go Again chicken is coming to town. No draw discord on sideboard. I don't know what you mean, unless... All right, so we blocked out, it looks like we... Oh, yes. Oh, on Swing Big. Oh, you're right, it's okay, you're right. Okay, my bad. I'm just getting used to all these sweet broody cards because I decided to add... I saw Ashton down in the... I think I saw him at the lower tables. I don't know. Almost everybody besides Jamie, who is one of our hometown heroes, is down at the 1-1 tables. I didn't get a really good hold on it, but I think that's where everybody was. All right, so Jamie cycled a bunch of blues here. I'm not sure. Obviously, it was kind of a free block. Oh, was it the Quicken token? Is that what the... I'm going to pull up Swing Big, because I'm a goofball. And
Absolutely.
That's... Okay. I don't know why I was getting... Okay, so yeah, the Swing Big, if it doesn't hit, the create a Quicken token. So I think that's what Jamie was going for, blocking it out. 5, yep. So we got a 5 coming in with this big hammer boy coming in. And it has been quickened. So we're going to get another attack, which is kind of rough because it took Jamie... Oh, he buckled. I looked away for a second. So he played the buckle. We got a buckle coming in with the Anothos. We got Go Again. We're not using the Go Again for anything here, which is kind of unfortunate, but we did force some hammer damage through. We got an Arsenal. And now... Scar for a Scar coming into the Pound Town with Ethan being at 5 less life total. He's going to get this Go Again for free, which is kind of where you want. It could have been really exciting. That was a fairly lackluster Go Again, and that's unfortunate. But, you know, you got to take what you can get sometimes. Dread Screamer. We got Dread Screamer exiling all 3 cards. I believe he auto hits, so there's a Go Again there. So our Dread Screamer is going to be attacking again. Yep, the red one. So our Dread Screamer is going to be coming again with the Go Again because he hit one of these. So this is a pretty strong turn, multiple attacks. That's kind of where we want to be as Levia, I believe, is we just want to be swinging in for multiple attacks. Ooh, girl. My goodness, that is a rough turn. 17 damage from the Levia turn. That's pretty good. We got Blood Debt turned off. If you can see on the screen, he's got that big Blood Debt thing when it's turned off. He's got the big counter up on his graveyard. It looks like we got an unmovable in front of that. So we still got through for a solid 7 damage. That's a pretty good game. Like that's, I mean, ideally that's where you want to be, is you want to spill damage every turn. When you're not forcing on hits and doing stuff like that, you want to just be basically forcing through all of this damage. And, you know, when you got the Bravo player just pitching, swinging hammer, no cards, I don't think he has any cards in hand, that's kind of the dream, right? Like you just want to see what's coming. You want to see and know that you're not about to get pummeled. And then you know that you can just sit back, block out to whatever's best for you. And then we're going to have another fairly large turn. He grabbed that Arsenal card pretty quickly. So I think we're going to have, all right, there it is. We got blues and we got a Blood Rush Bellow at Arsenal. That is the dream hand, right? So, all right, and he hit a red. So it's a red 6+, obviously, because why wouldn't it be? But that's kind of the ideal scenario there. So all of our brute attacks for the rest of this turn are going to have a +2 on it. That also includes these claws. Depending on how well he drew, these claws both have Go Again currently because we did pitch a card. So here comes the claw in for 5. We got claw. This is how you really start stripping the cards out of his hand. We know we got more attacks coming. We got a whole boatload of cards in his hand. unfortunately, Ethan doesn't look like he drew a lot of gas. It's possible. I'm not going to pretend to be this a Levia connoisseur, or you have to pick up the full screen it. You got to click on it. Yep. So there's with the claw. We got it's got the +2 and it has go again. So yep, here we go. The Art of War is going into the pitch zone. We're coming in for another 5, and we got a Beast Within, and I can't tell. That might be another swing dig in the.
That's a totally different picture.
Beast Within's in his hand.
The claw.
Oh yeah, because he's got them altered. He's got some silly altered. Okay, so he's going with the natural hard swing for Beast Within. Most people don't realize this card actually attacks. Typically people are using its discard ability. That's generally where we want to be going. So we got Blood Debt turned off. Coming in for a big 8 on the back of this. We already took the 5 from the claw. So yeah, I have the card overlaying right on the middle of the stream there so that we can still see kind of what's going on. The nice thing is oh, we got the Crippling Crush out of his hand. That's how you get free damage in on the Levia, is you swing with a Crippling Crush dominated, because when they discard their hand, they don't generally have a way to shut off Blood Debt, so you can pretty well just kill them with their own cards. Not quite how it's going to happen for Ethan in this game, because he's not got a ton of Blood Debt cards. I think he only has 1 Blood Debt card in his bin currently. So, you know, he's crafted this game plan very well at this point. He's gotten to the point where he's getting a lot of good swings in. He's doing high outputs of damage. He's not even threatening himself with tons of damage. I believe this is just a Sad Hammer for 4. We got a Sad Hammer, no pummel threat, no nothing. No, I don't think we had Forrest on the match thing yet. Was he? Was he on the last one?
Yeah, he was the one we didn't watch.
Was that the Dromai one or the first round?
He was in the first round.
The first round. Yeah, he was in the first round. I don't think we got to his matchup.
We got right at the end. It was Forrest list.
Yeah, we got there right at the end, so we didn't really get a ton of Forrest match in there. But which player was he? Was he?
Oh, geez, I don't remember. I have it written down.
Oh, here we go. Here's the Writhing Hulk here, or the Writhing Hulk. I don't remember what the middle name is. Beast Hulk. Okay, right. Writhing Beast Hulk. We got this big boy coming in. We're finally going to get to banishing some cards in the bin. We're going to basically, if we do hit, which I'm pretty sure we do because we've only got 1 card that doesn't hit in the bin currently. So we're going to hit, and then we're going to get Dominate. And Dominate's pretty big game at this point because, you know, we're definitely going to try and get this 1 card out of his hand. We definitely hit, and we added 2 Blood Debtors to the bin. So now we got Blood Debt pretty high. Our Blood Debt is turned off. I don't recall which one was. Oh, do you know what Forrest was playing? I can tell you probably that way. With all the start of the event going on and all that good stuff, it was kind of.
What is that disc on Ethan's discard?
That is his Blood Debt thing to signify that he's turned Blood Debt off for the turn.
That's a pretty cool looking contraption.
Yeah, or maybe just to remember. I can't tell if there's a number on it. He might have it just to keep track. All right, so Ethan had a little bit of a lackluster turn there. He lost a little bit of tempo. It looks like the Bravo guy, Jamie, is not going to be able to capitalize too much on it. It looks a lot. What did you say?
Forrest was Dromai.
Forrest was the original Dromai?
Yes. Dromai. That's his hero. That's what he played.
Yeah, was he playing that? Was that last round or was that the first round?
The first round.
Did we have a Dromai on the thing? Was it Dromai and?
He was playing against.
First round we had Lexi.
Forrest playing against Manuel.
That was last round. Okay, so Forrest is still on the feature match actually. He's on the backup feature match cam right now. It is a number indicator? Okay. I couldn't tell if I could see numbers on there. It looks like there might be. Oh, it's in that little gap. Okay, I see now. He has 2 written in there, so I can see it now. All right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Ethan, when it comes to Ethan, he is not only really, really good at what he does with Levia, he is obviously one of the best players in the world on that hero, which, you know, to say that about anybody is pretty good, but he's just an all-around really good player. I've had the opportunity to play with him a few times at a few different events and play against him, and he's very crisp. He's very good at what he does. He has a very streamer type of play style where he walks everybody through what he's doing, and you know, I can appreciate that from the communication standpoint. I love when my opponents are communicating with me and telling me what they're doing and what their reasoning is for what they're doing as well. It makes us all better players and a better community on the whole. All right, so we got this big 9 coming through. You know, Bravo is just leaking damage here. It looks like he might be just looking for a spot. Oh yeah, he's a fantastic guy. Yeah, I will let him know. Well, if this game continues at this pace, he looks like he's still going. He's playing against Dash, so I don't know how good that matchup is for him, but he's still playing. I can't see the life totals on their side of the board just yet, but yeah, it looks like Jamie's just looking for a break point here. I don't know where he finds one. He's obviously on the swing every turn with Hammer plan currently until he finds a break point. He did have one tempo misstep on the Levia part where he could have just capitalized on it, and it was a pretty lackluster turn from his side. He couldn't really do a ton to pressure back, which is kind of rough. You kind of want to have your turns line up perfectly so you can. Yeah, it's really tough. You need to really be forcing the correct number of on hits through, and without the correct number of on hits, it's really tough to sustain against it. Like obviously if it's 6 swinging 6 back and forth, that's fine, but then you get these eruption turns where Levy is swinging 18 to 20, and you really just can't match with that.
It's funny watching. Everybody's got their own little
their little hand fidgets. Yeah. I am infamous for hand shuffling.
Yeah, there was somebody that was just cycling through them. It was impressive.
Yeah, so here I think we're about to see. No, this isn't particular. I think that's Howl from Beyond, which is going to give a buff to the next attack, which is Unholy Bellow. That's another one of the attack buffs. So we're about to see, I think, a pretty large swing coming in here. Unworldly Bellow, sorry. So I think that's a yellow one. So we're looking at getting a +3 here on this, plus whatever the first card was that I'm not positive that he put in there. Yeah, the Howl from Beyond, I'm not positive what that does exactly. We're going to pull it up in the screen here in a second. I'll pull up Howl from Beyond. So the Howl is something he can cast again. So that helps him keep, there it is. It's a red one too. So we got a +3 for 2, which has Go Again, but it also has Blood Debt. So you can also play this coincidentally from the zone. So we're looking at whatever he plays next being a +6 attack, right? Or did he not play anything in past turn? Looks like, did I just whiff right past? No, he looks like he just played those in past turn just to shut off the Blood Debt, which that's kind of rough. That's a tempo back turn here. Now, Jamie really, if he's going to get back in this game and keep it close, he needs to come back and start really pressuring with a card of substance here. So this reeks, this is a red thump. I think it's coming in for 5. Oh man, if this could have been a much better turn. Yeah, to turn off Blood Debt. That's what I figured. Okay. I wasn't sure. I looked away for 2 seconds to read what this card did, and then I looked back, and it looked like Jamie was cracking his surges. All right, Jamie, give me a dice on there so I can see what it is. All right. No, Jamie, what are you doing, guy? So this could have been way stronger of a turn. I think if we pitch this pummel to Terrace Under and then we swing Thump, we're attacking for 7 with our opponent discarding 3 cards instead of 2 cards. I think you're probably getting close to the same amount of damage output back out of it. All right, so we got the hollow from him. Yeah, but 6 pummel is probably not as good as 7 pummel discard 3, right? Especially when your opponent's going to have the risk of doing a boatload of damage to themselves on their own turn. So I feel like that may have been like cute sequencing rather than good sequencing. You know, and I'm not. If it was a red pummel, I would definitely say the Thump plan is better, but like forcing the Thump through with a discard 3 is always more value for the same cost. I mean, I guess it's costing 2 less damage, but there's a, you know, there's a world where I think where you're playing a Levia specifically, you want to be taking them off of cards in hand so that they're spending their turn doing goofy things like having to just cycle cards out of their hands to shut off Blood Debt. And like, yeah, I guess there's a Carrion Husk too. Maybe Husk is fine, but I mean, from Ethan's standpoint, he's in a fine spot. 21 to 20 on the attack with 9 is a. It looks like it's a pretty good. Like, that was the turn that Jamie really needed to turn around the tempo, and he didn't do enough with that turn to be able to press the tempo back in his direction. Because now, you know, you're getting swung back at 9. Your opponent still has the ability to block your best possible attack with all of his equipment. You know, the difference maker here is going to be Carrion Husk. Carrion Husk is just going to probably win this game, if I had to guess, because this Carrion Husk blocking for 6, basically it negates almost the best attack that Bravo can play, even when it's one of these big dominated attacks. So I think that's going to be the difference maker in this matchup. It looks like when this Husk comes across, it's gonna eat a ton of damage and probably stop the best possible thing Bravo can do, and that's what worries me from the aspect of where this game is headed. Bravo's just been in a spot where he's been forced to hammer pass every turn. All right, well, we got the Crippling Crush. This is where we need it, and Ethan reaches for the equipment, and we kind of knew this is what was going to happen. I mean, if Ethan gets to go into his turn after a Crippling Crush with a lot of cards, I think Ethan's in a really good spot. And if he gets to go into his turn with a lot of cards and the Carrion Husk still up, he gets to have a tempo rebuy twice. And that's kind of where you want to be in this matchup, just where you guys are both haymakering back and forth. You know, you really just want to be in a spot where you're able to, buy a free turn with your equipment. And, oh, yeah, that just, oh, man, this feels a little lackluster when we need, obviously I think we're going to be feeling, this one card that we missed out on the Bravo side for the long haul of this game. All right, so we're blocking 8 of 11. We don't have any threat of pummel or anything. So we're not discarding cards. We're not doing any of that. I feel like Ethan's in a happy spot to just trade that crown for a cycle out, and trade crown, one trigger, one counter on this scabs, and be able to just have to chuck one card for the sink below. Like, that seems like a pretty... What's up, Mob? How you been, man? That seems like a really good place to be for the Levia guy. It's like you just want to be ahead on life total, like at parity in life total, and go into your turn and be the aggressor on your turn at parity. Just is the way to go. This Howl from Beyond now has made a third appearance. So this Endless Maw now becomes an actual... I'll pull up Endless Maw. Endless Maw now becomes an actual, like, pretty big threat, right? So now we get this Endless Maw with +3 from the Howl from Beyond. Now we're looking at 12. We're getting... 12 damage is no joke, especially... Bravo excels when he's coming across the board for 11 Crippling Crush and threatening 2 cards. But, like, passing it back to Levia, and Levia's like, cool Crippling Crush, bro. Here's 12 back. I mean, you don't have an on-hit, but the on-hit is you're taking enough damage to put you into lethal range, right? Like, that's usually a good enough. Did he hit the World Lead? No. But we do have Blood Debt turned off. That is a big 12. This 12 is, well, it's representing basically the entire hand of the Bravo player. And, like, that's pretty good off of this 3-card hand, right? Like, going into your turn with 3 cards in an arsenal after a Crippling Crush. Like, I don't know that you could draw it up better, but you might be able to. It'll be interesting to see how we block this out from the Bravo player standpoint, because that's a lot of damage. Being at 18, that represents over half of his life total, almost 2/3 of his life total. So, like, we're running out of space to take back the tempo as the Bravo player, especially when, in order to take back the tempo, we need to lose this, like, we need to get through this Husk at some point, and the Husk is just forever there, threatening to stop any relevant card you can throw his way. Ethan is firmly in the driver's seat at this point. I don't know that there is a way that we block this out. There's another Crippling Crush. Crippling Crush 3 is back in Bravo's hand. I think he might be thinking, and it looks like a pummel. So it looks like Jamie might be thinking about saying, well, your vanilla 12 is cool, but I'm swinging back and I'm going to Crippling Crush you with a pummel. And I don't know how he does that with it. No, I don't think that's even possible. You're looking at least 2 turns to be able to do that.
You thinking he's going to let it slip?
Yeah, I think it's going to be... I don't think there's a world where he can let it slip. Like, you have to block this.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know... Like, Jamie does have a good, solid... 5 blocking? So...
He's really contemplating this move.
Yeah, Jamie's really good. He likes to think his plays through. He likes to, make sure he thinks of all the lines ahead of time so he knows what he's looking for. It'll be real interesting to see if we can get this. Hey, thanks for the follow, Mob. And also, I'll give the shout-outs during the between rounds. We got tons of follows. It looks like a bunch of people from the event gave us a follow. Want to give a shout-out to the Tavern Brawlers. We got one of them on the board. Okay, yeah, Blake, that's kind of what I assumed was going to happen. You're still spilling 1 damage through an entire hand. And now Levia gets to... Like, we get to see what Levia can do with a 5-card hand. We got the Arsenal, which... I can only assume is sitting on an Art of War or another Blood Rush Bellow. It looked like Ethan was real patient with the last one, and we're about to find out. Yeah, are we going to find out, though? Oh, yeah. Okay. I have a real good feeling that it's a Blood Rush Bellow. I can't tell if he's thinking of how he's going to pitch for this. We got Deep-Rooted Evil, so I don't know. The problem is in order to get enough cards out of his hand where he can like ensure the blood rush turns on. Oh no, it's Art of War. Okay. I don't think Bravo's gonna even make it to fatigue, to be honest with you, because like he's almost at a point where he's gonna have to dump his whole hand every turn into blocking, and I don't know where you get parity. Ooh. All right. So Art of War, we turned off the blood debt. We banished a card. We have no resources floating, so that's probably the best case scenario for Jamie. If Levia can if Ethan can just keep up the gas, I think we're gonna have a good. It's gonna be cruising straight to the victory. Otherwise, like I think Jamie's plan just might be to just hopefully let Levia do Levia things and stumble for a turn, and then, if you get lucky enough to have a stumble. All right, so we got a 6 coming in, Deep-Rooted Evil. We're going to pull that up on the screen for you. We'll show you what it does. We got 6 coming in. We played this one out of the arsenal for 3. He pitched the Art of War and a Dread Screamer to do it. This came out of the banish zone. He has blood debt turned off, so it's just a vanilla 6. He looks like he might be taking a setup turn to try and go real big over top next turn. I think that's pretty much what he's got to be setting up here. Again, he knows he has... Wait, that is go again? Oh, he did go again with the Art of War. That's so good. All right, so he gave go again. So now, yeah, we got a boatload of damage coming through. So we got a 6, and then it looks like we got almost guaranteed to be another 6 dominated. So Jamie decided that this is the point where he's going to try and regain this tempo. And I have a feeling we're going to, the tempo is not going to matter as much because when you're coming through with this tempo, it doesn't... Oh, did he hit it? Oh my gosh, he hit Sink Below Art of War? Oh no. He bought himself a non-dominated, I think, right? Or is that the big boy one? I can't tell which one that is. You guys have a better vision because your guys' view of it is zoomed into the table. Mine is a zoom of both tables. I can't tell which card that is, but I do know it's not going to be... I think it's the Dominate one, maybe? Or is it just a vanilla 6? So he got the 6. Blood Debt was already turned off. That was probably, I think, would be categorized as a whiff turn for Ethan. You at least got some damage in there. But, on an Art of War turn, I feel like you want to be doing bigger things. Which... sometimes the big thing you're doing is just not hitting yourself for damage from your own graveyard, I guess. That's obviously the biggest downfall to these big swings. So, all right, we got a blue Dread Screamer, which I think I think the end he's going for here is trying to put the Howl from Beyond back into his bin, into his banish pile, so that he can get in with the next one. We do have a conclusion of the match on Feature Match 2. It looks like that game ended with one of the players winning, which is, I guess, what you would assume. I'm not sure which one, but judging by how much of the Dash stuff is still on the board, I think it may have been the Dash player. When I looked over, the Dash player had all of the items on the board. So I would be very surprised if the Dromai player won. So it sounds like Forrest took a lick. So we got a Dread Screamer for 4. Sink Below's going to eat that damage up. Looks like I didn't see what the cards were that we hit, but the Growling... Is that the Growling Prowler? Is that what that thing is called? It's Prowl or something. Yep. Nope, I don't know. Graveling Growl? There it is. Something. I knew there was a bunch of words on that thing. All right, so Jamie just is happy to block out and swing 4. You know, that's pretty much the best you can do at this point. What else can you do? You just gotta kind of keep. Keep punching through. You know, that's yeah, Graveling Growler. We're on a a 30-second delay, 20-second delay. So, yeah, it looks like we. You know, Anotho's coming in for 4. Ethan is sizing up his graveyard and his deck. So it looks like Ethan might be looking at his hand for the kill shot. Obviously, Ethan knows his deck probably better than almost anybody. I assume if he's hemorrhaging, he's overblocking by 2 here. I think we're about to see the party bus go off. I don't think this looks good for Jamie. I can't tell all the cards in his hand, but Ethan knows his deck very well. And there's the Growl, he hit it, or the Howl from Beyond. So I assume we're going to get some party tricks coming. This is the Bellow again. So basically the exact same turn that he had the last time he played the Bellow, he's setting that up this turn. I think his goal might be to just run Jamie out of cards here because Ethan knows he's got to be coming up to his Blood Rush Bellows soon, right? So like you just kind of keep pushing the damage through and hopefully absorb all the cards. I assume he used the yeah, he must have something big coming because there's no way he used his Husk for a 4 damage turn without knowing exactly how big something's coming. Oh, that's a double Bellow. Or Howl from Beyond. This is coming back. That's the second time he's cast the same one. Oh, man.
God bless.
Is this a 16-pounder coming in? I mean, I don't know if there's a better way to threaten lethal. Like, you just throw the big damage over top and say, here, Bravo, I know you like attacking, but hold this. You know, we got a ton of damage coming through here with 16. That's a good amount of damage. That's probably, on one attack, that's probably pretty ridiculous. Obviously, Ethan knows his deck very well. Yeah, casual 16s, no joke.
Just a brisk 16.
Oh, you're right. That makes a lot more sense, Lee. You're definitely correct. If that's a free block there because the Husk dies anyway. So you're right. That is a free block. If he wants to take that damage and go for this big turn, which he obviously did, that is a free block there. So he did lose 2 points of blocking damage worth on it. However, I feel like sending your opponent back to his turn with 1 card is probably just fine. Yeah, that's fair. So that's pretty much, it looks like, where we want to be. Swinging in for this 16, eating all of your opponent's armor, eating all the cards out of their hand except 1, still spilling a ton of damage in. I mean, not necessarily a ton, but a ton in the sense of, like, you put your opponent on 1 card going into their turn, and you get to draw. I almost said untap. You get to draw back into a full hand here, and your opponent arsenal passes, and you know you're in trouble when your opponent puts the Blood Rush Bellow in their pitch zone. I imagine this is where full gas pedal goes, because Eagle Eye, thank you for the follow, very much appreciated. I think this is where the gas pedal gets hit. I don't know that Ethan can even have brakes anymore. I think he might have snapped the brake lines because he's coming full downhill into this Bravo. He's even using the, oh my goodness, he's even using the Blood Rush Bellow in his pitch zone to kind of say, like, I have a wealth of riches. You are about to be thoroughly punished. I don't know what's in Jamie's arsenal. I assume it's probably some type of. I assume it's not a blue, otherwise he would have swung the hammer in. So I assume it's going to be probably Sink Below or one of the other big D reacts. Jamie's obviously got to know that there's a dominated attack hiding somewhere in his deck here, because he already saw one earlier in the game. So I think we know that we have a dominated attack coming. I think Jamie might be playing to that end of praying that we don't have that we have a backup plan for when this dominated attack comes through. Oh man, this is a wild spot to be in. I mean, Ethan is running out of cards in his graveyard, so he's going to get to the point where he's not going to, well, I assume his deck is built in a way that lets him just infinite cycle those cards that have Blood Debt to be able to not have to take damage. So we took the 4. That, again, probably spells pretty bad news for Jamie here. I don't know that when your brute opponent says take it and goes into his full hand, that you want to be on the receiving end of it. I mean, we've already seen, okay, this is another blue bellow. All right, let's see what we got coming out of here. All right, we're getting some booth stuff set up to do some in between the round stuff. Yeah, so we got a +2 going with one of these. We got the Blood Debt turned off. We got a big Endless Maw coming in. That is representing a ton of damage. I don't know that we are going to be able to. Yep, we hit all 3. I think that's what, 11? 11, right? 11. Yeah, 11 coming to town. Yeah, so like I don't think there's a point where he can't just infinite cycle because he just has all the cards from his graveyard. The problem is that without a leading card to be okay, well he hit a Art of War, so we know he's good to go on recurring. We know he can shut off Blood Debt. We know he can shut off Blood Debt, so that's kind of going to be fine. We're in a spot where, Bravo is just not going to have the ability to getting rid of that blue Deadwood Rumbler, turning off Blood Debt. I don't think Bravo's in a point where he's going to be able to turn a corner here, right? Like, he's in blackout and try and find a card that catches him back up, but Ethan is just full gas. The brake lines have snapped, and there's only one person in the way at the bottom of this hill, and it's this big hulking Bravo with his chest out. I don't know that there's a way he can stop this. It just feels like the same thing every turn. You see a buff, and then you have this big thing, like, that Spinal Crush would have been ideal going to face, but I don't know. And there's Dread Screamer just coming full force to the face. We did not discard this turn, so our claws are not turned on, but we have go again. And then we get to come back in with this Deep-Rooted Evil again. It's just, like, how do you survive this? We got spill damage, and now it's coming in with another full card, and you can't force the damage back anymore. It's just, it's going to be lights out.
I didn't realize the other player was the teacher.
Yeah. The other players are our big teacher guy who loves to teach everybody. He's actually the one who brought Flesh and Blood into the store, believe it or not.
He's getting brought to school.
He is getting real brought to school right now. Yeah, it's gonna be. I don't see a world where Jamie crawls out from under this, because you need to really hope just Levia does Levia things and just kills itself, right? Like at this point, swinging in for these sevens and swinging in for these sevens and sixes are just eating cards, and that's all you really want to do. And at this point, Jamie sees you putting cards to the bottom that are high impact late game cards like Blood Rush Bellow and the Beast Within. So like,
Just bleeding dry.
at what point? And there's another Blood Rush Bellow. There's Blood Rush Bellow. That's the third one I believe we've seen. And I see Jamie reaching across to kind of pick the random cards instead of letting Ethan roll it. I think Jamie's probably come to the same conclusion that we're coming to. Like, all these Dread Screamers are going to be near impossible to stop. Like, Howl from Beyond into, this is just nuts. We saw a kind of subpar line in the Terra Sunder Thump play. I don't know that actually goes much differently. I feel like it probably does. Like, the life total may be too different, but you take one full card out of your opponent's hand. And in this matchup where your opponent needs the cards to do things, you just never want to get into this position where your opponent can just go full gas and not have to care about anything you do. God dang. And a 13 attack, that was quite the attack there. That last one was kind of rough. I don't know that there's much. We can do there aside from that, right? So like, that was. Well, you saw the Levia father himself show us what Levia does and why. I can see why LSS keeps looking at Levia and like scared out of their mind to print one more good card. Even Ethan's lackluster turns managed to somehow make it so that Jamie just couldn't functionally come back in the game. He did have a couple outs. There was definitely a couple outs where Ethan gave Jamie the ability to. You can bring it over to the booth. Ethan definitely gave Jamie the ability to. I should come into camera. Gave Jamie the ability to stay in the game, but Jamie just didn't have anything lined up where he could bring the tempo back and kind of do what he had to do to kind of sustain back in the game.
He was on the defense that entire time.
Yeah, and that's, I guess, the double-edged sword of attack reacts is that, or D-reacts rather, is that you get to that point where you're D-reacting to stop these big attacks, but you draw a hand loaded with them and you're just pushed back from being able to do anything. All right, so what we're going to do here is, you guys asked, so we're going to do some funness. I'm with the rip and ship god himself, Vince. So we're going to go ahead and do some rips, and we're going to do some pack wars. If you guys are not familiar with how pack wars work, we're going to split up this box. I'm going to let him kind of pick how he wants to do it, and then we're going to split up the box and see kind of, we got a nice little camera here when our camera decides that it wants to work sometimes. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't.
Oh, that's the one you were talking about.
What is going on here?
That one's been given. Hey, there it is, though.
Let's see. So we're just going to fix this camera because it YOLO'd itself into a weird spot. What is going on? I don't know what in the world happened here. We're just going to fix on the fly. Jesus, child, what'd you do? I left him alone for 2 minutes.
I just started smashing buttons.
To be fair, this is what happens when you leave him alone. All right, so, rip therapy. All right, so being that he's the guest, I'm going to let him pick. How do you want to divide these packs up?
Go by twos, start on the right.
You want to go by twos? All right, I'm going to let you do that because that sounds way more confusing than then I think I can go with.
Totally divvy.
Yeah, go ahead. Knock it out. All right, we're going to get these divvied up, and then we're going to pack war. So what we do here is we open the packs. Now, we have a store house rule of if the packs are worth less than $3, we do what's called a war, or if you guys are familiar with the card game War. We just basically put the packs all in the middle, and the winner who finally wins a pack over $3, because sometimes, we go for a while without even seeing a $3 card. We just kind of go until we find a card that's over $3, and then the winner gets all the packs. So it's winner take all as the pack goes. So this is the first time Vince has actually done this. So all right, make sure you're doing it over the rip and ship god himself. So we're gonna pull these. We can just these are dynasty packs. So you got to look at the last 5. So the last 5 cards. I got some garbage, and garbage. So all the rares, I got a blessing and a Spellfray Tiara, so that's kind of just hot trash. We'll just kind of dump these cards. I think, what do you got? Anything now? So these are commons, so we don't got anything over $3, just toss it in the pile. So here's what we do. We're going to do this. I'm going to walk them through the first one. So you just kind of leave them here. This will be our first pile. This is our first pile. And then we're just going to war because that's all garbage. So we go to the next pack. If you guys want to follow along, just let us know. We'll do some of this, and then maybe we'll do some giveaways as well. We're approaching. Oh, that's not the cold foil one. All right, so cut past the commons. Oh man, these packs feel so bad sometimes. All right, I've got hot trash, and he has hot trash. Amazing. So we are gonna. Just take the commons right out. The way these packs are seated, there's some weird. The foil commons stay in. Yeah, foil commons stay in. The packs are seated weird because they added the assassin class to it. So because the assassin class is in here, they have cards. These 2 back. So if you're kind of following along at home, the back 3 cards are the 2 rares in the foil slot, and then these 2 slots can be assassin cards. They can be rares and majestics and all that good stuff. Obviously, he got the good side of the box. That's why he picked them for himself. What'd you get? Anything good? Okay, Berserk.
Nothing crazy.
I don't know that Berserk is worth anything. You want to?
I saw that red M.
Grab a price check. Let's see what we can find on Berserk. Let's just go to WNYGaming.com. We use this as a good plug time. So we go to WNYGaming.com, and you can just type in the name of the card, and it'll give us the price. We got about 2 minutes left in the round. So yeah, we got 450. Looks like I think it's 450. Let's see. 450. Yeah, looks like Vince gets the first pack. We're going with his stage name, like Cher.
Like Cher. I am Cher.
Yeah. All right. So my man cleaned up here. He got the first big stack of 90% of the box. All right. Good. So he gets those ones, and then we go on to the next one. Let's see if we can get to the point where we open like something cool, right? Would be fucking great. I already know I'm gonna lose because beginner's luck is such a thing. Oh yeah, I got trash again. Long shot, plunder the poor, tranquil, and blessing of focus. Reincarnate, beaten trackers. Did you get any rares? Nope. All right, we got trash. We go to a war. All right, somebody give us a called shot. Give us a called shot on what the legendary in this pack, in these boxes, are going to be.
What are you thinking?
I don't even know, man. I don't even know what the legendaries are in this set. Let's get a Marvel. I'm going to say it's going to be a Marvel, Rock. After we just saw the beating delivered by Levia. I bet you would open something good, Matt. I bet you freaking would. All right, we got trash. I don't think BIOS Update is worth anything. We're going to jump back over to WNYGaming.com and double check.
WNYGaming.com.
Yeah, BIOS Update. Look at that trash card.
Nice.
Oh, someday,
Just
poor
about 50 cents off, brother.
poor bot will be good. Yeah, well, there are no dragons in this set, unfortunately. All right. Urgent delivery. I'd like an urgent delivery of something good because that pack was hot garbage. Foiled Leovold. Trust. I would be very impressed if we found a foil Leovold. I heard this card's pretty good. Anybody confirm that Immobilizing Shot is any good? I mean, this guy's pretty good. We had him on the, oh no, Immobilizing Shot's trash. All right.
Sucks.
And then the Arachne is still, just bulk rarage.
Bulk rarage, what a term.
Yeah. Let's see. We got Rob the Rich, Madcap Muscle. Oh my goodness, all these blessings are just so bad. Ooh, we got our first foil Majestic. All right, show the kids at home what you got. All right, guys, we got the feature match is getting set up here. We got a Looming Doom foil. Let's see what we got on a price for that. Our next feature match is is going up into the zone up there. So we got a foil, rainbow foil, $4. This man is on a tear. He's winning them all.
New folks. New luck.
It's beginner's luck, man. I don't know.
God bless. What was that time?
He's just sitting everybody down. Let me do this real quick. If we go to studio mode, we can turn on the table cam.
Camera
and that way we
disappeared.
can kind of... What?
We'll go over that.
All right, we're back. A weird thing. And then we got table cam players.
It's behind that one.
All right. So at some point... Oh no, I think this man broke my stuff again. Oh yeah, he did. All right, they're just getting ready to sit down. We'll go through a few more packs here. Give our Twitch chat back up here. We're working on it. All right, we got Ethan. Looks like he's back in the feature match area. I let our head judge Matthew Cudney decide who was going to go in the feature match area this go around. Looks like we have Ethan back in the feature match area, and I'm waiting for the other round to jump in there. Man, I just cannot catch a break. I didn't get anything.
Sorry to hear it.
All right, we're running low. We're running 4 more packs left. Let's see if we can finish this entire booster box before. Oh, sack the shifty. I'm getting sacked for sure. Okay. There it is again. This man got all the foil Majestics. All right, give us a price check on aisle 1.
Absolutely.
It's over there now.
Whoop. What do we call skull?
I don't see anybody in the other feature match
Rainbow
area.
575. 925.
Getting prepped.
Is that
I think we might be down a player. How much is it?
925.
This man is killing me.
My man.
Did we get the other guys didn't want to go in?
No, they're having a bathroom break right now, both
Okay.
of them, so they're getting like a time extension.
Okay.
They're both in the bathroom.
These are the...
So Ethan and Ian are currently sitting there.
Okay.
Ethan...
Yeah, we're going to put Ethan and Ian on. If you want to do Ethan and Ian.
Certainly.
Sean
Ian,
Sean and Victor are the ones that are currently empty.
Yep. All right, we're watching everybody get ready. You can just leave it there. That's fine. We're watching them get. Actually, yeah. Sorry, you want to transition? All right. So I lost another pack war. Huge surprise. This man's killing me. He's taking all my money.
That's the first time business. It's just what happens.
You want to put the table cam back in? We're watching a bathroom break. Yeah, I do have the feature match curse. I thought maybe if I just did casting, I couldn't possibly lose, but here I am losing again. Here I go losing again. I'm really good at that. Ian is on Oldham, and Levy is still on the same one. Do you want to run out there and tell them to switch the pad around to the other direction?
Certainly.
Actually, I probably should have done that. Well, we sent him out there because I'm an a-hole. Yeah. What the heck? I just saw something. Well, I saw something I have to address later on. But all right, guys. Well, we've seen some pretty cool stuff today. We saw a surgical extraction with a double. Just spin it. Yeah, there you go. We saw a surgical extraction with a double razor reflex, which is 100% not allowed. Didn't catch it until too late, so you know there is that. That happens from time to time.
Okay.
I'm going through these deck lists one at a time because I am a pleb of large proportions.
Ethan is on.
Ethan will be on the left on Levy again. I think he is 3-0 currently. Hey guys, if you guys want, we'll be doing some giveaways here. We're going to do a giveaway while we're letting them set up and get ready. We'll do a couple of intro decks. If anybody would like an intro deck, throw a Tavern Brawlers up into the chat. And we will, here he is, of course, he was the last freaking one. Throw a Tavern Brawlers up on the chat. We're going to give a shout out to Tavern Brawlers.
Is 3-0?
Yeah, I think we're at the 3-0 table. So the right side, yeah, should be Oldham. Finally, Ice Daddy himself is going to finally make an appearance on the feature match area. This is fun. Yeah, so we're going to do, at the start of this round, we're going to do a couple of pack giveaways. Or you can go over to the table, I guess. I'm bad at this. And then get ready to start the timer.
It should have been started. That's my beat.
No, it's okay.
Follow y'all.
So, yeah, we're going to be just a few seconds behind on the timer, and it's okay. I think this is the one match that might matter, so we'll update it when it matters. Oh, I tried to steal one of your cards, my guy.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I got his rare, guys. All right, so we're broadcasting live from Lake Frigid itself, as you can see in the background here, Buffalo, New York. Feel free to jump on some of these socials. We're going to be transferring you over to the tables right now. It looks like we just did the reveal of equipment, and send it.
We are there.
All right, so welcome back to the jungle, where we see Daddy Oldham is very upset that Bravo just got spanked in the feature match area, and he's coming to pay Levy a visit. He's coming to give the spankings right back to her.
Is that an apple?
He doesn't look happy. Yeah, go ahead, take whatever you want, man. He does not look happy. Daddy Oldham is very upset. Uh-oh, what did we do?
That is an apple. What happened?
He broke it.
The pad?
Yeah. All right, I'm going to go fix it because I hear somebody coming back right now to come yell at me to tell me that the pad's not working. I'm going to go get the life total pad fixed. Go ahead and chat them up as I watch you take a mouthful of stuff.
Absolutely.
Yep.
That is most likely my fault, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to happen. I think the battery
Well,
died
that's just
on
how
it.
life be
I'm going to shut my mic off.
We got a card down there. Do I know that card? No. Throwing out some solid defense. I do not. I'm going to do no justice for names and strategy, but god dang, can I see a vertical and a horizontal card in a second. And he's just tossing them.
All right, long walk of shame. All right, we're back. I jumped on Vince. I'm like, yo, here, talk. After I handed him a donut, literally 13 seconds before that. It was a good time.
Said, I don't know names and strategy, but god dang, I can see a vertical and horizontal card. And there's a bunch of them.
For sure. All right, so just catching up now. Oh my God, the pad died. Great.
Again?
Yeah, the pad, when it goes below 10 health, it does not like it, and it is not charged fully. Yeah, okay. That's pretty standard Oldium stuff. All right, we got an ice winter here. I think Ethan's got it. Just Oh yeah, I can see the thing bugging out. Screen's going wild. Look at our pad, it's going nuts. Yeah, just go pull the pad and just put it, just,
Shut it off.
yeah, just have him, grab the pad and, yeah, you're just gonna have to pull the plug on the pad. Just have Ethan put his life pad in the middle and we can see it. Because Ethan's keeping track. All right, sorry about that, guys. Yo, guys, should I swap out his last 3 Flesh and Blood packs while he's not looking? Because I know that all his packs are the good packs. I should be that guy. But anyway, all right, so we got a Spinal Crush. Big Spinal Crush coming to the danger zone. Oh, Ethan's pulling up his own phone. Ethan is the freaking man when it comes to that. So Ethan's going to grab the phone for us. We're having battery difficulties. Apparently my charger does not want to work. And we are back in action.
Do you have another one?
Yep, he's used his own phone. So I owe another charging cable. I don't, but if you go ask Lee, she might have one. All right, so we're still back in 4040, working on a solution for that on the outside. But yeah, how are you guys doing today? I'm not seeing any like yo's in the chat. Don't see anybody wanting anything cool like any of the decks or anything. So if you guys want some intro decks, cool. If not, Spinal Crush over top with the pummel. That's a big game, and it looks like you just put the Channel Lake Frigid in the arsenal. So we're gonna have a little bit of a party here. Man, he's still got a swing big coming through. He's like, yeah, I don't really care about your big thing. And oh my goodness, 10 life gone, just like that. All right. I will get this life total up. I'm going to switch into the, well, I've got my man doing the running. I'm going to switch over to, I think I did the right one. Did I do the right one? Nope, I did it wrong. All right, work with me here. I'm trying to multitask, pay attention, talk, produce. We're doing it all, man. We're doing it all. We're big numbers here. Luckily, we're playing with an Oldham, so I had time to do all that stuff before anything even of substance happened. I've heard Ethan's name a lot. I know he's from Rochester. He's one of the premier Oldham players in the area, from what I understand. It looks like we got a Channel Lake Frigid into a Wailing Winter rip. That guy is not long for this world. This is the last weekend, I believe, that thing is going to be seen in the feature match areas around the world. All right, looks like we got another swing big going on in the arsenal, or in the hand here. We'll be getting some fun stuff coming across. Yeah, so looks like we... No dice. And the other one is taped, unfortunately, to the bottom of the table.
I touched a man's thigh today. I don't want to do it anymore.
Oh, wait. You touched a man's thigh and it wasn't me? How? When did you touch somebody's thigh?
Pure drive. Oh, just now when I was
Oh.
unplugging it all.
Oh. Did you reach under the table and pull the wire out?
No, it was.
I don't want to distract their game. That's why I wasn't going to have you do it. All right, sorry. Back to the game. All right, we got a big swing big coming. Looks like he took some amount of damage here. He took 1, going to 29. And then now he's swinging back big. You know, what else? What other way is there to swing but big? So we're getting in there. We're going into the danger zone here, as brutes will do. We're in the danger zone here. Ethan's thinking about it. He's looking at his hand. I don't see a lot of ice cards in his hand. I see a lot of guardian cards in his hand. So this might just be a Wailing Winter, a normal winter, not a Wailing Winter. It's just a small frosty breeze, I suppose. Not quite the wailing of winter. But looks like this Channel Lake Frigid's going to be gone. And knowing Ethan, he's probably set up this turn. He's been very patient. He just took it, doesn't care. he's probably coming with some big game. Scar for Scar in. That's a pretty good sign. The cube is plugged into the wall right next to the table if you want to go grab that one. So, yeah, we got Wray, Scar for Scar coming in. Ian's really thinking about it. He's seeing what he wants to do here. We get a chump with a Glacial Frost. We get a Dread Screamer coming to town. We're going to see our first Exile pile get made this time. Is it a Wormhammer? It could be a Wormhammer. I thought the Wormhammer was the band hammer, the one that's not... the one that's so warm that it's not allowed to be cold anymore. We got an Oldhim on our other feature match against an Icelander. That's why we brought you this one, because this one seems a lot more, where we want to be as a meta. So we did hit. We have Blood Debt turned off. We have some number of Blood Debt cards in there, I think. Although his number looks like it's at 0 currently. All right, so we got a Dread Screamer coming into the party zone for 6. Let's see how this goes. We got a, yep. Oh, girl. He is coming in. All right, so we got, we got some fun times coming over. All right. So we got through for 2 damage, and then we're back through. Wow, this game is going quick. If anyone wants to weigh in on what a good matchup is here, I don't know, but it feels like Ethan might either be high rolling or. Oh man, I'm so bad at this game. Ethan's at 25. I missed that one. I am really bad at this. Okay, they're having a life total discrepancy as well, so I don't feel so bad. I can't even keep track, and I'm not. Okay. All right. So, yep. All right, we got the right life totals. We're where we need to be. We got a CNC coming into the value town over here. It'll be interesting to see where this goes. He's looking at this handful of blues. He's got a pretty big blue hand. He might be just using this to just cycle this card out. Oh, that is a Blood Rush Bellow off the top on this crown turn. Well, that at least is going to get us a little bit of parity back. That's why Ethan took a ton of damage. We're at least going to get 1 card back out of it. But that was a pretty big game. It'll be interesting to see if Ethan just swings a light attack here and then harnesses that Blood Rush Bellow for a future turn. I can't imagine he might actually do that. We got a life total update to 17.
Oh goodness, Ethan.
That was a pretty big swing. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes. He's just going for it. He's full sending. Yeah, Pummel Conquer is probably the most underrated thing you can do in this game. While we're worrying about Winter's Whales, this Command and Conquer card's been just breaking shit. It's like we just printed it as a Fabled. We don't want to ban that card, but the card is probably the best equalizer. It brings the most amount of power level increase to the decks that don't optimally get power level from things like this. So it's just a really strong card. All right, so this is where I figured we might see it. The Stalagmite comes in. The Stalagmite Bastion comes in to give a Frostbite on Claw 1. With a handful of blues the way he did, obviously it's a really good thing to do. Wait, where did we get damage from on this side? I missed something. But yeah, so shipping it back. Oh my goodness, there is some party stuff going on. Party City over on the other match. I assume this is just a for 7. We're not getting any dice, so we don't really know. It looks like it's for 7. On the other feature match, we've got some pretty exciting stuff going on. This is what it looks like. 3, Frost Hexes, an E-Pot, double Amulet. E-Strike just came in for 7. We have an Arsenal card. I don't know what the life totals are currently, but holy bananas, this does not look ideal for the Oldhim player. Ethan's still in the other matchup thinking about what he's doing on this E-Strike. He's thinking it out, but I wish I knew what the life totals were on this game because we've got, I mean, yeah, shut that door. I wish I knew what the life totals were on this game because this game looks like it's getting near end phase very quickly. All right, Ethan just threw Husk in front of E-Strike, I think. Okay, so he chose go again. It was 5 go again. And then Ethan's coming in with Frost Hammer. So he's just trying to press the advantage here. I can't see exactly what's in Ethan's hand, but there's definitely a beast within there. And the growling prowler, blah blah. All right, so we got the we're doing things here. We got a Frostbite coming. We've got, E-Strike obviously came in. Oh, we got Scab Skins. We got our first Scabsies. And he hit a 6. That's bad. That's bad. All right, and then we take another point of damage. Oh, that's where the other damage came from on his turn. The beast within. I'm not bad at this game. I swear, I'm pretty bad at this game. But so we got a big wrecker romp coming through the Pound Town. We got a pitch. We got a refill of hand. It was unfortunately a red, so I don't know if we're gonna make use of all of these action points we rolled on for the Scab Skins. But this, I believe, is the first Scab Skins that we've seen this game, or this event even. But that's a lot of action points. Scabby skin leathers. All right. So we got a big punch coming. So we got one float. Oh my goodness. Look at this man just making something out of nothing. And Ian just took it all like a champ right to the chin. That must mean he's got a haymaker of himself coming through, which Spinal Crush is in fact that. So Ethan's going to flip over hand. Let's see what he's got. I don't see any reaction there. So it might be a 3-block coming here. Maybe a 3-block in Scabs to keep the pressure going. It's pretty even parity here, 12-13 life total. So, it's, believe it or not, we might be back over to that Icelander matchup, which is still going somehow. The Icelander, Oldham only has AB2 on the other match, so. Okay, so he crushed. He got the crush out. He's just going big, endless maw. This is quite the different game that we saw last round against the Bravo. This time we're seeing a very aggressive approach on both sides. Ian, while still running Hammer, is still just pressing damage after damage, doing the same basic thing that the Bravo player was doing, but it seems like he's doing it with a relatively little bit more success because these hammers for 4 are coming through and Stalagmite's actually buying advantage in some way. This Sink Below, okay, we got a Sink Below coming in. We got a block he just took Blood Debt. All right. And then we got an Endless Winter coming in. No fuse with cards in hand. So we got some big damage. I don't even know if they could read this on the screen. There's so much text on this.
Yeah, there's too much.
If this thing hits, we won't be able to activate equipment. We're at 3 on Ethan's side right now, though.
Oops.
He did take a Blood Debt hit last turn.
That's a 10. 3 to 10.
10-3. And
you look away. Now it's a 1.
now it's a 1, and then Ethan's got to figure out if he can get this card out of his. So he needs to hit here, otherwise he dies to his own Blood Debt.
So it keeps pulling until he inflicts damage.
It'll keep hitting him unless he exiles a card every turn. So if he doesn't banish a card with 6 or higher. Okay, so we did hit. We almost whiffed again, but we hit. So we have Blood Debt turned off. So we won't die to our own card this turn. But we're sitting at 1, and that's not generally
Not a lot of room.
where you want to be against a deck that has Macho Grandes and Glacial Footsteps and Pummels. Because you can't play around the Pummel. You have to, well, you can play around the Pummel, but you have to play around every Pummel, and that makes life miserable. We just had a conclusion to our other feature match area. I don't know what is going on.
They played for pigs.
I'm not sure which one won, but it looks like we do have a conclusion. Okay. We got an ice react, so he's going to basically put a card back, and he's going to stop an arsenal. So I have a feeling there's a... Oh, and he pitched a Macho Grande to take the damage. Okay. That is... He must not have had a hand that lined up with it, which is understandable. That can happen from time to time. We got a Blood Rush Bellow Writhing Beast Hulk. What a nail biter of a game right here. This is kind of nuts, actually. We've turned off Blood Debt. So
Oh, that's cool.
we've got 6 coming in with, I think this is the Dominate one, which is fine, but at the same time, like, you've got 1 card left. He's just going to grind out the card advantage here by de-reacting. He's going to block with 1 card, take a little spill damage. He's going to de-react. I see him looking at the Glacial Footsteps in his hand. So this game is probably already over because 6 is not lethal. And if your opponent isn't swinging lethal on you and you can throw a dominated attack, yeah, and he's just going to throw the hands in front of it, block for 2, take a couple of spill damage, and then just Glacial over top for lethal.
And it's over.
It is over as long as that last card in his hand wasn't,
Yep.
that he put in his arsenal wasn't a de-react. They think the game is over. All right, well that's got to be the quickest round in the history of Guardians, right? Like, can we even draw up a faster game plan than that?
Yeah, that was beautiful.
So that was kind of rough. Ethan took his first out. Ian is a very good player. It's got, what are you gonna do? Like you really, he got ran right down. He took a couple of blood debts. That's as Ethan would say, that's kind of how the deck works. You're guaranteed at some point in the game or in the round or tournament entirely, to take some amount of damage to yourself. And that's where it was. It's really tough to get out from when you plan a block and you don't hit. I mean, you didn't draw particularly great. Like he definitely didn't draw enough things that. No, leave it going. So he didn't particularly draw amazing. He didn't hit a lot of things that turn off the blood debt normally. But yeah, that Conquer Pummel really got enough value out of it. The turn that Ethan was really setting up hard to go in and press advantage is kind of where he got pushed off. And that's kind of what you want to do. That's why Guardian is so good, especially Olden, because you can keep them off an arsenal. Like, you can 1-for-1 off an arsenal and just keep them in card disadvantage the entire game, especially a hero like Levia that needs to do things like exile cards to do things and to keep advantage going. So, what are you going to do? That's kind of where we're at. And where we're at is we need to finish these pack wars. Well, you weren't here. I switched out our 3 packs.
That's totally.
Because obviously you had the best packs. Do you want to switch back?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't actually switch out the packs. We're going to find out that I should have. We got to make this interesting. All right, let's do this. No.
You pick 2 out of
I let you not choose to trade, so we're gonna I'm gonna.
Those
Ooh,
last
I
couple
see
of-
something shiny. Ooh!
What'd you get?
Oh, you should have traded. You should have traded. You should have traded.
What is it?
Ooh!
Oh,
We
goodness.
did it. Oh, dude, tell me you got something good.
Oh,
Woo! That you should have traded, man. And I got
shoulda.
this sad looming doom, but I got the CNC, man. That was a good one. All right, yeah, finally.
wow.
There's one I'm gonna lose.
That's
Oh, and
great.
you got a cold foil buckler. There was one I was gonna lose. That was the one. Ooh-wee!
Oh,
That was
man.
something.
Good.
Oh man, we need a sleeve. I don't even feel right not being in the same room as this card, not being
I
sleeved.
could have.
Oh
sworn
Jesus!
I seen one.
You want to run out and just ask?
Back sleeves.
Yeah, that was. Whew.
Amazing.
Yeah, that was some shit. Ah. To think I almost did swap that pack out with his packs. How I would have, you'd have just saw me just like scoop and go home at that point. I would have been so tilted. Oh man, and I got a tiger swipe from him. We did it. We did it, folks. House wins always.
Any sleeves seem so tiny.
Yeah, we need perfect fits. Just go. Did you ask Lee? Just ask Lee for a pack of perfect fit. We'll get the whole pack. We'll just. And it's. Oh, guys, that's sick. It's misprinted too. All right, I'm not touching this until I have a sleeve on it. But it's misprinted. It has a cut line across the middle. That's insane. Oh man. So if you go look up Command and Conquer Fabled, remember the card that Ian kind of gained the ground on Ethan with? It's that card, except the expensive version. It's a Fabled. It's like 1 in like 48 packs or 1 in 48 boxes or something insane. I think it's like $500. I'll pull up the screen and I'll look real quick because that's insane.
We just saw your reaction with no sound. She's like, what happened?
My wife saw that reaction. Yeah.
Oh,
Go ahead and look it up. Let's see what we got value-wise here. That was a
That got me.
Command and Conquer. Yeah, I finally won one. The best part is this thing is definitely miscut. There's a cut line across it.
Oh, what, is it a cold?
Yeah, it's the Marvel. Yeah, that one. Oh boy, 425. Not bad.
25.
Oh my goodness, and I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but like
What's the miscut about it?
there is a line, a cut line right across. Let's see if I can find it on here. Right where the line is, right where that Emperor, like, see where that line comes off right here? There's actually a line, a cut line that goes all the way across the surface of the card.
Interesting.
Um,
I guess it'd be better.
That
if
is, yeah, I can't see it, but holy crap, yeah, that's fucking cool, man. Yeah, man.
Wow.
That was a pretty sick rip. That was
is
insane. You know what the worst part is? Is I literally almost traded your packs just to fuck with you when you ran out for the thing, the tablet.
Yeah.
I almost traded the packs with you, and it. Oh,
Remember when I said I was like, I'll win anyway?
Yeah.
I would have.
holy cow!
Oh, man.
I don't know how we topped that. Like that's just.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and I mean, like I didn't. I mean, I don't know what bucklers happen.
So that's the first time we hit on the first pack. What happens now?
We just do it again.
Oh,
We just
okay.
keep going. We
Okay.
start a new one. Start a
I've
new one,
never
right?
done
Like,
Pack
holy
yours before.
cow!
This is a good old
I don't know that we topped that. Like,
recaps.
I feel like
With that dollar amount?
I feel like you need to open something insane. Like, what a Marvel. You're gonna have to open the Marvel Emperor. That's the only way you beat that. Look,
That's the only thing.
Look, Armada and Flake hit some ridiculous cards on their stream for min-max. So the only way we top them is that we have to do the exact same thing. And then if you open the Marvel Emperor, I'm not even going to my freak out is going to be I'm going to turn to this box of donuts next to me and I'm just going to jam one in my face because I'm probably going to be as salty as Flake was when Armada just ripped the Library of Selenia in front of him.
Oh.
All right. Are you ready? We got to do this. We got to do it. All right. Ooh. Oh, I did it. I did it. I got another one.
Did you?
2 in a row.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm sorry.
They
I'm
saved
sorry,
them
friend.
for the end. No, don't
I'm
be
sorry. We did it. We hit the rainbow legendary too. I don't think this legendary is particularly
I'm in it for
amazing.
the spirit
But
of the game. I love a good
yo, let's see what the price is on this.
Shoot me the name.
Spirit of Urania. We got a legendary. So for you Magic players, this is another legendary. This is like 1 in 4 cases, or 4 boxes. Sorry, There's 4 boxes in a case, and this is 1 per
Cold?
case. It's the rainbow foil actually. So it's not. It's only $20. I'll take it.
Not bad.
Oh man, my luck's turning around. See, Mike?
Yeah.
See, Mike? I can win on Future Match. It just takes me not being in the play area to do it.
That's hilarious.
Woo! Oh, that's exciting. How do we top that? Like, we gotta have I don't know how we even top that,
Crazy
right?
stuff.
Like, Jesus. Whew!
That was beautiful.
That was a head rush. That was a head rush. I don't know how we beat that. Yeah,
That looks like you
Jesus
got
is right.
bravery.
All right. So now just rip the Marvel, the legendary Marvel, and just make this complete.
That would be.
All right, I got a bunch of
amazing.
blessings. I got the worst possible blessing pack ever.
Yeah, I keep slipping
Dude,
these bad boys
I'm
out.
the least lucky person in this store. Like, we just had another Eye of Ophidia open. The same guy opened his 4th one. It's freaking ridiculous. All right. My pack sucks. I'm gonna just concede this one because
You already got the cream.
I already got the good stuff. So
Yeah.
we'll just put these up in the danger zone. We're gonna put them over here where there's no glare though. Yeah, so we're doing pretty good. I mean, I don't know that we can open better cards than that.
Amazing.
Here you go. Put these in your rare pile. Yeah, there's still 25 minutes left in the round. Why stop there?
Why stop?
We asked, and you shall receive. We're down to 15 viewers now. I'd like to give away a WNY Gaming T-shirt. If you guys want to post, if you guys want to win a T-shirt, in the chat. I don't know. What are we gonna put in there? We'll put Vince in there. If you want to win a WNY Gaming T-shirt, put Vince in the chat. We'll do that. We'll do Vince in the chat.
No, you cut it.
At some point,
cut the
that's a
first
lot of
one.
pressure. That's a lot of pressure.
Hey.
All right, we're gonna do.
Threw it at you.
Did you start with me or start with you on the
I started
last
with
2?
you. As a dealer should, you got to
That's
start away.
yeah. That's bad form if I start with myself. Although you did it perfectly for me, so we'll do your divvying. I think we're gonna go to about the 15 left in the round, and then I'm going to go figure out more prizes. And all right, Eagle Eye, we got one. Apparently nobody else wants a WNY Gaming shirt.
Goodness.
They're pretty freaking hot. Oh, there we go. We got two.
This is just one of many. Oop, wrong.
Yeah, we got Vince is over here wearing the polo. The polo's fancy.
Polo feels great.
I don't know what just happened to our camera. Our camera was like, yo, dog, I'm out.
Oh, did I glitch out for a
Wait, how
second?
did I finish on you? I must have skipped us at some point. How many packs you got? 1, 2.
6, 8, 10, 12.
All right, I must have somehow skipped you. I'm going to start with these ones, because if these ones are the bunk ones that I think I was supposed to... Oh, no. I should have been dealing myself last if I dealt you first, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's do this. We got some paper confetti packs here. Let's do some fun stuff.
I
Let's see how
have
this
yet
goes.
to open Everfest.
All right,
I'm excited.
here we go. These packs are a little bit different. The value is not as there on these packs. So these
what
packs
I've
are like the
noticed.
last ones where all 3 of the back cards are worth something. And I got trash. Ooh, I think Pulverize is worth something. I think it's a couple of bucks, right? All right, so we got 2 entries into the T-shirt giveaway. We will give away a T-shirt at the 12-minute mark. In 10 minutes, after we're done with this box.
It's neither first.
It is first edition. All right, he got it. He's already on a hot streak.
875.
There we go.
Not bad.
875. Man, that card's going up.
We'll do a new common pile right there.
Yeah, I'm giving you all the commons anyway, so.
Rock on, appreciate
They're all going to you because mother loving bulk.
Look at you dreaming this.
Yeah, you know, we got to take care of you a little bit. All right. We have
All right, what are we
Blue
thinking?
Thunderquake foil
Back
and
three.
Imposing Visage. Is Imposing Visage worth anything? I think
Let's find out.
it's in the case, so I think it's worth more than $3. But where are we talking about international? Panturk? Are we talking about in Canada?
Is it a foil? No.
Nope, just regular. All right. And the
350?
Thunderquake's not worth anything because that's a promo. All right. Oh, it's 350.
350.
Oh, I guess I win this
You won,
one.
yeah.
Oh, these are your comments, right? Yeah, where are we shipping it to, Pen? If we draw your name in the Thunder run. All right, let's do the next one.
Amazing. How much? 21 minutes. Man, those games, they've been getting
Europe.
shorter.
Yeah, I'll ship to Europe for you. Okay, WNY Gaming. Ooh, I got a full art. Ooh, you got the foil mythic. Oh gosh, the feel bats. All right, look up mine first.
Oh, what is
'cause
it?
I don't think foil full art Runeblood incantation is worth anything.
Room blood.
I definitely got hosed on here. All right, we got 3 entries.
Rainbow. Rainbow.
And make sure it's the full art. Nope, it's
75
the full art one. You're not on the full art one.
Same dang thing.
It's very close. Just type Runeblood incantation and then hit enter. And then if you go to slide down until you see the text box will be see-through. There it is. Oh my goodness!
$1.
$1.25. Let's see what this cold foil Chrono Reflection's at. I mean, he definitely won. There's no question that this pack is over.
15,
$15. There we go. There we go.
Almighty.
Got a Runeblood. Oh, an Illusionist in the making here. Oh, right at the same time that Prism Dromai is taken up.
Thank you for
know?
my sleeve.
Sweet.
I gotta find that other one to sleeve up.
Yeah, you got to get a good one. I'm happy for you here. All right.
I love that you
So-
pulled that though. I've seen that.
Oh
floating
my
around.
gosh,
It's a
I'm so
banging
thrilled.
card.
Like,
yeah.
yep, this is trash. So yeah, we actually have a little bit of a budget. Our friends over at the Tavern Brawlers actually threw us a little bit of a budget. Oh, this runs on me. That one's $30.
Nuh-uh.
You got it.
You lying.
Dude, this guy is on a fucking tear. I mean, he's got a little catching up to do, but I think that was a pretty insane pack. So
This round's.
on me.
What happened to you?
Yeah, where'd it go?
I just saw it.
Right there is the second one down.
Normal? Yeah, it's just
Yep,
regular.
just
right?
normal. Yeah. Are they? Unless they came way down. No, they're $20 now. $20.
Wowza.
$20. Not bad.
That's
Not bad.
bananas. I saw that.
Yeah. So we got a little bit of a budget. Our boys over at Tavern Brawlers, and this kind of feels like double dipping for Lee a little bit, but we got 8 minutes or 6 minutes left. Oh yeah, I got trash too. I got real trash.
6
Haze
minutes.
bending, I guess, is
We have
probably
18
fine.
minutes.
But, 6 minutes till we do the giveaway.
Oh,
So
yeah.
if you're in the chat and you're listening, go ahead and type Vince into the chat, and we'll enter you into a giveaway for WNY Gaming T-shirt.
I'm Vince.
He's Vince. This is Vince, guys. Ooh, a foil macho. I don't think any of that's worth anything because that's actually a promo. So, well, the promo one is the expensive one, which is why that's not worth anything in the packs.
I got you.
Yeah, rip.
Adding it all up.
Rip pepperonis. But yeah, so you know.
We got quite the stack.
Ooh, steadfast amulet of
Taking
garbageness.
Up a lot of real estate here.
I got trash.
As do I.
Oh, you got
the
the
clarity.
Is that the
now.
cold foil? Yeah, you got a cold foil potion, man. This is at least $4. You got the cold foil. Cold foils are all like dumb expensive. $7.
Woo!
Card will be good someday, right? In theory.
Heck yeah.
All right, he took another one.
God bless.
He's just raking it in over here. I mean, I'll take what is it? Quality over quantity any day, but
Oh,
like
100%.
no, you're doing pretty good.
That's a beauty. God bless.
Doing pretty good for yourself.
I'm
So.
happy for you.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Sometimes you lose, sometimes you win.
Just got to push it forward, son.
Hey man, that's a pretty sweet command and conquer. I was
Oh,
stoked.
that's such a beauty.
All right, we're almost there. I feel like these packs just go so fast because they're so guarded. Oh, I thought that was the foil one. Nope.
That would have been.
All right, I think we're just, this is a war, guys. This is a war. Here we go.
Amazing.
We're going again. Yeah, we're just kind of chilling here, man. I see. Oh, what do you got? Fractal foil. That might be worth something.
replication.
I am not an illusionist kind of guy. Ooh!
Oh, you got something good?
No, look up yours first. I don't know if chat saw what I got before I flipped it over, but
Mine
Fractal is
$6.
$6. This man's
And
gonna get
yours?
me again. I got the old Genus What You Need. But this man over here, what you needing the shit out of every pack I fucking rip. yeah, the old 50-cent mythic. I know, right?
Janus.
Genus got me again. He don't got what I need. I needed a money card. He did not get there. What are you gonna do? Well, what are you gonna do? That's, we said this last time. We had 3 packs left, and then we started like the fucking real tear of these packs. So maybe, oh, I got a foil generic, not an equipment though. That's just the regular. Yep, that's hot trash. We going to war.
Wow.
We going to war.
Good old pack wars.
All right, we're 3 minutes away from the giveaway. Anybody else want to jump into a WNY Gaming T-shirt? Ooh, Bear Fangs garbage. Yeah, we got hot trash. We're on the hot trash bus.
Heck yeah. Twinning.
All right. This is it.
This is the final guy.
This is it. You want to trade? You want to trade?
You son of a...
You want to trade? I'm putting the onus on you. If you want to do it, we can trade.
I trust your cut.
You trust my cut?
Yeah, I trust your cut.
I don't know. I might have done some shiesty stuff. Well, you weren't looking.
If you did
all
that,
right.
I'm more impressed.
Well, I'm in the booth with an NSA guy. I don't know.
Real David Blaine.
Yeah.
You got the same haircut.
All right. Slow roll it. Slow roll it on the camera. On the camera, man. Slow roll it on the camera. All right, here we go. We got. Well, that's just a comment. You don't have to that slow. Oh, never mind. You pulled it off the back. See, he's doing sleight of hand over here.
Yeah, I'm
Pick a
pulling
card, any card. All right, he's got
That's
trash.
it. Trash in a bag.
Here we go.
I'm hoping.
We're gonna cut to
What's the cream of the crop that you can get?
Marvel Starvo, maybe? I don't know. Is there anything even good in this? Why do you have us open this stuff? Stuff's trash, man. All right, ready? Ready? Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Boom! Oh God, it's worse than I thought. So we got nothing good. All right, we got a ninja card, I
One more
believe.
chance.
Nope, it's a shitty wizard card. All right, I'm gonna concede to you, sir. That was so embarrassingly bad. That box was not where you want to be in life, Lee. I do appreciate you making us open a Dynasty box. That was definitely where it was at. We got some good value out of that. I'm happy with that value. I'm going to concede these to the youngling over here. All right, guys. Well, our pack war has really got us there on this. We're gonna take a little break here at the 12-minute mark. I am going to announce this T-shirt giveaway. We're gonna take a little break. I'm gonna go figure out some pricing for everybody because I want to make sure that I increase the prizes. We had 39 people today, So I want to make sure that our prizes reflect the attendance so that we keep doing it. I also want to give a shout out to the Manabar MTG. We invited them to come over and vend at our store with us on this event because we are a community store. It means a lot to us to have Flesh and Blood in the community, and I'm going to pull the screen down just so
Yeah,
it's
you
just
sure
us.
can.
So I wanted to give a shout out to MTG Manabar. They're good people. We enjoy having them in the community. They are the store that basically started for Flesh and Blood in the community, and he's helping me with the baton to take it off and running. Some things we're planning on doing for the future is we will be doing a Realms Gaming qualifier. We're going to start doing a couple of those, and we're going to obviously have the coverage as well. We're going to also try and keep the train rolling. We're going to try and get the other store, the Manabar, we're going to try and get them a PQ or two so that we can make sure we're going to try and run mini-con style at our store. Lee, I'm about to do something fucking crazy. But yeah, so we're gonna do some cool stuff. We want to thank you guys for participating and tuning in. You guys allow us to do what we do, so we can keep doing great things. And we want to make sure we take care of you guys. That being said, I know I'm a minute late on the draw, but actually, I would like all three of you guys to send me an address. Well, Lee, don't send me your address. I'm gonna send it with Ethan, but I'm gonna give you a shirt. I'm gonna give all three of you guys, Lee, Eagle Eye, and Panturk. We're also gonna ship you one to Europe. We're gonna use a little bit of the Tavern Ballers budget to ship you guys a shirt. We're going to do a couple more giveaways at the end. We're going to go take a 10-minute break. We're going to send you over to commercials. We appreciate you tuning in. Go ahead and either send the store page your address and where you want us to ship these to, and we'll go ahead and get them on the way. And size. Don't forget size. We have a lot of weird sizes left. Okay, cool. I'll make sure I go give him that one. Go ahead and send us the message, and I'm going to go out to the front, and I'm going to have my wife take care of that. Also, just a huge shout out to my wife. While I'm on here making an ass out of myself and him, my wife is out managing and running the store with a 39-player event going on, and also, events going on in the other parts of the store, as well as, people walking in and taking. At one time, I walked out there, and there was
of the store.
Yeah. One time I walked out, and there was somebody asking for a whole commander deck at the counter instead of submitting it through a website. Which, another plug, WNY Gaming.com.
You liked it?
I don't know. It's here somewhere.
That's right there.
So appreciate it, guys. Yeah, go ahead and send a message to our Facebook page if you haven't followed it and liked it. Oh. That's why I didn't put it up here, because it was down here. Mm-hmm. I am not as slow as I'm as slow. Yep.
He's still high on that Command and Conquer.
Yeah, I'm still fucking. I'm floating from this still. But yeah, guys, thank you for tuning in. We'll be back in about whenever the next round starts, which is probably 8 minutes. We're flying through this event pretty good.
8:45.
So we should be pretty well ripping through this. Send us all your addresses. We'll get back to you. We're gonna send you over to commercial. Thanks so much, guys, and we'll be back in about 8 minutes.
Whoop, whoop.
All right, guys, we're back. They're getting started. This is the first turn. It looks like we're going to get everything up to date here as we go. They are starting quick, believe it or not.
You are on.
He's just Arsenal passing right away. We have... I got to go figure out who's on our...
You're on Ethan's.
I'm on Ethan's? Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not transition. I am a pleb. All right, and then I was also looking at the wrong one. My bad, homies. All right, so we got... Won't be Levia Oldham this time. It will be... it'll be 5-5 because we haven't seen any 5 today. You know, there's a lot of discussion whether 5 is even going to be playable outside of... I got to go to Gem Fab.
What, classic?
Outside of anything, because there was a big banning over the weekend, and
Was there?
everybody's like still in panic mode whether they're going to be able to sustain the deck or not.
Why were they going so heavy? People just winning?
No, I think they were afraid if they banned the other decks, which is kind of what they did, is they banned the ice decks and they didn't ban them, they've kind of nerfed them a little bit.
You're telling me I could have been on this the whole dang time?
Yeah, man. You could have been.
Brother, I need
We got
tools.
Jace and Sherman.
Let me get that.
I don't know which is which, but when you pull them out, we'll figure it out.
Jace?
Jace and Sherman, and we're gonna get
With a G, a J?
J. Jace. Sorry, we got 40 people, and I just told them no last names because I am a guy who's a jerk. Velez and Darren Camp. It's alphabetical, so Velez and Darren Camp. All right. I meant to get you guys a list of what is going, like, of who is all presented in the meta here, and I just haven't had 2 seconds. I even didn't have a chance to go figure out prizes either when I walked out there, which I'm going to have to do in the middle of this. So I'm going to have to turn the chatty boys over to Mr. Vince over here.
Whoop, whoop.
I will try and get the stuff to Forrest as well. Where did my overlay go?
Goodness gracious.
Oldham.
What was that other last name?
There we go. We're at, I think, X1. Velez? Yeah, Velez.
So Velez and
Yep.
the first one again?
Darren Camp.
Boom. Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm going to get my head out of my ass here and try and pay attention to what's going on. All right, so we got a Ronin Renegade, we got some Ancestral Empowerment, and then, you know, to top it all off in true style, we just have it all in the Art of War. So we get a +1 buff, and we got coming into, we're discarding this Spreading Flames here. We got, you know, a lot of redundancy. Oh, this is going to be pretty good. Let's go get another Phoenix Flame. This turn is really pushing a ton of damage. All right, so we got a Phoenix Flame that inevitably is going to probably come in. This is the second one, so I don't see him pitching it for resources. We did start with a Cinder Claw, so it looks like, yeah, it looks like Chase, I think, is the left one. I honestly have no idea which is which, to be honest with you. They could be backwards. You have both their lists in front of you. I probably should have paid attention to which one was which. But because I didn't, we'll just... No, I don't want to bother them in this matchup. It's going to be over fast enough that by the time you walk over there and come back, it's going to be over. So, yeah, this is what this matchup is. All right, so let's see. I've seen a couple of cards. Let's see if I can determine which one is which by what they have. Spreading Flame and Ancestral. Okay, so this is the Ancestral Empowerment guy, so he's on the left. Because this other guy doesn't have Ancestral Empowerment. These are two very different builds of the deck. Very interesting to see how these decks prepare for not only each other, but the overall meta.
What are their records?
I
All winners?
their records are 3 wins, so they are both 3-1. They're playing for their. Oh wait, we're in round 5. There's 6 rounds. Jeez. 3-2, I think.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, 3-2. Playing for trying to get in. And here we go again. Look at all this damage coming across, man. There is so much damage. Another Phoenix Flame. This looks a lot like the meme Ethnic Smoke did, where it's like 4 go again, 4 go again, 2 go again, 2 go again, 3 go again, 3 go again. You want to pull up the Twitch chat. Let's see what these folks are saying about this. And then a lava burst to finish it off. That's I personally think Fi is going to be just fine. I don't think it's going to get affected. Oh my gosh, and Assault the Wound? Oh my fucking lord. Excuse my French. That is a lot of damage. All right, we got 11, 32 to 11. That is where you want to be on the aggressive side. Holy bananas, Batman. That was a lot of damage.
You were not lying about how quick that was going to be.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know if you can block, but like at some point you have to force that amount of damage back. And are we able to force that much damage back? Like, there's a lot of... Oh, you're right. They're 3-1. 3-1. I'm sorry. No, you're right. I knew that, and my brain wanted it to be round 6 for some reason because I'm getting hungry.
You even said round 5 out loud.
I did. I'm a goon. I'm a Goomba. What do you want from me?
Caught it.
What do you want from me? I'm just in the pilot seat watching other people win games. Double Art of War. Well, if there's ever a turn you want to start with Rising Resentment and Lava Vein Loyalty, I think. No, Ronin Renegade. So if there's ever a turn you want to catch back up into this game, it is the turn of Double Art of War. Spreading Flames is another good powerhouse card. This is kind of where you want to be. You want to have cards that give residual value to the rest of your attacks. Down. There you go. We got it. You figured out the left tilt thing. So it's 11:27. This is kind of where you want to be in the sense of you want to just be plugging away. Of course, being at 11, that means you're going to be the first person to block. Judging by these deck lists too, Jace, who is on the right side, he is going to be in a little bit of a bad spot because he's playing more cards that are better into the overall meta, like Command and Conquer and the Mounting Angers, and he's got Sink Belows in the deck. I don't know if he has them in this matchup, but he is not. Let's see, is he running? He's running all the Lava Bursts and stuff. So it'll be interesting to see if he can. Rising Resentment, that's pretty good. He really needs to be able to just pull back in front here, and I mean, there's not a ton of ways to do it outside of how he's doing it. That was kind of a backbreaker. Okay, so he's cracking his mask. I don't know that there's a lot of ways to get back into this game off the back of it's gonna have to be Salt the Wound, something big. Salt the Wound doesn't even do a ton here, really. Lava Burst is great. He's grabbing Salt the Wound, so that's fine. That's kind of where you want to be. I don't know. It's going to be really tough.
How many minutes you think we're in?
Huh?
How many minutes you think we're in?
Oh, you didn't hear me yell back to you?
No.
We're probably at like 35.
I was like, what'd you say?
Oh, my bad. All right, so, this Salt the Wound is going to be coming in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 damage, 8 damage, assuming that this Phoenix Flame gets through. Okay, maybe he will break serve here. And that's pretty much what you need to do. You need to break serve, and then you need to be the first person that isn't... You need to be the first person that gets his opponent to block. Because there's just so much damage thrown back and forth here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and this is where you want to be. We're getting so much buff. I think, yeah, we got the 2 Art of Wars, the Spreading Flames, the Phoenix Flame, and yeah, this is a lot of damage. Like, we're representing not lethal here, but we're really representing a ton of damage with this Salt the Wound. Like, I'm actually kind of surprised that we didn't have a point where he started blocking. Because he knows the Salt the Wound is there and coming. You almost just, I felt like you almost just wanted to mitigate some of this damage to stop this. Like, every card you're blocking with blocks for an additional value of 1 because of the Salt the Wound. So, like, I don't know. That's a rough place to be in. Yeah, it's like, I mean, if you're not a 5 player, this is kind of like live by the lightning, die by the lightning, right? Like, you just wanna go in. We're in. Can you grab me the pen, please?
Bro, I'll give you 2 pens.
Yeah, just want one.
How about a set of tweezers? Ooh, God bless.
Well, this is probably end game. I don't know that we're going any more turns than this. This is kind of like pretty much where you want to be. I don't even know that we're at 32 minutes yet. That's a guess. And this is like, yeah, this is peak Fimir. Like, if Jace can survive this turn, you should shorten Darren Camp to just D. So, like, how does the 5 player survive here? You pretty much have to survive. And this is a breakpoint card where you don't want to let this Mounting Anger hit, because the Mounting Anger hitting represents more damage down the line. This is kind of, this is the idea that we want to, you don't want to, you want to maximize, because most of the cards in the 5 list block for 2. You want to maximize the cards that block for 3 and 2 by blocking cards that are getting buffs or giving buffs to the next card down the line. So a lot of times, like this Mounting Anger, you want to block it because you're stymieing 1 extra damage down the line. Your opponent, in this case, his opponent already showed that he has Ancestral Empowerment, but he may not know that's the only one in his deck. So while that's been presented to him, that makes a weird choice. Like, do you block for 2 and 2, or do you risk it? At this point, I think we got 1 card left. Like, the worst possible scenario, yeah, I think this is just a block, and then we got a Phoenix Flame coming in. Outside of this last card being exactly Salt the Wound, I think you're pretty good here. Oof. A Blazing Headlong. I think he wrote the life total down, so he's actually at 1. Or he's at 4. So this is going to demand another block. They didn't change our life total pad, so I'm not sure. But I think this is where we're at. I think we're going to be at a point where he's going to have to dump at least 1 card in front of this, and then he might have Broken Serve. The tough part is Jace wasn't able to make use of his Tide Flippers, so he goes to a weird spot here where, if you can make a multiple attack turn out of the cards you have, which he wasn't able to. So coming in for 3, you're going to probably get 1 card out of hand unless your opponent drew poorly and drew... Yeah, so if he drew a good 3 block, now I think you're in a world of hurt. I'm looking at their life total pads, and it looks like it's 2 to 2? Or 1 to 2. 1 to 2.
Yeah.
He didn't update the life numbers for us. I'm pretty sure it's 1 to 2.
There it is.
Yeah, so there we go. This card is a difference maker, because this card's going to exile. You want to pull up Double Strike? This is the difference in the 2 lists is... Nope, no, they're not different. They're both playing Double Strike. So this double strike's going to hit exile and come back to the party zone. And cards like this make being at a low life total really hard to come back from because you're just going to go so wide and do such wide things that you get to force cards out of your opponent's hand. So like, we're going to get a block with a belittle rip.
1v1.
Yeah, now this Rising Resentment's going to get 2 cards out of the hand. And this is going to end it, right? I'm sorry. He did have a blue, a 3 block, so we're going to get the extra card out of hand. And here's the thing, like, we found a way to break serve a 3rd time, so Sherman's going to be able to keep just forcing full hands back, and you can't sustain. Unless he does what Jace did, which is draw a bunch of fucking Minnowisms and isn't able to sustain back into the game.
Who's
And yeah, he already. Oh no! He drew the all Phoenix Flame hand. Yeah, that's bad.
So it goes to
All right.
Sherman.
So yeah, Sherman got there. The 5 matchup is as advertised, quick as hell. It goes very fast. We're gonna send you to a quick intermission while we switch over the feature match to the other table, which is again Ethan. Ethan playing against our friend, and I'm going to butcher his name, so I'm going to wait till we get there. I'm going to pull up his deck list to make sure that I don't butcher his name really bad. But we'll be right back.
Hold one moment.
All right, go ahead and switch over. We are muted, right?
Man,
All right, guys, we're coming in live back into the game.
right at the end.
We got to adjust the life totals again. We're at 2-1. Looks like we could be at the last turn again. I did my best flake impression and jammed all these donuts into my face. And it looks like that's going to be a no blocking hand. Yep, there's a bunch of no blocks. We have cursed Ethan again from the future match area. We unfortunately got him, and we didn't get back in over in time. So we're going to take a break finally, because every time I say that, we don't actually go take a break. We're going to take a break real quick. I'm going to do some things. I'm going to figure out this pricing, go give some stuff away. I'm going to actually send you to commercials again and let them run for a little bit. And we'll be back with probably in like 15 minutes. And we'll do some other fun table stuff. We'll see how it goes. All right. All right. Go ahead and send us back to commercials, my guy.
All right. Hey y'all, we have 3.5 minutes roughly left in the round. Jimmy's just running around getting some stuff ready, and then we'll be right back to it. I'm going to be doing some updating, hopefully without delay, and then we'll be right back to the scheduled presentation. Thank you. Hold it, Jimmy.
Baby, come back. You can blame it all on me. All right. So, guys, welcome, welcome. We're going into the final round, round 6. We have a bunch of doozies on the alert. I will put up some standings here shortly. Welcome. We just did a bunch of giveaways. We're waiting for them to get set. It looks like everybody is preparing, and we're gonna send it over to the wall table now. All right.
That's what those buttons are for.
Yeah, it happens. All right, so now we're back over at the table. We got Tran, right?
Yep.
I'm saying that correctly.
Tran and Ben.
Tran and Ben. Tran is a really good player. He's won a battle hardened that I'm aware of. I haven't really, I just started back in May, so I'm not super versed. But yeah, so yeah. I don't know why. Did you fix that again?
Yeah, it was on 2 different ones for some reason. One said Evolving Skies and one said Crystal, apparently.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
so
whole time.
we're leading off with a Crush of the Week. Ben's one of our local hometown heroes. He's playing really well. I'll give you guys some pairings. We're just updating all the info right now. We're trying to keep the event sliding through really quickly. Our backup match is actually going to be 5 versus Dash, so we may not even get to it. All right, we got a Gorg Tome in here. That's going to be half a go again. That's the wrong hero.
Yep.
That's half a Rune Chant. There's a Rune Chant. And a Sonata coming into town. We gave away a bunch of prizes in the store. We gave away a Tomotai Marvel. We gave away a playmat and 3 sets of our awesome dice that we imported from Singapore. Give a shout out to Sean over in Singapore who sent those to us. Trying to keep it going, trying to do the right thing, give everybody some good stuff, making sure everybody's taken care of. Give a shout out to... what is the store we went to last week? I don't even remember. But that's where Tran is from. He is... are you looking for the...
Yes, I cannot find
It's Ben.
These are all over the place, too.
Yeah. I unorganized them all for you.
He put Benjamin.
Yeah.
It was
No,
right
there
in
you go.
front of me.
All right, so we got some Mob Skies action with a Rune Chant coming in. I can't see what is coming. Looks like a Shrill of the Skull form is coming in. Okay. Perfect. All right, so we got some damage coming in. I'm going to keep an eye on Tran's life pad here. Our life pad died, so. Sold Camp, thank you for the follow. Very much appreciate it. We also gave away 3 t-shirts to some nice folks in the store. And 3, not in the store, in the stream chat. They were commenting and keeping us company. All right, we're at 35-40.
That's the left, I think.
Yes, the left player is at 35. Oh, you're on the wrong screen, that's why. We got to go to the other table.
Oops.
Right at the door table. Sorry. All right. Well, no wonder I was saying all the wrong stuff. I didn't realize we were on the wrong screen. Or somehow we switched to the wrong screen.
Backwards.
Yep, we're backwards. All right, we're getting it fixed up. So we got another Crush of the Week coming in. Yeah, Sonata is supposed to be in the exile pile. All right, so we got
Whoops.
Hey guys, and if you see anything wrong with the stream or you think you got any upgrades you think we can throw in here, by all means shoot us a message on Twitch. We'd be more than happy to take any comments, concerns, anything you guys think we should fix up, because we're all about, this is our first one in almost 4.5 years since Magic basically shot itself in the face and stopped caring about its players. So we're here doing what we do. So we want to keep this improving. We want to keep bringing you quality content, and we want to make sure that whatever we do keeps giving you. Oh, he can't do that. Yeah. We want to make sure we're bringing quality content. Yeah, we're working on it. He noticed as soon as he put it up. You're also on a 20-second delay, so I'm sure you're putting that in. You're seeing right before we switched it. So, all right. So Crush the Week came in. It looks like we did not connect anything with the Crush the Week. So Ben is off to a pretty good start, I'd say. I'm not sure what the matchup looks like between the two players, or the two heroes normally, but I guess anytime you can hit a Sonata is always a good time, and always hit your Sonatas, friends. If you always hit your Sonatas, it's hard to lose. So is Ben gonna remember to do his one ping this time?
Only time will tell.
And Lee, I put a little bit of I'm gonna share to you guys. I put a little bit of your money towards the Marvels. I was just gonna give away one of the $40 and $50 Marvels, but I upgraded us all the way to the Marvel Tomatai to make sure we gave out the best possible prize. I text Forrest, make sure he knows not to leave without your T-shirt. I went out to go do that, and the second I pass the hallway, it immediately turns into a million people jumping me for things. So, all right. So we got a Swarming Gloomveil coming in. 4 with Go Again, I believe. No Go Again. All right. I also have to check and make sure I have the correct size for you. I didn't get your size. If you want to shoot me a message with that on Twitch here, I can go ahead and go pull it. I don't think I wrote it down. I wrote Eagles. Oh no, Eagle was to go to Forest. My bad. I messed that up. Yours is going to Ethan. So yeah, I need you to message me your size. I don't think I got that yet. I can guess, but you don't want me to guess. I promise. I'm actually impressed by how well Ben's doing. This is only his second event. He's up here. Do you got the records too? All right. The records are Ben is actually.
His 4. Those are wins.
Oh yeah. So Ben is actually 3 and 2. Is he 3 and 2? Yeah, 3 and 2. Tran is actually 4 and 1. So we have a little bit.
Do you have any 5s? Oh yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, Lee. All right, and then I don't have the standings here. Can I see the remote? Let me see the remote real quick so I can pull this up. I can go pull up our standings.
Oh, that is right there. God bless.
What the flip? Flipper flapper. Let me go back and pull these up.
Didn't it say it right there? With the registered players.
Coverage data sets. All right, we're going ahead. We got 4 damage spilled over on this glacial. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to figure out how to get these pairings up. How the fuck do I get this thing to go away? All right.
I wonder what that tablet's looking like.
All right, let's see what Ben does here. He managed to stymie some of the damage. He looks like he's taking a while to think about it. I assume Tran is gonna kind of give him a gentle nudge because he's playing Oldham, so it's something you kind of want to keep your opponent honest and keep pushing them through to make sure that we keep this rolling, so that you don't go to a draw. draw doesn't help either player. It's one of the few poor things about Flesh and Blood in general is that like the draw systems are really bad.
Why is that?
Because neither player actually gets any points for drawing, and it's as if both players take a loss. So it's a real tough thing, but hopefully they get it fixed, and the game is starting to take off. So I think we'll get to the point where it's going to take off enough. All right, we got Shrill the Skull Form. We got Lead the Charge. We took the 1 rune chant damage. Looks like Tran is going to pick up his gloves and get into the blocking zone here. A lot of Viscerai action is a lot of just trying to stymie damage and then present more damage back and try and get in there. We're at 29 to 36. It looks like Forest is well placed right now to possibly make the top 8 as it is, so it probably won't be a big deal. Yeah, I boned to that, didn't I?
Whatever.
I was gonna make a copy of the thing that shows the card overlay. Make a copy of that, and then we can do an overlay of the standings.
Okay.
So just open that.
This one right here.
Yeah, remember that. There you go.
Pop up browser.
Copy, paste. Copy, pasta. All right, we got a Command and Conquer coming in. This naked Command and Conquer isn't as value-filled as we've seen earlier in the day. Right there, yeah. Just paste duplicate. And then go all the way to the top where it is. And you could just double-click and then have it open the other one. All right, so it looks like we're going to get a pummel in here. So, that's a pretty big swing. 10 damage is not nothing. We get the 1 discard. We're not actually going to get the an Arsenal card here, which, a lot of times feels bad when you can't get the Arsenal. But it looks like Tran's just going to be very patient. And see, this game isn't about winning this turn to the next turn. It's about winning all of the turns overall. So he's going to be very patient. He's going to take the value when it's presented, and then it looks like he's going to come back. Ben is going to come back with a little bit of fun times himself. All right, looks like we had a little miscommunication.
Is this the one?
No, it's
This one, right? It's not there.
it's. Which one is it? I think it's actually the Fab card. Click on the Fab one. The top one, yeah, February. And then down at the bottom, change that to match type, the middle one. One more down then. There we go.
That's it.
All right. And then just zoom in on it. Yeah, let me see it real quick. Get over there quick. All right, so we got a Spinal Crush. Spinal Crush is obviously the bread and butter of the package that we want to be coming through. All right, sweet. All right, we're going to get you some standings. We got that coming right about now. All right, looks like we got a Spinal Crush into the red zone. We're going to update the life totals here. There you go. And then life totals are now, is that 25?
27, 26.
27, 26. All right. Sorry, we're getting the standings up here for you. Trying not to cut off. And then go back over to Twitch when you get a chance. And then we can. All right, there's our standings, guys. It goofed up again for some reason. Hit transition. There we go. So, why is it both there? Oh, because this isn't the one that's supposed to be there. Yeah, go back to the other one. Okay, so here's our standings, guys. as you can see, some of the top names in the area are right where we expected them. Our man Sant has fallen down to 8th currently. He needs to finish strong here to stay in the top 8 running here. Tran is obviously a winning in. That's kind of where he's at. And obviously, we're at a winning in again with Ben as well. So we're doing pretty good. Forrest is doing great. We got a bunch of, like Jamie was on the feature match earlier, Lynn. They're all still at the hopefully winning in area. It's going to be kind of rough for most of those down in the 10, 11, 12s to make it in, but there's room. We'll see where the pairings shake out. You have to hit the little eyeball.
Oh, that's right.
Because it's not the same one yet. All right, so looks like we have an end to the dash and phi mirror. So we picked the right matchup to highlight. The dash player still in the top. It's Spencer again. He's just running through people. He's doing very well. Oh man, that's 7 rune chants coming off the back of it's 27-19.
That's what I thought.
We had 39, or we have 39. I think we're down. We dropped 3 players already, but we're up to 39, believe it or not. This game has been very impressive to me at how well it's been received and how easy it is to jump into. And like I said, Ben's only been playing for about a month and a half, and here he is in a feature match area, 3-2, playing against one of the best players in the greater northeastern region in Trent. Like, he's playing against somebody who has won a Battle Hardened in the top, playing against somebody who's won a Battle Hardened, which is like, a really high level, it's a medium level high event, but it's not nothing.
Yeah,
and he's playing him in the last round.
Yeah.
So, it's good to see how well this game has been doing on the whole. Looks like the Endless Winter is coming to fun times. I don't know what's going on with this Endless Winter. I think it might have been... it must be the attack for this turn. The way he kind of put it down, it looked a little weird. He used his Tunic resource to do it. All right, so...
Oh, look at that cool deck box.
Yeah, we got those, man.
Hey, I can feel that now.
So let's see what Ben does here. Obviously, Endless Winter is a pretty big card. It swings for a bunch in itself. This one I don't believe is fused, which makes it a little less devastating. It can be very devastating if it's fused because it gives Frostbites, which also block the opponent's turn. But being that it's not fused, I think we're just going to see a pretty decent block, maybe take some of the damage. A lot of times with the Runeblade decks, they're not using their activated abilities until the end of their cycles, so like the Frostbite might not be relevant in the long run, but you never know. We'll kind of have a good idea here for, we'll see what happens. I'm not sure. Oh, it looks like Ben is just committed to full take it with his face. So, Ben's hand must be pretty gas. Ben has been known to draw really hot, so we'll see how this goes. Mauve Skies is always a good place to start. Into Spellblade, that's not the worst. Yeah, I mean, that's not nothing. That's pressure. That's pretty good pressure, in fact. He's stockpiling all these rune chants. We'll see. We'll see what goes on. Tran's got a little bit of a tricky situation. He's got to figure out how to get out of this, and this is one of the ways you get out of it, is try and force this last card out of his hand so that he's only basically swinging in with just the, it's going to cost that last card in his hand to just try and get the Thorn out. This is a good bottleneck point. We are only blocking for 2, but it looks like that's just a blue Spellblade, so it's not going to come over top for any amount. Yep, so he's just throwing this at him. Says, I don't care about Thorn. We're just coming in for the big beats. And now we're 12 to 11. Man, I've had a lot of aggro today, in the sense of like I was expecting more control deck styles. Ooh.
What's that card?
Hey, Lee, thanks again for coming in. Appreciate it. That is Macho Grande. It is dominated by itself. So we've got a pretty big turn. He's also representing that he has a pummel, and that feels like exactly where he wants to be. If this is pummel, this is probably game over. If this is pummel and he loses to the pummel, it's gonna be kind of feel bads because he's gonna end this game with all of that equipment that he could have blocked with. If it's not pummel, if Ben calls the bluff and it's not pummel, then I feel like Ben is gonna be in a pretty good spot to crack back for probably what is lethal.
Crack it, Ben.
Okay, he's recognizing correctly that it's probably pummel. It's almost definitely pummel. I don't think it can be not pummel, right? Like, Tran doesn't probably take a lot of that damage if it's not pummel. But
Why did he take it back like that?
because he was asking how it worked. Because, like I said, he's a little bit new to the game, so he's like, I think the crown triggers first, and I mean, he knows the pummel's coming, so he really like. That's the nice thing about these guardians. They really have to telegraph what they have because they're so resource efficient that they don't really have a choice. They've got to really force it through. So it looks like we've got. Ben's going to 6. He's discarding a card, but Ben has been known to be able to get like really explosive turns off of. I mean, when I was playing him at the PQ a couple weeks ago, he started with a 1-card turn and did 14 damage to me. It was insane. He Gorg-toned into Mob Skies, into like just kept going off, or not Mob Skies, the other card, Sonata, and he just went off on me. There was just nothing I could do. He was just going so hard on me that I couldn't actually like press through the damage. So not a good spot to be. You don't want to be the person that's down on life against the Oldham player that has a few dominated attacks in their deck. You want to be able to force lethal. And if you can't force lethal, it's going to be really tough to get him to dump cards out of his hands. And like, I'm looking at this hand, it looks like it's got an E-Strike in there. Yeah, he just doesn't care. It's going to be E-Strike for 5 into
Is that a 9?
probably Spinal Crush. And I don't know if there's a way we can recover from this. No. He actually forced a block. So that means that he's committing to the... I think he's just committing to the Spinal Crush here, which I'm a little surprised. With as much health as you have, I'm a little surprised. You must be really aware of like the Sigil of Suffering. We got Spinal Crush here. It's a big 9 attack, 5 damage coming in for 9, or 5 resource coming in for 9. If it does 4 or more damage, it shuts off Go Again. Go Again's pretty important for Viserai. Viserai really can't do anything through it. However, we know we don't need to worry about pummel here. There's not really much we can worry about. Like, essentially, we know we don't have to worry about a Crown of Seeds. So, like, we block out here. I think you even throw the Tunic in front of it this time. Like, you throw Grasp Tunic. And Grasp of the Arc Knight. You throw Grasp of the Arknight in front of here. For the one extra block, you maybe use one card. You have inevitability in the sense that, like, you're going to get all these cards out of his hand next turn, and his stuff is relatively expensive. So if you can get to the point where you just have to worry about the hammer, you might be in a spot where you can squeak out the victory. The Spellbound Creepers, you want to pull those up? Spellbound, one word. Creeper. There you go. Spellbound Creepers also blocks for one. You might be at a place where you want to just block the one with the Spellbound Creepers too. So in total, he has 3 armor block here. So 3 armor block in one card actually. Wait, why did he take a damage?
That's a great question.
So 3 armor block, 1 card puts you at a 3-card hand, and you go to 1, and then you try and force lethal through. I don't see any reason. I think you just want to put the 1 card in front of this, and then the 3 armor. Because this is where you want to really leverage your armor to force this lethal, because you know you can make a bunch of rune chants, and you're hitting on such a multiple angle that you're hitting on such a multitude of angle. You don't want to give him back another swing. Okay, well that's this could be real bad. I think this is going to be real bad. Yeah, that's real bad.
Wow.
So this has dominate. So this is kind of the scenario where I was worried about, where he's going to get to the point where he's able to dominate an attack and you can't actually stop it. So you need to get cards out of his hand, because Glacial Fortress is really expensive. So if you can get the cards out of his hand by forcing lethal on him, then you get the Glacial, yeah. So Glacial Fortress, this one is a red one. I think you're supposed to block on the turn before for the full amount of damage. Or you take the 4 here and then like swing all of your cards back into him. Really force him to use his tunic on that. It's just such a bad spot to be in right now, with the fact that, like, now you know he has an ice react. You know he can make you discard a card. You're not in a great spot at all with what's going on here. Now you're kind of forced. So he's blocking for 5 out of the 8, and then okay, well there you go. That's a save. That's a save. That's a good spot to be in. Now let's see if he can counter pressure on this, and really push through. Because like that's pretty much all he's got to do, is he's got to push through this damage, and really get all these cards out of his hand. He was in a good spot. He knew that the dominate was coming, so he had to sit on that sink below. Which is what he had last turn. He recognized that he wasn't really going to be able to do a whole lot with this hand, so he really just sat back and he's like, okay, well, I got to use the one armor and kind of push through. We're talking about red sink below. Red sink below is the only sink below, because it's good value because you can block for free for 4. It's also great because you can play it out of your arsenal to block these big dominated attacks. What is our timer? 25. Yeah, so we're cruising right through this game. We're at 6 to 5 life totals, and I think we're about to see a winner in one way or another. This Glacial Fortress is massive damage, but Ben lined up his turn perfectly to be able to counter this Glacial Fortress with the sink below. He's trying to think if he's going to sink below right now. I think he's going to get to the point where he's going to sink below something. I don't know which cards he wants to sink below, because he needs a blue to fuel his turn. So I think he's going to just take the 2, go to 3, and he's going to try and force damage back through and see if he can't get it in. At this point, you're in a really rough spot as Ben, because unless you alpha strike him, okay, well that's a good start. That's not a bad start at all. He's got no cards left in his hand. His attack has go again. He's going to be able to Rosetta. We're in a really good spot, actually. The Mob Skies is going to give go again to the Shrill form, which is going to become a must-block card. we have made 1 rune chant. We make more if this comes out, but you're at least forcing for 2 and 2. So, Tran drew a big E-strike, which is going to be devastating.
Oh, what?
An enlightened strike. So I think he can come back with a big 7. So we got 5 total damage coming in, 1 rune chant, 2 arcane, and yeah, so he just takes it. He's going to 1. I want to say that, this could be game over because I'm surprised he didn't throw the Glacial Fortress at him. Oh, he might not have had resources to do that because it looks like he's got...
Yeah,
I don't know if this is a 7 or if this is a 5, but I think this might just be a 5 go again. He's going to try and get all the resources out of Ben's hand. So Ben has to block with a 3 or 4 here. So he's going to double block, and then this Winter's Wail is going to come through and also... no, Crush the Weak. Crush the Weak is a big Crush the Weak. Oh, that's huge. Okay, gets over top because he didn't have enough blocking power. So Tran actually gets it. Very well played. I think Ben may have had, there's a big Crush the Weak for 7. I think Ben was in a spot where he actually had to, the turn he dumped all the blocks on Spinal Crush, I think he was actually supposed to just dump his equipment block and dump a 1 card and try and force damage through. The problem being there is that one of those cards was Sink Below, and the other cards I don't know were actual action. So I don't know how well he can even get through there. There's not much you can do from that aspect, right? It was very well played. Both players did a hell of a job. It looks like Tran will be proceeding to the top 8 for sure. It looks like, let's see what other matches. You want to come over here and click on this? We'll see what other matches we had come in. Go down here. And then, go to pairings. Maybe it'll tell us. No, it's not that one. Go to the running the tournament. Go to enter results. Okay, so let's see. Who do we got up at the top? Come over here and click on that one so we can compare and contrast. And then add a source real quick. And then browser source. And then, no, it's not that one. Cancel. It is the window capture. That's the one. Pop-up browser 2. Just add existing. I think that's our... All right, so here's our standings going in. So we know we had Sean win against Ian. I think there was a guaranteed in situation, so they knew what they were doing. We actually had Sherman take out Sherman take out Forrest on that last game. But I think both are still pretty easily into the top 8. Where is Sherman? Did List get pared down? Where do you see Sherman? Oh, there he is, 7. All right, so yeah. So Sherman got pared down, or Sherman got paired up to Forrest, and it looks like Forrest lost. So those two might be guaranteed in. Tran is going to be submitting his soon. He just beat Ben. Ethan actually got it. He beat Brandon, our Reinar player. So it looks like our top 8 is going to be pretty closed up. The only other person that got paired up, so Ethan got paired on even terms. Jace got paired on way down. And then, so yeah, looks like we're going to have the top 8 is going to be Ian, Sean, Forrest, Ethan, Robin, Tran, Sherman, or Darren Camp, and Ethan. So it looks pretty locked in. Some of the 9s, 10s, 11s, and 12s going into the rounds needed to actually have some good things. You can leave it up real quick. Need to have some good things to happen. They needed a lot of the top seeds to actually get knocked out. It looks like the people who were paired up into the top 8 took care of business and got themselves winning into top 8. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes. The shakedown looks like it'll be pretty good. There's a lot of discourse going on Twitter these days about like pricing and cost. Obviously, we charged $40 for our PQ, but you know, we gave most of that back out in prizes. We gave out a Marvel Tolmatai. We're giving out a total of like 8 booster boxes worth of product. We're actually doing an Arcane Rising draft after the top 8, which I forgot to announce on the last time I was making announcements. But yeah, I mean, we gave out tons of prizes. Everybody in the event got 5 packs minimum. So that was always, you know, I mean, maybe we actually probably gave out more. I didn't count after I bumped up all the prize support to 5 packs per person. So like every 5 packs, what is that? Every 6 people, that's a booster box. So we gave out quite a bit of booster product. You know, that's, again, it's for the players. We want to make sure that they're taken care of. You know, pricing has sucked for a lot of these events. I mean, I'm not a fan of like the prize ticket system that most of the big events have. I've never been a fan of that, even when Magic started doing it or SCG took over, started doing it. So, you know, what are you going to do? That's
You're talking about paying to enter.
Yeah, you pay to entry, and then they give prize tickets where you can go up and like buy like Chuck E. Cheese style, cash in the stuff at the
Well,
prize.
when you put
wall.
it like that.
It's been pretty freaking awful because there's not really anything of consequence there, and you're paying full retail value on everything in ticket value. So like, yeah, it's just there's just not a lot of value as far as that goes. But yeah, we got about 17 minutes left of the round. See, we're down to like 13 viewers. Yeah, looks like the room's starting to get a little clear. We're taking a little sneaky peeky at the MTG Mana Bar, which we've invited to come over and do some vending at our event, because you know we want to make sure the players have access to the full amount of cards, and that's the worst thing when you go to big events and there's nothing there, or you can't get access to like the commons and uncommons without buying booster product. You know, we're trying to change the culture around here, trying to get everything going, trying to get everybody so that we're all on equal footing.
Could they update their decks before it starts?
Yeah, that's the whole idea, is that and offering like cool high-end stuff that you can't get anywhere else or that you can't find anywhere besides the internet. Being able to look at a cold foil in person and be like, hey, you know, I got this card that I wanted, and you know, you can really do something about it.
That's pretty sick.
I've heard multiple times tonight that our single selection has been phenomenal. We do have almost $7,000 to $8,000 worth of singles in the store because that matters to us. So if you are ever needing singles somewhere around here, it's over here.
What are you talking about? Website?
Sorry, we're getting there. We're getting there. This one right here. Go to this website. Order your stuff. We'll ship it to you. You know, we're here for you guys. All our pricing is on there. We buy and sell cards. We pretty much buy everything because we want to make sure we have the best selection for you. Always willing to sell stuff and ship it. That's what we do. I know we'll be up at Little Red Riding Hood. Was it Red Rider? Tomorrow. Going up there to play in the event up in Toronto.
Yeah, you were saying.
It's theater season. It's about to be
exciting.
crazy. You know, doing the set design and set building. So once we get to that point, it'll be all right. But you know, we got a lot of things on the horizon as far as working with the Realms Games, trying to get some events going on in our place. You know, we want to do whatever we can to try and, you know, build a good community. And Buffalo is the perfect go-between for Toronto, for Cleveland, for Central New York. There's a lot of, we're a good centralized hub, and I'm trying to get us on the map as far as like getting LSS to look at us for other cool stuff. Yeah, so I'm going to send you guys to a break. We're going to go grab some snacks and food, and we'll see how this top 8 shakes up. We'll be back shortly. I'm going to put leave the timer up. We'll probably be back in about 10 minutes, and we'll see who's in the top 8. We'll pick some interesting matchups and see what we got. All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Browse that website.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. We are just checking decks, getting everybody ready for the top 8, and then we'll be starting after that. How long that will be, I do not know, but we are. I think they're about 2/3 through the decks to check them when they're going through the list. So it's going to be a fun one. 3 more matches left. People getting a whole bunch of packs in there. Whole bunch of arcanes going out the window. But I'm not necessarily the window, but you know what I'm saying, out the door. So just stay tuned a little bit and then we will be there. When you see the timer running, you'll know.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Lake Frigid. We're doing the top 8 casting. Right now, they're getting all set up and getting ready to go. We're going to be watching the Viserai. Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to be watching Icelander versus Oldhim. Everybody is really excited for this matchup, I'm sure. But we got the two players that are really good. I know they made it in the Rochester top 8 a couple weeks ago. Nope, it's going to be Robin and Ian will be on. Ian will be on Oldhim, and Robin will be on Icelander. What do you need a deck list for? Oh, I'm sorry. There you go. My bad. You got to give all of them. Yeah, I'll keep this. I know who they are. There. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Guys, I'm mentally handicapped. I have not had enough calories today. It'll be okay. All right, so we got Oldhim on the left. Yep, here they come. All right, we got Oldhim on the left. We've got Icelander, IY.
Islander, you mean?
Yeah. And then that will be Robin, A. And then the other side will be ENS. I timed myself out of my own chat by copy-pasting things. All right. We had a Dromai make the top 8. That's always interesting. They're reviewing deck lists currently. Once they're done reviewing deck lists, they will be presenting and they'll be rocking and rolling. They get 2 minutes to look at deck lists because we've been putting information out into the interwebs. So we're just making sure that it is a fair and balanced matchup. I believe. Oh, you want to fix all these? I believe we've got. It's going to be. I believe Robin and Ian are friends, so they're used to playing against each other quite a bit. We are at. Ian is 5-1, and
Ian's 5-1.
Ian's 5-1, and Robin is 4-2.
I had him switched.
Yep.
Oops.
Yeah, and we did deck checks in the top 8. That's why it took us so long to get back to it. But
I hollered at him.
yeah.
Let him know.
So we're waiting for everybody to shuffle up, give them a good shuffle, and get ready to go. We need to change heroes.
Ooh. God damn it. Okay.
And then that would be Oldhim,
Middle bottom.
and then Icelander on the other side. All right. Well, the good news is we're going to have a very interesting matchup that we somehow dodged, I think, most of the evening. Yeah, you're going to have to unlock it and slide it because that was one of the ones we messed up. No, I'd like to thank everybody for coming out. I'd appreciate you guys coming and watching. I need to go out and make sure I give the shirt for Lee. It is top 8 single elimination now, so we'll be rocking and rolling. They will be timed rounds, but they're not technically. There is no time limit, so they can play. They have to play at a reasonable pace still, but at the same time, we're not going to punish them for going past the times. So it will be single elimination. They're collecting deck lists right now, and it looks like we mean business. It'll be interesting how it goes. All right, here we go. This is one of my favorite matchups in the Icelander deck. It'll be interesting to see how it goes. I believe Robin has choice. Nope, I lied. Ian has choice, and Ian has chosen to go first and has ripped off the top his Macho Grande, which is good. We're going to start with Icelander being at presumably a far lower life total than 36. which is generally where you want to be. It looks like because we're going to get a redraw, Robin's going to get a redraw. Ooh, I'm actually kind of surprised Robin's going to reach for that equipment so soon, but it is free to pay for this turn. Because we have this Brothers War going in front, so she will be paying for, she has to pay one more, but it looks like it doesn't actually matter because we're at where we're at. Can you slide down on the chat? Yeah, Rochester's really killing it. We're doing a Rochester feature match. The Rochester Fab scene is really good from what I understand. Our other feature match is actually Sean Dollywall, I think. I'm really bad at this. Sean versus Ethan the Man Sant. So we got a lot of really good local talent in the sense of, I mean, like, Toronto's not too far away, about an hour and a half. Ethan's about an hour and a half from Buffalo, and Rochester's an hour and a half from Buffalo. So we got a lot of really good local Northeastern talent representing today. All these players are very good at what they do. And it's great to see them out here playing. All right, we're at 36 down here. I'm going to grab the keyboard. My producer just stepped out. Vince has been producing for me. I'd like to give him a shout out for his greatness all day today and slugging through it. And I will. That's fair. That's fair. Forrest is a good kid. I talked to him earlier today. Looks like he is paired against, I think, one of the other Oldhams. So I think it's going to be a little rough go for him. But this Command and Conquer forces the card out of Arsenal, which I think we were going to get out of Arsenal anyway. This is a really weird matchup. What's going on with our camera? All right, we lost camera. Camera! I don't know what in the world just happened, but our camera just stopped focusing. Did you touch the camera? Somebody touch the camera?
I didn't touch the camera.
Somebody touched the camera. All right, let me go and refocus this camera.
Oh, wow.
Because,
Somebody must have touched the camera.
yeah, let me go get this camera refocused because something happened.
Well, Jimmy plays Bob the Builder.
Camera just YOLO'd off.
You are live.
That's wild. All right, hopefully we'll get this fixed. Camera just decided to
Well, y'all,
unfocus.
this blurry mess, this is how I
and
see.
then
And we're back.
hopefully that fixes the camera. Trying not to distract the players in any way, shape, or form because that is not a nice thing to do, and I'd hate to be the reason one of them. Nothing? It fixed it though?
No, it did, and then it went back.
Oh, it's these play mats.
Really?
It's got to be the play mats. Oh, there we go. We're back. I don't know what happened. It was something.
Oh, your auto thought this went away.
Yeah, that was weird. It must have been something in the playmat area somewhere that caused it. All right, I missed a little bit. Why is it, what's it doing? Why does it keep, well, we waited till the top 8 for all this weirdness to start happening. All right, we got an Endless Winter coming in. I don't see a fuse, so it's just a basic end of winter coming to the danger zone here. 32-30 currently. We have Icelander winning the race, surprisingly. I think that's 30, not 36.
Yeah, that's 30. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
the Fighting
27.
Spirit got into the danger zone. So, all right. So we have a live Endless Winter. We got 3 cards going in. It looks like Robin took a little bit of that damage to try and resolve this Frost Hex. That seems right. Most of the time in this matchup, you want to try and get the free damage in at the end of each turn on the Frost Hex, and I think you're going to just try and close the game out with a big combo turn. That's my understanding of the Bowlander matchup, so that's kind of, we're gonna just assume that much. So we All right, we got a Rouse the Ancients pitching the Hypothermia. Coming in, Hypothermia is not necessarily great in this matchup. It does just kind of, it does what it needs to do in the sense that it turns on Hammer. It makes Frost Hammer a thing. It looks like Ian is going to go full in on trying to race here. And, you know, that being said, it looks like we're going to be coming in for 7. We're going to try and tempo off here. We got a Polar Blast out of Arsenal and a free redraw. Presumably that two resources is going to go into this Waning Moon for 3 at the end of turn. Robin is looking. She's deciding what kind of block she wants to make on this Rouse, knowing full well that the next card could be worse. Well, I guess she knows what the next card is. I don't remember which ones he revealed. But taking a bit of damage there, taking the 4, and then we've got a Ice Hammer coming to town with no ice. No, nothing. Just breaking up the frostbite, coming through. We still forcing 4 damage, which is no small amount of damage. Like, it's what we want to be doing as the old lander, or the old him player, the old lander. The cats are in fact rooting for you, Robin. All right, we've got another 4 damage. Just took it. What in the world is going on here? There must be something in this camera that it does not like something on this table right now. I don't know what it is.
Both of them.
Yeah, apparently our camera does not like Oldham at all because it's doing some wild stuff. I wonder if it's trying to like focus on the pad or something on the board. I don't know what is going on here. All right, we have a Amulet of Ice coming down in response to what looks like a not a cranial crush, a Crush of the Week. Yeah, just flip it off, flip it back on.
Like deactivate or
Yeah, just hit deactivate. And I'll flip back. It's not going to fix the camera, honestly, but. All right, we'll just try and slog through this. We'll see if we can get where we're going here. You're not going to be able to do anything about it. It's something on the board it's trying to focus on. You want to just run out and just hold your hand. I don't know what it's trying to focus on. Just put your hand over the camera and then just pull it back out. It should yeah. It's going to try and focus on your hand and then it'll refocus on the board. Oh, never mind. It's I don't know what it is trying to focus on here, but whatever it is. All right, so we got a Thunderquake. I was way off on the card guessing here. So we got a Thunderquake. This Aether Ice Vein Red is going to jump down in front of it. And then, yeah, so we got a Frostbite. I don't see that being too big of a deal. We're just pitching to maybe the Frostbite. Started working as soon as you left. Maybe it's just you. Your dashingly good looks ruining the camera from out here. All right, so let's see what Robin's got cooked up. There's got to be a reason she just took a bunch of this damage to swing this this attack in, right? So that was a red Thunderquake. So we're 15 to 27. I don't know that that trade felt a little
one-sided.
A little iffy because like even if you're swinging back this damage, I don't know that you're even getting like much value out of this. Especially because Oldham gets to basically force you to put that last card on the top. So it felt a lot like maybe we should have just not played the Amulet of Ice and just blocked out here. You know, there's obviously hindsight's 20/20. There's no, I can critique all day, but you know.
Someday Morton quarterbacking.
Ian is really good at his deck, so he knows when he's got you basically at a point where you're hurting for a card, especially when he knows he can hit you with an ice react and get that card out of your arsenal. That's part of what makes Oldham as good as he is that you can preemptively get rid of that last card in arsenal. All right, I think this is yellow. We got a yellow Aether Ice Vein coming to town. That's coming for 4 damage. Ian does, oh my god, what is going on? Something is happening with this camera where something's going in the camera and it's like unfocusing.
I wonder if somebody's bumping it.
No, it's
Oh, it's attached to the ceiling, right?
Yeah, it's trying to connect to something that's on the board. I wonder if it's not that red dye or something. All right, we got an Insidious Chill trigger on the stack. We're trying to get... We're still doing everything in response right now. Is that second right? Right there. No, you're good. It's going to move again. All right, I don't know why we're getting so much... It's got to be something on the camera. Or it's got to be, it might be.
The only thing different is that pad.
Yeah, it might be trying to connect onto this pad instead of. This isn't the first time he's been there. Or maybe it's trying to connect to the phone. There we go, we're back.
That's
All
the
right.
first time that pad was in the middle.
No, I think it's been on the middle a couple times. Ethan's been in this seat a few times.
Well, he used the phone. He didn't use
One time he used the phone, the other time he had the pad sitting here. So, all right, where are we at? We're at 33 on the other game. This game is at 15-26. Is that 26? There's no way that's 26. Is it 20? Might be 20. This is not good. A Terra Sunder never feels good in any way, especially when you've already used a lot of your equipment to do things. This is where the pressure really comes from. Robin's going to take this opportunity knowing full well she's going to discard her whole hand after whatever this comes into town because we're not able to block anything with Dominate profitably, especially not this Winter's Well. We know we're probably throwing a block in front of this. We can't really get any armor in front of it unless... Yep, we got the Findles. Oh, that's not a bad use of the brothers in arms. Man, if our camera could just not.
It's been going 6 hours. Just fine.
7 hours.
God dang.
So it looks like Robin's just gonna tunic. Draw back up and pass the turn back because the Terra Sunder did a lot of work. She was able to soak up most of the damage and just let the Terra Sunder hit. There wasn't really any better things she could do. She was going to block one and discard the other 2 cards, so she just absorbed as much. She just absorbed as much of the damage as she possibly could, and then she's just throwing everything else. You know, she's got to take a turn off with no arsenal, which is kind of rough. It's been pretty well downhill since the Ice React putting the card back on top, where she left her turn with no arsenal. So it's been tough, especially because she took a ton of damage to fire off that Findles. Looks like she's going to throw 3 cards in front of this one. I wonder if it's that Frostbite. No. Frostbite? Does that keep moving? Probably definitely the life pad. One of those 2 things in the middle.
Yeah. Because when he moved the pen,
Might be the pen.
It pulsed, and then it just like pulsed on the phone. So I think it's trying to pick something. And it is confused.
Yeah, it is.
You want me to ask him to bring it to the left, the pad?
No, because I don't want to. I'd rather not have good coverage and not disturb them. I don't want to disturb them in the middle of the game. All right. So Robin's got 2 Frost Hexes on. She's part of the way to being able to combo him from a good life total of like 20-ish. Pretty much where we want to be is being able to... Robin's trying to figure out the math on how much farther she needs to go and whether it's worth shooting this attack into the danger zone here. That looks like another Terrace Under coming into the no fun zone. Robin is going to chuck a Amulet of Ice. And then we're chronoseeding here on trying to walk you guys through the best I can with as bad as this camera just got. I think it's our these ice heroes in the middle here that are really messing with us. All right, so we have a Ice Hammer coming through with the Terrace Under on it again. We have 1 resource floating, and we have a card that's going to go in Arsenal, and here we go with a Sink Below. Robin's in a really rough spot having to use a lot of her equipment early on the Dominate attacks, so she's not allowed to do a ton of things that she needs to do to stay in this game and sustain through this this Ice Hammer. We're doing our best. We're going to go try and fix the camera one more time. Can't tell what it is that's causing it. Camera's trying to weirdly focus on something that's not... And I don't know what it is, but so Robin's thinking over on what card she wants to discard to this Terrace Under. We pitched a Channel Lake, and it looks like a Brother in Arms blue. Going into her turn, she's got a... I don't want to say it too high, but she's got a Sink Below putting in her arsenal, so she's in a good spot where you got to hold it under longer. Longer. Give it 2 seconds to do the focus. All right, we got a Tunic trigger. We're doing... No, you didn't go all the way under it. All right, so Robin is looking at her hand. We know we got a Sink Below sitting in the arsenal. I'm trying not to say it too loud because Vince keeps going between the tables. I don't want to. Yeah, it's definitely trying to. That is a double Sink Below on whatever this is coming through. Sink Below twice is pretty good.
It's nothing.
I'm pretty sure it's... So when you did that, it was focused on whatever you were doing, like perfectly focused. I think it's just trying to focus on something way above the table. So it thinks something is way up closer to it.
That white pad looks close as hell, though.
Yeah, but it's not focusing on the white pad because it would be focused, right? Like a lot of times I've seen this happen when there's like shiny objects that go past. It tries to like autofocus in on the shiny object, so it might be like focusing on the white on black up top or. All right. So Robin is throwing a Channel Lake Frigid out there. We are going to have 1 resource floating. I think. Nope. We're just passing turn. We're going to put in a card in Arsenal, and we're going to go and pass the turn. Robin is in for the long game currently. I believe her life total is still above 10. I think we're in the 10-11 range. We did see a double Sink Below last turn, so we know that we're getting pretty close to the point where Robin's got to figure out how to turn this corner and close this game out. Robin's really thinking over her hand right now. She wants to see what she wants to do. I assume, I'm not sure whose turn we're on. I would assume we're on Ethan's turn or Ian's turn. But we're trying to. We'll see how this goes.
See how it just.
Oh, here we go.
You're welcome.
Maybe it's because it's trying to focus on Ethan's graveyard, and when there's no cards in Ethan's graveyard. Oh, that's a big Endless Winter. Big Endless Winter, 2 floating. That almost definitively is going to be the. We're at 26 to 20 still, I believe. Or, sorry, 11 to 20. I'm pretty sure Ethan has the pummel in his arsenal. That makes sense why he took kind of half a turn off last turn. Trying to catch up, I apologize. Yeah, I think we figured out why it's doing this. Every time Ethan puts a card in his graveyard, it's locking in on the cards on his graveyard, and as soon as he drops a card out of his graveyard, the camera loses its mind and it wants to refocus and can't find anything. Oh, excuse me. So, I think we just went to 9 on, Icelander just went to 9. All right, we got a big Ice Eternal coming here. So, I'm not sure how many this is for, but it looks like she set up a mini combo. She's got it, so she's fusing this, I think it's fused off a Polar Blast. Yes, it is fused off a Polar Blast. It looks like it's 6 fused Polar Blast with the Insidious Trill trigger on the stack. I think she's going to hopefully hose all of the cards out of Ethan's hand now that she's got him out of a arsenal. Because now Ethan won't be able to instant speed pop the... he's out of arsenal and he's out of a tunic. So he won't be able to counter. It looks like he just discarded a Spinal Crush for that. I apologize for the lack of this thing being able to trigger, to keep track of what's going on their boards here. Looks like Robin's thinking on whether to Amulet of Ice or not here. I can't tell you what's in Ian's hand, so I don't know if that's right or wrong. It may also be Ian plays this matchup a lot with Robin. He might also be playing the I'm going to bluff and pretend that I have good cards in my hand so that you do this thing, because maybe he gets Robin to overcommit with the Ice Amulet. I mean, either way, I don't think Robin has the ability to go in on the... I don't think Robin has the ability to go in with Ice Fuse on the following turn, so I don't think Robin has much of a choice. He's going to have to use these, which is good and bad. The plus side is that we strip Ian's hand and that the opening is there. The bad side is we're only going to get to look at 5 cards, and if we don't find a combo finisher in these 5 cards, then we are in a world of pain. We're going in blind. We know we got the Polar Blast. We're going to be able to look. We're going to be able to swing at least 3 damage at Ian. We know he's going to have a couple of Frostbites, but if we don't have another Ice Eternal to be able to dump a ton of Frostbites on Ian, then we're not going to really be able to close this game out. Oh, he had a whole handful of... Oh, he did have a card down there that I didn't see. He had a whole handful of cards for... a whole handful of reds. Robin may have read this correctly. She gets to save the... she gets to save the other... Yeah, so what happened here is Ian pitched to the... pitched to Crown of Seeds in order to break all the Frostbites. Hey, Project Wolfie, thank you again. I apologize for this stream quality. The camera is trying to do some weird stuff where it's hyper-focusing on, I think, between the phone and Ethan's graveyard. So it's doing some wild stuff. We've got a Polar Blast here. We know Ethan has no cards in his hand, so this is going to represent at least 5 damage. The Polar Blast is just going to redraw a card. It's blue. Blue, blue, blue. So we're going to redraw a card here. Oh, See, it's doing some weird stuff. We're going to redraw a card here. I don't know what either player has drawn. We know that it's going to represent a ton of damage. Unfortunately, it looks like we didn't get any of the Ice Eternals that we were looking for, or if we did, it's going to be on our turn. The good news is we did finally clear the arsenal out, so we can't get a instant speed Crown of Seeds out of Ian. So now we know we're going to be able to get some of these ice, these frostbites to stick, because if we can just get all the cards out of his hand, we're going to be fine. As far as the Icelander player goes, Robin is looking like she's crafting a perfect game plan to go for the combo. She definitely has him, I think, at 18 life or 16 or somewhere in that range. We can't really tell. The camera's kind of being wonky. And being that this is the top 8, I really don't want to go out and interfere with their match or do anything that might distract either player, because we don't want to put them in a position where this is bad. So Wounded Bull, Wounded Bull is pretty good here, but it looks like Ian is just going to throw some cards in front of it and take a little bit of spill damage. I think we're at 15, either 15 or 14. I can't tell the 2 cards that he blocked with, but it was probably, I think we're at 14 to 9. And if Ian uses any cards on his turn to swing, okay, so we got 1 card left in hand. So Ian is coming in for 4, 1 card to defend himself. The problem is with Insidious Chill, if there's any ice fuse at any point, we're just going to be at a point where we have no cards in hand. So Ian is obviously aware of that. So even just passing turn and trying to get to the point where you can just keep some resources and just steady some damage, at this point you just throw the card, you hope that she doesn't have it, and you AB what you can. Basically Ian's just got to outweight this Insidious Chill, and Robin is being very careful not to overuse cards to proc the Insidious Chill until she finds the correct amount of cards to combo and get a lethal amount of frostbites on Ian. I mean, we're still at a point where it's still, the goal is to maybe hit him for 7 and try and get 4 frostbites on him, which will represent lethal. Okay, there's our Ice Eternal. So we got Ice Eternal. I see 3 cards going to the pitch zone. We got this Ice React. We got the Ice Fuse. I think that's a Cold Snap. So that could easily be 3 blues. I think it's 2 blues and a red. No. 2 blues and a red? Yep, that's the card, Ice Eternal. So we got an Ice Eternal. Sorry, we'll give you something to look at while the stream is dying. Apparently, it does not like that bright tone that we have in the middle of the camera. Looks like Ice Eternal is coming in for a literal mess ton of damage. I can't tell if it's a blue-red, which would seem weird, but the order she pitched him in tells me that maybe she didn't want to get this red clogged up in her hand. We have a Cold Snap as the fuse card. So this is either representing coming in for 4 or coming in for... It's definitely 2 blue cards, so it's probably coming in for 4 or 3. That amount of damage represents a pretty good amount. That was a pummel pitch, which is not where you want to be if you're Ethan. We're going to eat 2 of this, and then,
Looks like
of course, it goes so bad that I can't even tell what the counters are on there. Oh my lord, she got it. She squeaked it out. She did really well. Robin didn't lose her cool at all. She really sat back, recognized when Ian drew the multiple red cards, and was really able to punish him. That's kind of, that's what you got to do. You got to really sit back and, stay focused and read the room. Basically, you wait until your opponent is at the point where he does not have the ability to stop all of this damage coming through, and he really didn't. Yeah, we're going to bring you over here. We're going to switch it back over to Ethan and Sean in the secondary cam. Looks like they have the lists out here. Ethan and Sean. Oh, excuse me. It's been a long day. Been here since like 2 a.m. and then... How does this thing keep getting messed up with Icelander?
I don't know.
Weird.
I think it's when you...
Or maybe it was on the other table, because I must have duplicated it and must have...
Well, also the... when you enact 2, it mushes them off. It brings them both up off to the side.
All right, we're going to try and get you in on the... Ethan on Levia is playing against Oldham. This game is going a lot slower than the last time we saw Ethan on the camera.
Most definitely.
You want to run out and see if you can get them to just turn their phone off, and maybe that'll fix it?
Sure.
Oh, there it is.
There
it was the phone. All right,
phone.
so we figured out what it was. It was the phone. We are good to go now. We're back to live action. We're just changing all the stuff over. It looks like we got 7-5. We're in the end game phases of this Oldham versus Levia. The Levia father is pretty close to, it looks like, maybe sneaking this one out. We are one driver's seat turn away from him just being able to push through this. Ooh, that's a good hand from Oldham. The Oldham actually has drawn the Blizzard, so I assume we're gonna see a sink below maybe. We're gonna go right over to that camera. Sorry, we're just updating info. All right, so just to catch you guys up, we just had a redraw. Ethan is on the attack with his Levia deck. We have a Scar for a Scar. Sean is looking at his hand. The only ice card he has in his hand currently is this Blizzard. So I think he's weighing the option of, do we ice react? Excuse me. I'm trying to think if we ice react or if we... okay, he did not ice react and he did not play the Blizzard. So
Who's Ethan playing against?
he was trying to bait him, Sean. Right here somewhere. It's Sean, yeah, Dawali. Dollywall. I'll eventually get it. I apologize, Sean. I'm really bad at this. Sean D is fine, yeah. All right, we've got cards getting exiled, which is good for Ethan. We hit, so it is off, and Deeproot is currently in the graveyard, so we have an ability to attack with another thing. Okay, so he also has this guy, which is the Bone Something Marauder, coming in for 8. We're going to get another exile here. So Blood Debt is turned off, and basically Ethan's just throwing tons and tons of damage. Bone.
Bone?
Yep. Tons and tons of damage downrange here. And that's basically what you want to be doing right now, is you want to get the driver's seat by just forcing large amounts of damage over top of these blocks, especially when you know you got the sink below out of the arsenal already. So we're in a really good spot as Ethan to keep swinging in. The problem being now is we have no cards in our graveyard that shut off Blood Debt until this one gets here. So presumably this card's going to go to Arsenal, and Ethan's going to sequence in a way that gets this last card out of his graveyard and into his banish zone for the next turn. We also have the ability to cast the seeds out of the bin. Okay, there is the D-React. Oh, Ethan! That was a play! Oh, he baited him. He baited him into playing the Ice React and dumping his last card in hand, and played the
Excuse me.
Yeah, right.
Oh, it went real dry. Oh. Oh, I died. Oh, Doomsday was a huge play. Got the blizzard out of Sean's hand by playing Doomsday. What Doomsday does is it creates a 6/6 Soul Harvester, which now Sean can't counterplay because he was out of cards from doing the D-React. I guess he has one ability to attack it with the last card in his hand. So now we got this big Shadows of the blah, 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 blah. It's a pump spell. I don't know which pump spell it is. It's doing a lot of things. Blood Debt is gone, yeah, because he got that one card from last turn, the first attack he did. Oh my goodness, that was an insane play. He managed to get the last ice card out of Sean's hand by baiting him to use it, and then playing the instant in response. Oh my lord. Now we're coming in for a ton of damage. Meanwhile, this 6/6 is just lingering around. We also look like we have lost our, we don't have, well, obviously we don't have Carrion Husk, but we do still have this Crown of Providence, which represents blocking a ton of damage later and also cycling into a new card. Excuse me, I'm trying not to die on stream here, but it's been tough. As I look across at the table loaded with monster cans from an all-day binger of, just going ham. Oh my goodness, we got there. Ethan manages to squeak it out by ripping through with the Dominate card to finish it off. A big dominated 8. That was pretty good. That was masterfully played by Ethan. It was kind of crazy. Like, obviously, I'm newer to the game, and I'm not super versed at all the interplay, and I'm not super good at knowing how Levia plays. But walking you through what Ethan just did is he basically threw the Scar for Scar out and baited, trying to get him to do the Ice React, and he was going to wait to make his play based on that. The Scar for Scar was just cleanly blocked by the 4 block from the Sink Billow. So he got the card out of the arsenal there with the Sink Billow coming out. And then essentially what he was able to do is he threw another attack knowing that Sean was leaning on the Ice React to try and stop an arsenal card, to try and force him into going into a 3-card turn. So when he threw that Ice React out and he lost his value on it, him playing that instant and getting that 6/6, while it wasn't super game breaking, that represents a card that you do not need anything to just punch in. You want to pull up Blasphemate? BLASPH. There you go. Pull it up. See if we can try that. There it is, right on the bottom here. We're going to pull it up on the screen, so I'll show you kind of what it does. It's a card that most people aren't used to seeing. It is a 0 once per turn attack. No go again. But when you attack, you can banish a shadow card from your hand. If you do, you can banish a card from the defending player's soul. Not relevant. But what's relevant is you can turn off your own Blood Debt with this card, right? So you can also, on a 1-card hand, punch for 6 and just exile a card and turn off your Blood Debt. Where this was really good is it forced a card out of Sean's hand that he wouldn't have been able to, like, the counterplay to that is Sean could have attacked for 4 with the hammer, but Sean was at a low enough life total, Ethan was at a low enough life total that even if Sean swings in for 4 with the Ice Hammer, it doesn't necessarily represent anything because he has a full hand. And I think what Sean was going for there was to put a card in his arsenal at the end of turn instead of attacking, or it was a red, and he was going to just Crown of Seeds away the card, get a free block, and then he was just
trying to go basically get an extra card in his hand so he can just keep representing blocking. But being that Ethan correctly went right in on the dominate card, it was a really well played game by Ethan. From the point we jumped into the game, I can't speak to the rest of the game. I was watching it the best I could with what you guys were seeing. I was seeing the just absolute disgustingness mess.
Ethan won.
Ethan won. Yep.
W.
You got a big dub there. All right. So we're going to be off to the top 4. We know for sure we have a Levia in the top 4. And we know for sure that we have an Icelander in the top 4. That is going to come as no surprise to anybody. So we got a Levia and a... and the next round is ready. I hear them already loading everybody up. We're going to put everybody in the feature match area. Do you want to go out and make sure... I'm going to go out and make sure that Robin doesn't end up in the same chair where her playmat is, just so that if she uses her phone again, we don't lose coverage. Okay. Do you want to do that? Okay. Vince is going to do that. We're just going to swap Robin over. Yeah, put her into the next table. Have them swap. All right, and then we got Icelander. I'm interested to see who came out of the other bracket. We had Dash Dromite.
I could just not put my phone out. I was doing that for the life codes. Yeah, I could just lower my brightness.
Oh, or maybe that'll fix it too. Who knows? We'll see. All right, I believe this is Ethan. We got Ethan's on one side of the table now. It looks... Ethan versus Icelander. I think... Ooh. I think that'll work fine. I think that's what it was. It was the combination of the two blue heroes on the screen. All right. So it looks like we have that playmat back again. That looks like Tran. So we have Levia and Oldham. Surprise, surprise. If there's anything I know, it's that Ethan's probably sick of playing Oldham today, but he's now 2-2 against Oldham. So he's not doing too bad. And then we got Icelander against Dash on the bottom here. We're going to go Icelander Dash because I think that matchup's going to be a lot quicker. That's going to be the one we're looking at. I must just say that this playmat that Robin has is absolutely beautiful. I have a soft spot in my heart for that art style, as well as that mapping style. When we get over there, you can kind of see what I'm talking about again. It's going to be Icelander on the right again. And then on the left will be Dash. Ethan gave me a few pointers on how to spruce it up, but I didn't get to them in time. What happened to our semifinal? Oh. You're going to want to change semifinals to top 4.
Okay.
Or
Is this the
semis.
second last?
Yeah, top 4.
Is it bled over?
Yeah. I was like, what happened here? All right, we're just getting some things squared away. We're back on to the next round. You can shut the timer off. I think we're good to go. Type text on end. No, never mind. I was gonna say untimed, but it's gonna bleed over. All right, everybody. Let's get a poll of chat. What do you guys want to see win this and take it down? Obviously, we got 4 different heroes. We got, Oldham was well represented in the top 4. No longer well represented. We're down to 1 of each. We got Levia, we got the Oldham, we got Icelander, and we got Dash. What are your guys' votes? Let's get some communication from you guys. See what you'd like to see win this. We're gonna lead into Dash with Icelander. We'll be rocking and rolling here soon. Well,
while we get everything set up and while they start doing, we're gonna actually jump over to. We're gonna jump into Ethan's game. Ethan just rolled scab skins, hit another 6. Ethan's been on a kind of a tear. Oh, I see what's going on. Those things are referenced. Well, that's really weird. All right, so we got Ethan led off with a 3 attack action points on scabs. He went in with claw claw. It met with a block. So we have.
Sounds like you're rapping.
Yeah. So yeah, we got Oldham's at full health still, and we're just getting ready, waiting for Dash and Icelander to finish shuffling up here. They're about to present, so we'll go back over to that match in a short time. Greetings, Size Matters. How are you this evening? We're taking an open poll. We're trying to get some chat interaction here. What hero do you think is going to come out on top of this top 4? We have your options are Levia, Oldham, Icelander, and Dash. All right, we got my man Ethan going in with an Art of War. I presume it was a banish. So banishing Writhing Beast Hulk. So we're turning off Blood Dead immediately. We drew cards, and I think we gave Go Again, I assume, because Go Again's pretty powerful. All right, they're doing presenting over at the other game. We'll watch the rest of this turn, and then we'll jump back over, and we'll see what we can do. I want, part of me is rooting for Levia because, Levia, but we got a lot of good players over at the top tables right now. The top 4 is Ethan, Tran, Robin is a really good Icelander player, and Ethan O is actually a really good player in general. I don't know how great he is at Dash particularly, but that's not saying that not saying he's bad. I am just saying that I know he's a good player in general. All right, let's go ahead and switch over to the. Let's go ahead and switch over. All right, so Dash is starting on the chamber plan, not the pounder plan. We're going pistol Dash here, which I think is correct. We do have the Vizier and the Accelerator, so we're rocking AB3 here. We're starting by just racking up some Steam counters here. We're going to start going to item fill. We are going with the Pounder. The Pounder is out, and So we are at the point where we're going to commit right to the point. We're at the point where we're going to commit to getting our items on the board and just start pressuring Icelander's life total. So that's a real good spot to be. Starting with your second item on turn 1 when you start the game. That's kind of how you want it drawn up. We really, we're going to get to the point where we are going to start rolling over top very shortly. And here comes our first attack. Back good. All right. Sorry about that. We had to step away for 2 seconds. All right. Looks like Ethan just took the 7. He YOLO doesn't care about the
the E-Strike. He said no F's given. He is coming to the town of Pound. He just is going real in on this, and he's going to Techlo Pounder Town. We're coming in with this big 0 to 60. Yeah, that's a lot of damage there. So I believe that's 6. And it looks like we got no blocks on that, so it's kind of... On dash is Ethan O again. You probably know Ethan O from his time at Millennium Games a couple weeks ago when he beat me to put me into the friend bracket, and then I lost my winning in for top 8 against Mike. So he's a really good player. Oh, this is... He's recognizing early he's just got to force this damage through. He's forcing a throttle through while basically the shields are down. He knows that Robin wants to go into this next turn with cards, so he knows that right now is the time to put your foot on the gas and start pressing, especially because throttle, I believe, you want to pull up throttle, I think throttle buffs your next attack if it hits, so what in the world?
Control S. I'm so used to that other one.
Oh, no, it just has boost and a bunch of flavor text. So we're just coming in for a big throttle, coming over top, and just forcing damage. No on hits,
What
no
set
nothing.
is that out of?
That is from Arcane Rising.
Wow. That's a cool card.
We set up an Arcane Rising draft. We got a bunch of people doing some Arcane Rising over in the other room, doing an Arcane Rising draft for $40. We're trying to turn these smaller events into larger events so that, you're not wasting a day coming out to the event an hour and a half away, that there's more stuff to do besides just that. Well, I blinked for 2 seconds, and now we got a zipper hit and a pistol whip. So Ethan has just got pedal to the freaking metal here. He just took a pretty sizable lead. We've done 16 damage to Icelander in total now. He's really just going to keep pressing the pedal to the metal while this Pounder is up. And typically, you want to just throw everything in front of Pounder for multiple turns in a row. And I don't presume Ethan's going to block here. I think he's just going to YOLO take all of this and just keep... Yeah, he's just going to keep pressing the damage through. While you've got a Pounder up and an induction chamber, you might as well just start turning stuff sideways. No, he must have drawn a pretty blue heavy hand. He's firmly in the driver's seat. I would be a little wary because in this position, you don't want to give the part where Icelander can just kind of frostbite you off of your turn. So I want to get to the point where, there we go. We're going to go for a boost. We hit it, and we are coming in for a ton again. So 6 over top. Unfortunately, Robin drew a hand that doesn't block super well. She's got a couple of 2s in the hypothermia. Hypothermia is real good, especially if you can land it early, but also drew a heart and drew the Channel Lake Frigid. So, a lot of weapons in there to take Ethan off of his good cards. But I think it's going to be a little too late for them to come in and do any relevant damage because, the Pounder's on one more counter and it's done enough work by itself that, if we put Robin down under 20, it's going to be pretty tough to crawl back from that point while you're still under the gun per se. We'll see what Ethan does here. He's being patient. He's aware. He's acutely aware that we're gonna see possibly a frostbite here somewhere. Robin looks like she's thinking on it. She needs to maximize this heart and get this damage out. She looks like she's thinking about maybe wanting to arsenal one of these last 2 cards in her hand. But in order to do that, she's going to get the other card out of her arsenal. I'm not sure what the card in her arsenal is.
I presume it's something that's going to be a free cost. I don't think it would be Amulet. I'm not sure you keep Amulet in this matchup. I guess it's entirely possible. But pitching the Heart and having this resources floating is kind of where you want to be. I'm inclined to think maybe it's even one of the Frost Hexes. I don't know that it is, but the way this board is setting up, it looks a lot like Frost Hex will be doing the most amount of work. And she just wants to throw the Frost Hex. No, it's not coming out. So I assume it's a big red. It's got to be a big red, a Wounded Bull or a Findle's Fighting Spirit in the arsenal. Oh, we're just going with that. Okay. I am thoroughly confused at what the card in her arsenal is. It's probably maybe Ice Eternal or something. I'm not sure what it is. But Robin is a very good Icelander player, so whatever the line is that she is on, I'm sure it is the right line. She masterfully played the game against Oldham and snuck the game back out from under him. She did really well playing through what was a very challenging situation. Managed to stay out from under the gun and managed to put the lethal on and capitalize on a terrible draw from Ian. Pushing him into, getting him and recognizing that he's in a all red hand, she was able to take 2 turns in advantage very quickly. That's a good place for Tome, honestly. That's actually a really good place for Tome. That's going to this Emeritus Scolding is now only for 4. Tome of Findle's second one down. Left, all the way, there you go. So the Tome of Findle really did it's going to do a lot of work right now. You're just totally negating most of the turn that Robin spent setting up. I'm not sure. Okay, so he's A-being 3 of this in order to take 1 damage. He's determined that the 1 life gain is not nearly worth it. So Robin is in fact doing the opposite, and she's forcing the cards out of his hand and trying to do damage to him while he has, so Ethan correctly saw that pitching 1 blue to offset 3 is not worth the life gain of 1, especially when you know you're under hypothermia, so you're not getting another go again. So Ethan doing really well to recognize that. So he's going to net end up at 31 with nothing more Robin can do this turn as far as stopping damage or shooting damage. And it looks like Ethan just actually passed the turn back. He's just full committal. He's okay going into his turn, just passing turn after doing the Findles, fighting, or the Findles, Tome of Findles. I can get the words out, I promise. So here we go with the Scar for Scar. This is the start of the comeback tour here. It usually starts on the back of a Scar for Scar. We get the Scar for Scar out. There are 2 Ethans in the top 2. There's more Ethans than there are duplicate heroes, which is wild considering the bans that we just hit. So just Scar for Scar arsenal for Robin, and it looks like we just took the damage. Ethan's I don't care. I'm setting up a big turn, and you can't stop me. So we're coming in for a big attack. Combustible Courier. This is the one I think that I had the other one confused with. This Combustible Courier. I'm going to pull that one up. I think that's the one with the on-hit. And this is the one that obviously Robin needs to stop from on-hitting because, red one. This one represents, a block for 6 represents an actual theoretical block for 9 because now you don't have to worry about this other damage coming back through. Okay, we got a Teklo Heart activation. He's trying to bait Robin into playing the ice card out of the arsenal. Hedging bets here. So, yeah, we got excuse me. Ethan's really playing this very, very well. He's doing methodical attacking in a way that tries to bait Robin into doing things. He's trying to just probe for what that last card is, and never put himself in a position where where his resource is gone. He's always going to keep that one floating resource. He's also holding on to cards because he knows he's pressuring without actually having to dump his hand. So now he has tons of resources to Arcane Barrier and protect his life total. So his avenue to win this game is just to not get under 20. I think, yeah, he's just going to try not to get under 20. And I don't know there's a world where Icelander's going to have a hard time catching up with no onboard permanence. Like, the onboard permanence is usually how you catch up. You commit a bunch of onboard permanents, such as Insidious Chills and Amulets. Not necessarily amulets in this matchup, but you commit a bunch of Insidious Chills to the board, and then that way when you finally need to turn the corner and start playing your Aether Ice Veins, you get lots of discard effects, and that way you can tempo back and force your opponent not to be able to do things. And now this is just real bad news for Robin, because now we've committed a lot of resources. I think she's full committal to just dumping this Heart of Findle the Findle's Fighting Spirit onto the board. Try and swing in for a good amount of damage. And Ethan just went in and just got his Teklo core. So now it's, back to the ground and pound game for. He's not going to be able to be stopped on getting multiple attacks on a turn. It's just not going to happen. He still has his accelerator to go. He's playing very well in the sense that he knows his deck very well. This is going to be a full 7 that Ethan is just going to take. He looks down at his hand, and it's a bunch of, obviously, boost cards, and he knows he's about to get a huge amount of resources going in. So we have life totals at, it should be 10 on Robin, because she gained a life. I don't know if she
was at 8.
Oh, was she at 8? Okay, so she gained the life, and then I know Ethan just took damage. He didn't write it down. I think he took 5 damage.
Really? That's kind of a lot to notate.
Yeah, their life totals are a little off on their record keeping. So, okay, so this is the start of Ethan's turn. In response to the Teklo core, Frostbites and Channelic Frigid is coming out. Ethan just straight up said, I don't care about your Channelic Frigid, hold this. And then he's throwing this throttle in, which is, it's not small amounts of damage, but he's trying his best to stop Robin from trying to claw back into this game. And the Teklo Pounder is a good way to start that, because Teklo Pounder gets you to the point where you can just go over top of these Channelic Frigid and these, or not Pounder, I keep saying Pounder, it's Teklo Core. Gives you the ability to go over top of all these ice effects. So you just don't care. You just get 2 free resources, and you get to navigate through these turns by just having 2 free resources. And okay, here's a Blizzard. So, funny interaction. This Blizzard is fine. He did do the boost. So if he uses his accelerators, okay, he paid for it. So I was gonna say, if he uses accelerators, he can still just bypass this Blizzard and just go straight down the face. I think we're about to see a very, very large end game turn right here. I'd be surprised if we make it out of this turn here because Ethan has presented so much damage through the Lake Frigid with no F's given at all. He pops this Frostbite. Where did the other? Oh, the Blizzard. Oh, yeah. So he doesn't care. He's popping it. He's swinging it for 2. And this last card, oh, he's not going to swing the last card. Okay. He's satisfied with, hey, I got enough damage in. I'm going to set up a perfect turn next turn where I can really punish Robin for not having this Channel Lake Frigid up, presumably. Which Robin doesn't really have a choice. She cannot keep this around and have an Arsenal card. And she needs to get whatever this Arsenal card is. It needs to be named Hypothermia. Because without Hypothermia, yeah. Okay, we got life total 7 to 23. So we were close. We were guessing.
One off, not bad.
All right, that's not a bad start. We have the Teklo core trigger on the stack. Robin is going to go ahead and do a cold snap, and it looks like Ethan pays for it. Whatever that card is, I think it's Pulse Wave Harpoon. That's a pretty big game card, and being able to come in and just totally he gets to play the disruptor cards as opposed to, oh my goodness, that's a high octane. So this is just going to be an overall big turn that can't be blown up by any type of like blizzard effects. So he doesn't need to use the blizzard effects right now. He doesn't have to play around it because Robin doesn't have it, but he's playing in a way that will protect him from any type of shenanigans. So I don't know that Robin has the cards in hand to stop this, especially being that this is a 9 coming in. Why is this a 9? I think this is actually supposed to be a 6. I think they might have used the wrong die. They are confusing in ways. So we have this big attack coming in. Yeah, it looks like Robin's thinking about how we're winning this game. What is our avenue to victory here? Like, how do we crawl back from under this? Ethan has been able...
It's over.
Yeah, Ethan's been able to really pressure every turn and do things. So the best option she has is to break this Stormstrider. She's going with the Stormstrider's fused, make him discard the rest of his cards because High Octane is just going to take over this game if he doesn't start getting rid of some of these cards. I think Ethan just wins because we have 1 card left in hand and 1 resource. So Ethan knows the shields are down. 2 cards left in hand, sorry. Ethan knows the shields are down. He's going to take the damage and discard a red and then just continue to go back to swinging for the fences.
Did one of his cards give him the ability to put one in his arsenal?
No, he's had the arsenal in his since last turn.
Was he playing with the card? I just saw him put it down.
He might have looked at it. It's Pulse Wave Harpoon, I'm pretty certain. So yeah, that Waning Moon. I think Robin is trying to hopefully get him to make a mistake and pitch cards to try and AB stuff that he doesn't need to AB because she knows that her hand is not good enough to block any more actions coming in. Not being at 4, which I assume the next big thing that's about to happen is this Pulse Wave Harpoon. Oh, it's not. It's not Pulse Wave Harpoon, it's Payload, which is the Dominate card. So that's going to be a big lethal attack that we need to block with a 3 and the Findles, and we take 4. And yeah, that's so masterfully played. Ethan really played well. He never relinquished the pressure the entire game, so he just kept going to pound down. Yeah, it was Payload. You guys have a better view because we're watching the screen on a full TV, So we see both games at once, as opposed to you guys are zoomed in because the 4K is easier to zoom in. It was Payload. I thought it was Pulse Wave because they have very similar art on the large screen that we're looking at. But yeah, it was definitely Payload, and Payload ended up closing the game. I mean, it didn't matter what card it was as long as it did a large amount of damage because there's only one card left in Robin's hand. So she could only do so much with what she had. We're going to switch over to the secondary match where Ethan is at 7 and Oldham is at 15. We're going to update the screen info and we're going to bring you on over. There we go. We can go right to the table, I think, right? All right. So we're updating all the info as we speak. As it stands, we have a Winter's Whale coming into the friend zone. Ethan is at 7, so I assume he's looking for a break point to try and break stride here and try and come in for a large amount of damage. Swing big, goes into the blocks. So we're going to take 1 and, this is part of the reason why Winter's Whale is going the way of the dinosaurs and being banned because of the fact that it demands 2 cards, in essence, always. At the very least, it demands 1 1/3 card. You're going to take 1 damage and get a 1/3 card out of them with the Frostbite most of the time. Tram, yep. So let's see how this goes. We have a random discount. Oh, it looks like I was looking at the wrong life total. We're actually at 2. I didn't see he started another column, so he's actually at 2 to 15.
2 to 3.
Oh, is it 2 to 3? Wow.
And they
Okay.
both started it. Oops.
Oh my lord. Did we shut off blood debt? I don't even see his blood debt counter out, so I don't know if he's even keeping track. All right, let's see what he can come up with here. So he's looking around, seeing what he's got. He's assessing the situation on what's going on. We're at a really close game. It's 2 to 3. I don't know how I missed that was on their life pads. I was kind of looking, and I didn't notice that he was writing it somewhere else. But, yeah, so let's... I assume that maybe Ethan just missed on his blood debt stopping. And I think he's about to lose to his own blood debt. Is that what happened? He's in the tank. He's trying to think about what's going on here. Yeah, it's this explains why he blocked out on the last turn, because he had to. Yeah, I think it was Robin getting up. We got Ethan. We got Dash. Icelander is officially out. All right. No, he definitely hit. He just cycled, and then this is bad. This is bad.
Bad for Ethan.
Ethan's getting a fused endless winter, which means he's probably just chucking his entire hand in front of this. Did he? He hit a bunch of cards that don't block, and he can't even cycle. Yeah, he's got a bunch of cards that don't block, so it looks like Ethan is out. Yes, that's unfortunate. Levia is out. It's going to be a Dash Oldham. Yeah, it looks like we got to the point where Ethan drew a very poor hand where he can't actually do anything. That's kind of rough. Yeah, that's what are you going to do? That's kind of how it goes. Yeah, because he blocks with his whole hand, and then he can't do anything to turn off Blood Dead on the next turn, so he's just dead to himself. Which is unfortunate. Ethan had a really good run today. We kind of jinxed him on the feature match camera, and I feel kind of bad. What I am very appreciative of is watching somebody play that deck masterfully from the position he's in. And when that deck goes off and when it functions, he is so good at the deck that it's really impressive to watch the gameplay. It looks like we're going to have a finals of Tran, and which will be Tran on Oldham and Dash. So we're going to get the rest of the stuff up. And yeah, it's unfortunate. We could have had an Ethan versus Ethan finals. But, we've got 4 really good players in the top 4. So, somebody had to win, and somebody has to win the event. So we're waiting to get these guys all set up and get them into the feature match area and figure out what exactly we're doing. I think they're discussing how they want to break down the prize split and prize support. These are yours, my friend. I'm going to give all these commons to you. You can do the thing. I've been in a weird spot. The last 4 major events I went to, I finished 3, 3, and 1. And most of them were to explaining to new players how Icelander works and kind of walking them through. What the heck? How did everything get moved?
It was lost.
Yeah, so I'm really, I've been at a point where, I saw a handshake come across. I think they chose some type of prize redistribution, so we'll see how this goes. I'll go find out what it was. But to answer your question, Frawler, I was on Icelander. I enjoyed Icelander very much. I really enjoy Oldham, but I enjoy the worst kind of Oldham that nobody else enjoys, which is the fatigue Oldham. It's kind of, I'm at a place where I don't know where I want to be on. I like Burnlander. It's one of my favorite decks. I like the combo aspect. I like just playing control the entire... What in the world are you doing over here?
It moved it by itself.
How?
It's connected to the hero's right in some way. That's funny.
All right, so they're doing a prize split.
What's the top prize for this win?
Hold on, let me... They're talking about it right now. Invite and booster boxes, and it sounds like Goldfoil's going to second place. Yeah, there's a lot of really good players at Mills for sure. For Mills, I was on the Oldham deck. I was playing more of an aggressive aggro, like we were dubbing it Ice Bravo because I was just playing aggressive Oldham. I think I splashed 6 ice cards in Blizzards and... All right, so I think we're going to get a prize split discussion here. We have a handshake on the prize split, so I don't know what the prize split was. I'm going to get that information for you guys here shortly. But it looks like we're going to have Oldham on the right and Dash on the left. It's going to be, do you want to put the names in? It should be Tram on the right and will be Ethan O on the left.
Oh yeah.
Oops. Well, I have trim.
Oh, I'm an idiot. You're right. Finalist. Fine. Yeah. I was like looking at finalists, and my brain was just like hyper focusing on it. All right, we got our head judge Matthew coming in to tell me what the prize split was. What was the prize split?
Well, they're getting 16 packs, but the question is, can they take store credit?
Yeah, absolutely.
So is it like
Yeah.
the 5 per pack, or is it a different number?
It's 100 per booster box.
No. So they want 16 packs. They want store credit instead. What would I give them for 16 packs of store credit? Is it just 5 times 16, or is it?
No, it's
We're back live.
all right. Oh, look at we see. Oh, look at this man. Got a opened his booster packs. Looks like and got some cool stuff. All right. Well, yeah. They put it away, but it was Victor over here. He had the Teklo card, whatever that is. The jumpsuit. He had one of those guys in. I think it was a Marvel jumpsuit or a Cold Foil jumpsuit. All right. So we have our finals, and I appreciate you guys tuning in. Thanks again. Thank you for your continued support. I'm gonna put my mic on mute, and I'm gonna mow. Actually, you know what? Put me on stream. I'm gonna make Flake proud. Daddy Flake, this is for you, my friend. This is the. All right, we're gonna have to get a timer on here because Flake. I'm gonna do my best Flake impression. Vince,
Yes.
would you take the over or under on me hitting this donut and chewing it and completing the process of eating it in 19 seconds?
Oh, easy. Yeah.
You want over or do you want under on that?
Under the time, over the time. You mean?
Yeah, under or over that time.
19's under. Easy.
You think I can do that in under 19 seconds? All right.
I genuinely believe it.
We're doing this for Flake because Flake had the over-under, and I'm not sure how Armada went. So he's going to get the timer queued up. All right?
19 seconds.
We got 19 seconds. Ready?
Oh, wait, hold on. It's
Yeah.
going to be, 10, 9, 5 minutes, 51 seconds.
Well, as soon as you hit start, it's going to restart at 19. All right, you ready?
Yep.
Set, go.
Nice. It did not, so 5:51. Dude, easy peasy. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. No, you did not. No exposed tongue. Oh my goodness.
Still in there.
You gotta lube it up.
Oh, still in there.
But 29 seconds.
My God,
You're
Flake.
still fighting.
Flake, you're an animal, man. How in the world? Is that like a skill all Canadians are born with? Like, I know Tim Hortons is in Canada and stuff, but like, how do you inhale a donut? It must be the donut he picked. Like, I'm pretty sure he had some like ridiculous donut too, like a bear claw or apple fritter or something. Like,
I had faith in you, Jimmy.
I don't know how I couldn't. I thought for sure I was in good when I took like half a bite and I got through half the donut in one bite. I thought I was going to be good to go. That was wild. Oh, I don't know how Blake does it. But
When I saw you go putting it in, I was like, oh, he's got it. And
dude, I took all the cream was in that second half. It was like I got the cream and the chocolate just dried my mouth entirely out and it was all chewing from there. Like,
My God.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should have went 3 bites. My strategy was all off. Like, I should do more studying on this. Like, my strategy was all off. If I go 3 bites instead of trying to go 2 bites, I think I could get it. But like, it was yeah. I don't know.
You were never a fat kid, were you?
I think I'm a fat kid. I never was, but I am definitely a fat kid now, for sure.
I've been a fat kid day one, 1993.
Yeah. 93, you're such a baby. Oh, man.
My girlfriend always says that too.
I've got siblings older than you.
Me too.
Yeah. Oh, man. 93. I remember 93. Yo, we talk about how good Victor's polls were. And he doesn't know this, but I can read his phone right now, and he's sending screenshots of how insane his polls are. The mechanoid super suit. Are we going to take that as a sign of things to come? Is the mech about to win?
That one?
Yeah, the nitro mechanoid. There we go. I don't know if that's one. All right, we've got action.
Bam.
We got the finals. He's got the
I'm excited.
the old slice and dice. Take the one off the top. All right, well, guys, it's been a blast. We're on the last game of the night. Thank you guys for tuning in. Appreciate your hanging with us. It's been fun. It looks like this is going to be the last one for us tonight. If you enjoyed it, please go over to Facebook, give WNY Gaming a like, and please come out and check out our events in the future. We're really trying to get the Buffalo community going. Okay, he just goes items for days. Again, this is kind of where I think we want to be if we're the Dash player. We just want to be committing items to the board and starting to go big. Like, well, this glacial's coming up big. Oh, is he still here? I'm sorry. I kept getting caught up on coverage. My bad. I didn't go to. Can you go tell Lee we have to give Eagle an XL shirt and see if Forrest is still here?
Okay.
It should be a T-shirt or it might have to be a polo, Eagle.
Okay.
All right. So I'm sending our man, myth, and legend over there to go grab it, Vince, because I am bad at this braining thing. So I'll send him over there. I apologize, Eagle. If he already left, if he left, I will mail it to you either way. But I do appreciate you participating. I'm gonna actually. I should see if Ethan wants to come in and do some casting. He's probably a little burned out. It's been a rough, long day. I mean, not a rough, long day. He did really well, and he's a very good player. But, playing Levia is probably pretty taxing. So I don't want to, put him in a position where he's going to come up and just be generally not in an enjoyable state. Especially after a long day of playing, you kind of want to unwind a little bit. It looks like, did Ethan just take the whole lot of that glacial footsteps? Like, he just said, yo, daddy, give it to me. Yeah, we got a big, got the big 0 to 60 coming to town. We got Ramparts just doing work. It looks like, yeah. Man, why doesn't Brute have something like Tekla Heart so you can swing that rock in? Daddy Rock coming to town. Oh my lord. That's pretty good. This is why he took all that damage. Like, I think it's worth it to take the trade on all that damage. You get to swing in an attack and you get to dump a bunch of items on the board. Like, that feels pretty good. And end with it. That was like, I don't know that you can draw a better hand up than that. That was a really, really good turn. I think we're about to see... Yeah, we're about to see a lot of fun come to the danger zone here really quick. Like, I think Ethan might have just skipped pretty close to endgame. Like, he's not far off. I mean, if that Teklo core is just... Oh, he didn't play... Oh, yeah, if that Teklo core is just the other induction chamber, I think we're in endgame to start, which is kind of wild. Man, I can't stop staring at Drunk Bravo face. This playmat is phenomenal. Can we just talk about that for a minute? Yeah, so, all right. Looks like we're Command and Conquer. That's it's gonna be a fun little try and pull back into this. Oh, sorry, I forgot about this. Stay out there, you. You're not allowed in. This is the cool kids club, and you, sir, are not invited. All right, so we get a full block on this Command and Conquer. I think that means we've got something really good in this arsenal. We got 2 resources coming from the core. I can't see what these other cards are, but... Four pistoling. That's one way to beat Oldham. You just go super, super wide. Problem is, how do you get all these resources into your resource pool without losing them to the ice react? Because you don't want to risk it here, right? Like if you go in on the ice react. Yeah, so this is a little bit iffy because we have this blizzard. We're doing some crowns. We got some resources floating. Perfect. Thank you, Eagle. I appreciate you tuning in. Please wear that shirt with pride. We are glad to have you, and we're happy to, support the community. That's kind of what we're all about. Our motto is empowering gamers for that reason. We want to make sure we're doing that in all aspects from both sides. Ooh, pulse wave harpoon. That's pretty good. He tried to bait out the ice react. So this pulse wave harpoon is going to, when it attacks, reveal X cards from their hand, where X is the number of times you boosted, which will be 0. So, maybe, okay, so he was going to try and set that up to try and get something. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking he was going to go for, is just dump all the resources out there. Again, I'm not a connoisseur of the dash varieties, so I didn't want to just kind of assume. But, I do know that they want to get all of the resources out of their hand, and it might be a situation where you're trying to bait the ice react, but that's just a nutty hand. Endless Winter is just so good. Endless Winter is so good regardless of being fused. Like, I mean, if Oakenold didn't exist, I would say Endless Winter is probably the nuttiest card, but Oakenold is somehow more nutty at 3 resources. Like, who thought that was a good idea? I can't wait till after the banning. I think when you don't have to lean so heavy into ice, I think it's going to be a lot more of a earth / ice deck. And I think Oakenold's going to come back and be a menace to the meta again.
What are they banning?
They already banned Winter's Whale, which is the hammer we've seen all day on the future match area.
They did.
Yeah.
When does that go into effect?
Next week.
Oh, really? So this is the last chance.
Yep, this is the last hurrah. Same with the hypothermia card, got banned as well.
Wow.
That's the one that's going to be really good in this matchup as well. I assume we're going to see it at some point because of how good it is in this matchup. Especially with the fact that, what boots did we have to start this game?
Boots? I don't know, but they got some banging calves in them.
It might have been it's usually the boots that give you an action point. It might have just been the boots that give the action point. No, it's what's it called?
It looks like
Help me out here, Frawler. You clearly know your stuff when it comes to Dash players.
Or the other boots. Oh, the dash. Okay.
Yeah, they're Mechanologist boots. They are Achilles accelerators. That's it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Achilles accelerator. I think that's what he had. Because I think they just used that regardless of the AB factor. I think that might have been how he got so many items out right away. I kind of whiffed over not seeing that. So
33.
this is I don't know who's ahead right now. I feel like if Endgame is to basically get to the point where you're just pounding, accelerator. Think of the Endgame as just the point where you're trying to turn shit sideways and go real ham with your pistol. I think we're in a good spot as the Dash player. Oof. So we got hypothermia in hand. I think we also have E-strike. So I think we're going to see a E-strike for 5 and then a go again with hypothermia. Okay, that's what I thought. I figured it was that because that's obviously insane to get out that far ahead without having to take an extra turn to do it. Look at this man with the Spark of Genius for 4.
Whoa, whoa.
That is not where you want to be in this life as a Oldham player. At least he's got the good tempo stuff that he knows he's going to be able to come in with the. I don't think I see a world where it's not. I don't think I see a world where it's not going to be E-strike into hypothermia and then just kind of like. That's a great play, unless the exact card in your opponent's hand right now that's about to go into his arsenal is high octane. If it's high octane, we are not in a great place, right? Like E-strike into we don't see what he's saying, but I'm assuming it's go again. I can't tell. Is that Command and Conquer? We're just
What's that?
stymieing damage. The last card in his hand. I can't tell what that is. All right. Yep. It's went exactly how we thought it was going to go. So now we are basically looking at: do you have high octane? Oh, it's. I think it was Sink Below. That's the last card. I'm an idiot, right? No. No, it's Thunderquake. That's what it is. All right, so
Catch this. Oh.
Throttle Blue. Okay, we got Sink Below in Ethan's hand too. Always red. Always red.
Why?
Because all the other ones are not playable. It's only playable because it's a 4.
What's it?
It's a 4 block.
Oh, wow.
It's a free 4 block that also lets you like cycle your hand into a better card if you need to. Ooh, we got another Spark of Genius. Man, Trans just coming real hard with all of these Glacial Fortresses, or Footsteps rather, Fortress. This I think is the 3rd one we've seen. This one is actually dominated though, so like we're gonna get a reinforce the line, hits a pummel too. So we're gonna get lots and lots of value out of this. That's pretty good. this should be able to stop a turn, because I think all the rest of the cards, we have Spark of Genius, and yep, so he's pitching the Spark of Genius, opting that we don't need any more items currently. I think he's going to go for the, oh, is that the other induction? No, that's the Teklo. One of the Teklos. I think that's Core? One of the Teklos. I'm not sure which one it is, but we're about to see what goes down here. I think it's... Got mad Twitch interactions. Did Flake find out that I imitated him on stream? Ooh, we have Tavern Brawlers following us.
26.
All right. So, okay, so it was the Pounder. He's just gonna commit straight, or it's not Pounder, it was Core. Core. It's Core. It's not my fault all the Mechanologist cards look exactly the same. No, I lied. It is Pounder. It was Pounder. I second guessed myself. It is Pounder. Okay. Look, I can't help it. They all look the same. They're all just like steampunky looking items that just do things. Like Induction Chamber is just a red looking version of the Core or the Pounder, and then the other one just
Did it again.
well, yeah, it's getting early or late.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised it's 8 o'clock already. That's, I mean,
Is that 24?
24 to 19.
Shucks.
Oh, another Endless Winter. Endless Winter fused with Blizzard. I'll tell you what, if there's ever a sequence of cards that Tran needs to hit, well, his opponent has all of these items out, I think it's this sequence. He's literally able to tempo off of, he's tempoing the, yeah, so he's tempoing the bananas off of Ethan right now. Ethan obviously wants to get out and hit this this Frostbite card. So he's going to end with 1 Frostbite, which is fine. You're not taking any damage here, and you still get to go into your turn with a couple of cards. Albeit these cards look like they're a red and a yellow. Ethan's getting a little excited. It's okay. He must have some gas that he's about to unload on us. That's why he's getting so excited. All right. I mean, you stymied all the damage from the Endless Winter. He made it not hurt so much. I suppose the bigger problem here is that, you know, we get to send Kran into a hand with full gas, so he gets to do whatever he wants to do. I think we're about to see... okay, so we discarded a payload into a Spinal Crush. That is just not fair. Who let this man have this Spinal Crush? Another insane card that just shuts off Dash's entire deck. I'd be really surprised if we don't see like a block for 6 here. We don't have to worry too much about a pummel here. Spinal Crush has this effect, Crush, that if you hit for 4 or more damage, your opponent can't gain Go again. So the whole point of Dash is just to keep going again. Okay, there you go. So, you know, Ethan just reserves himself, take a little bit of damage, set up another turn so you can just go racing. He wants to set up in the driver's seat and he wants to go racing. And unfortunately, on the backside of that, Oldham gets a chance to sit back and go into his turn with another full hand of just nasty, nasty hate cards. It looks like... Okay, so we got a Winter's Bite. I think we might see a Frosted Hammer with a Terra Sunder on the back. which would be kind of wild, right? No. Okay, so he opted to just go the Channel Lake Frigid route, which Channel Lake Frigid into Frosted Hammer basically forces more damage. Especially because I think he has the inkling that that there is a D-React sitting in his arsenal, so he might have caught up on that and picked out the fact that he needs to just go for it here with the hammer rather than. Okay, we got a 3-block. So yeah, that's a really heads-up play by Tran. This is where he's sitting right now. Very heads-up play to know that you need to, like he's probably sitting on a D-React in his arsenal for a dominate card at some point. So we just want to sit back and we want to keep staying in the driver's seat as Tran, trying to just keep pressuring life total, keep making it so your opponent can only do one thing a turn or keep passing turn back. There's the high octane that we presumed was coming at some point. Into a Channel Lake Frigid. We have, I think he played the wrong amount of resources for this, right? Oh, okay, was it the high octane? So we have the wrong amount of resources being paid here. High octane, I believe, is 0, and there's a channel, and he had a frostbite. Hold on. Let me go stop that. Yeah.
Well, Jimmy goes to put out fires. I'm going to tell you, man, I need to play this game more. Beautiful.
Did he just play a high octane?
And brought down to 23.
All right, as I presumed,
15.
I was the one that was wrong. So the Teklo, we had the resources off Teklo. That's where it was. That's what I missed. I didn't see that. Okay, so he fully paid for the high octane, yeah. Core, that's what I missed, the core. He got the resources off the core. That's what I was kind of watching. You guys want to see something really funny? Can I see this for 2 seconds? You guys want to see something really funny? While we're watching another Spinal Crush come into the friend zone. It is a wild. Where in the world is the rest of our overlay stuff?
What's that?
Our other table cam.
That's in the booth.
Yeah, I thought we had one over here somewhere. Thought I added it. Might have been on the other one. All right. So see the whole party going on right here at the table? I just walked out there to like 15 to 20 people sitting around this feature match table, all watching with this awesome grimace on their face. Thought I'd share that with you guys because it's a blast seeing this kind of like, it's great seeing the community come around and watch this. So we have 15 viewers in this channel watching, but we also have 15 people standing around that table watching as well, which I think is great. It's great to see that back now that, Wizards has done Wizard things, and we're in the position we're in right now where there is no organized play from the Wizards side that is worthwhile or meaningful. So it's great to see, this many people interested. Like, we still have 30 people watching this game, and we had a 39-player event today. So, great to see this. All right, we're at life totals 23-12. He took the 3 from the Spinal Crush.
People typically just bounce out.
Sometimes. Obviously, the people sitting at the table with Tran are from
from TO. They're with Trent. Yeah, so, but all the other people, there's a lot of players from our store. There's still a bunch of people, obviously. I think Forrest is still here, like Eagle said. He's from down in the PA area, I believe. Yeah, I mean, it's a great community aspect, which is the best part of this, this experience, is that you've got all these players coming around watching this game because this game matters to them because their friends care, or they're like people in the community, like the Rochester community is probably in here behind Ethan because he's a good kid and he's a great player, 21, yeah, he just got in a spill damage. This Rampart is putting in so much work. One blue block on this Rampart is just infinitely blocking this this plasma pistol forever. And now when we're in a spot where this the core is gone, it's going to be really hard to sustain and stay attacking. And, Tran just gets to sit back and pick his spot when he gets to go all the way off. Hey, Mark Zombie, thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. For those of you just tuning in, we're pretty much, we're in the late game of the finals for with Oldham and Dash. Dash got set up actually pretty early, relatively. What is that? I can't tell. Mage Master Boots? Is that what that is?
Master Boots?
Mage Master Boots. I think it's Mage Master Boots. He's doing the Toma Findle, gain some life, coming in. Yeah, Ethan's doing really well. He's
oh yeah, I looked that up.
He's holding his own. So we got Toma Findle. We got a bunch of life gained here. So, quite a bit of sustainability on Tran's side. Now he gets to come in for the third Endless Winter fused. This is the second one fused with third Endless Winter overall. This card is just such a hosing against most of these aggro decks that want to do lots and lots and lots of things. Especially the Dash deck that needs to activate a ton of abilities and do lots and lots of things where they need to do multiple actions in a turn and have go agains and stuff. You're either going to take this. So what Tran's been able to do multiple turns in a row is he puts this Endless Winter into making maybe a 2 or 3 damage turn out of what's coming for the end. So we're going to get a block. We're going to get 2 Frostbites here. Yeah, great, man. Thanks for coming out. Very much appreciated. We're glad to have you. I'm really glad the event was as successful as it was. Outside of cons, like SCG con and stuff, I haven't seen any events that large, and I'm really happy with the turnout because this is going to curtail into me talking to the other stores in the area and trying to run mini cons at the shop where we have the space. Obviously, you saw the big. Okay, we got tons and tons of stuff going into the block zone. So we're gonna get 3 Frostbites here. It looks like Tran is gonna basically take this turn to negate the next turn and buy a free turn, and then in doing so, he basically gets to set up to do whatever he wants on the following turn. And if he can find some type of Terra Sunder or some big Spinal Crush number 3, he can just come in and basically force another full block out of Ethan, and he's getting little spill damages here and there, and that's all you need to do is spill damage over and keep tempoing out. This is the 3rd Spinal Crush, and that's kind of what you want to see if you're Tran, is just keep the pressure on. What's the famous adage where if your Phi opponent is not asking, if your Phi opponent's not asking questions, you're asking the wrong answer. Yeah, something like that. Something with asking questions and answers, and being the correct aggro player, being on the swing. So we get the Channel Lake Frigid and the Spinal Crush. This is just a beating. Like, Ethan hasn't gotten a turn in almost 3 or 4 turns, and that's what you want to be doing in the driver's seat as Oldham. And Ethan's playing really well. He's being very patient. He's doing what he can, and just kind of being super, super nailed it. So he's just being super patient, and he's doing, he's just biding his time. There's only so many things that you can fight against, and there's only so many cards he can throw at you. So once he's out of, like, the 3 Spinal Crushes are gone, the 3 Endless Winters are gone, a lot of the Glacial Footsteps are gone. So when you get to this late game, you're just going to run him out of cards and run him out of high impact cards, so that his low impact cards are stuck in his hand when you're trying to throw these hands with the chamber pot combo. This is the perfect turn where you'd want to have, now that you got a core, now that you know your opponent has a core out, this is like the perfect turn where you want to just pressure his life total and just swing over top and force him to use cards. We don't know what's in Tran's arsenal, but his graveyard is fairly empty considering how long this game has gone. Although Ethan just got to see that I think Hypothermia number 3 was just pitched, so we know that that you don't have to worry so much about another Hypothermia just randomly coming out and punishing you. But yeah, Ethan's just he's in the I'm gonna block forever and hope that he just doesn't have any power cards left to force damage in on me. And the unfortunate part of that is one of these times he's going to draw Tran's going to draw a handful of pummels and he's not going to be able to defend, or he's going to draw pummels with a big enough hand where he can do something to really just punish you or force over top. And that's kind of, you don't want to be in that position. All right, we got Sink Below, and he's tossing a Sink Below under. Oh, that's bad. That is real bad. That's definitely a Pummel, Glacial Footsteps, and 2 blue cards, which are irrelevant because Rouse the Ancients actually is kind of relevant now. He wasn't going to be able to cast that Rouse before, and if there's any place where he's going to excel, it's throwing 13 to 14 damage across this table. And with your opponent at 8, there's not really much he can do about it. Or the best part is well, you're going to have to pitch this pummel to start this whole fun time. Wow. All right, 14 to 8. We're at 14 now. So Ethan just got the signal that something real bad is about to happen, because we know, this is, so Cranial Crush, that's I'm kind of surprised that it was Cranial Crush. I'm not questioning Tran in any way because he is a far superior player to me. He definitely knows his deck in and out, and he definitely knows what he's doing. I don't. Maybe he just doesn't see the other play as impactful enough, and he's going to just set this pummel up to win the game, which seems likely. However, it's also not super impactful to Rouse the Ancients, reveal those 2 cards, pitching the pummel, and then well, I don't know, maybe you just put the Glacial in the arsenal and just hammer. I don't know. obviously Tran knows what he's doing. He didn't get here by not being good. So we know he knows what he's doing. He definitely is going to make the most optimal play for this situation. This is there a place where he draws cards though? Cranial Crush is very lackluster in most cases. However, I mean, he's got Ethan thinking about it, so, I mean, it's not no damage. That's the thing. Like, this is not a zero amount of damage. The problem is, though, when you can only force 15 damage back, maybe this sends a different signal to Ethan that that last card is actually a D-react. So maybe Ethan plays the game differently under the presumption that it's a D-react. I mean, not that Ethan has a ton of room for playing separately or differently than what he's got going on, because he just has to do what he has to do. He's not in a position where he has a lot of wiggle room. He's got to do what he has to do, and he has to do it now. If he can take all this damage and not have to give a flying hoot, bad things can happen. Ethan's playing this very well, though. He's pitching all his cards so he doesn't lose to an ice react. Obviously, he knows that he can Teklo Heart to generate more energy or more resources. I don't remember. I'm really bad at this. It's been late in the game. I don't remember what card is in his arsenal. So, depending on what card is in his arsenal, that's gonna change a little bit of the math here. Ooh, he just drew into a blizzard. That is so good. This blizzard is gonna do so much work. This blizzard's gonna do so much work. And he doesn't even have to use it here. Like, he doesn't have to use it here at all. He can just YOLO swing. Yeah, I don't think he's even going to play it here. I mean, he could. But, like, he's got so many resources floating over here, and being able to go into his turn. Okay, he is going to use it. All right, so that was a really good draw off the top of the Crown of Seeds. Obviously, Tran's really good. He knows what he's doing. He is no schlub in this game. He knows. He probably, I think, is on pitch stack 2. I'm fairly certain on his second cycle. So he probably knows where his cards are. Again, probably why he makes that play last turn instead of the play that I thought may have been optimal. He knows what his pitch deck is. I am not going to question him in any way. I say that immediately after I questioned him, but you know.
That's why I chuckled.
Yeah. No, I definitely understand where there's a lot of moving parts in this, and him knowing what his deck is set up to be and where it's set up to be. You know, Ethan's game plan is now pretty straightforward. It is don't die and swing as many times as you can every turn possible.
They already started the draft?
Yeah, they're almost done with the draft.
No kidding.
Yeah, wow. The time it took to do the top 8. I mean, these rounds have been flying pretty fast. It's not like we're doing anything. I mean, it did take me 28 seconds to eat a fucking donut, so there's that. But
I really feel like I could do one in less than 19 seconds.
I would be very impressed. We might put you to that test here.
May call you out on your
I'm gonna
crap.
call you out after you just watch me just get dicked on by that fucking challenge. I'm gonna like, I'm gonna make you do it, and then I'm gonna be here to give you CPR when you die from over inhaling this donut. Because like I thought I was gonna die trying to force it down my throat, and I was like, all right, we just give up. Just give up here. Life is more important.
The donut of your choice.
Oh, don't even say that. There's a big ass bear claw in here that is got
fritter?
your name on it, man.
That's the apple.
Oh, the fritter. Yeah, you're right. That's a fritter. That's even worse because it's got the cinnamon in it. The cinnamon's gonna take a lot of your ability to. All right, what do we got going on here? What do we got? Ethan is just doing Ethan things. He doesn't have a lot of cards left.
Is that 11?
That is 11-6.
Beautiful.
You know, Tran's just making the best out of what looked like a bad red, like an all red hand. So he had to do the best he could to make use of it. You know. And then Ethan is. All right. That card in Arsenal. I mean, Ethan's close. He's really close. Trans is getting so much value out of this this Rampart, and I think he just drew poorly enough. I think.
I don't know why that makes me giggle so much.
Oh no, it's a 0-60. It's a blue 0-60. So he's got enough resources to come in multiple more times, and he's got the hand protection from. He's got the hand protection. What is that?
Oh man, this is giving us neck and neck.
Is it 8?
That's what I think.
It is 8. It's 8-3.
Yeah, no, 5.
Is that 5?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. He went down 1 point from the hammer. 8-5.
The upside down business.
Yep.
Now it's 5-5. God bless.
5-5. We're getting there.
I love when it gets close like this. It's so climactic, especially because it's the final.
Problem is that I don't know how well he's going to be able to get through this Rampart again. Clearly, unless this is a boosted card out of his arsenal, which would be actually insane, but I'm pretty certain. Hey, Joe Zombie, thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. I think he's just going to force this. Is this rouse into? Yeah, it's going to be rouse into big mother-loving damage. And I don't know that we're going to be able to sustain out of this.
What is that? Those two, what are they doing?
He's revealing those to give Rouse the Ancient power and go again. So.
Is it like a fusion kind of thing?
Basically, you have to show. It's not the fusion. It's when you have to. It's part of the card to reveal it. It doesn't attack for anything unless you reveal the card.
And then do you take those cards back?
Yeah, those are in his hand still. So the problem is that Ethan has to play around a pummel, and I'm gonna get to say it for the first time today. It's gonna be Pummel City, bitch. And I have a feeling like you pretty much have to. Yeah, it's. I think we're going to Pummel City. We might be in Pummel City. That would be an unfitting ending to this. Hey, man, I hope you had a great time. Thank you for coming out. That's what we're all about. You know, we want to keep bringing you more of these types of events because this is the kind of community we love. I mean, I'll show you again. I'm going to pull up that camera at the table cam while he's thinking about this. Like, just look at what's going on at the side of this table. Besides Sean sleeping, because clearly he's not entertained at all. But like everybody else is sitting there watching the game. No, he's on his phone. Everybody else is sitting watching the game, and like, you know, we want to see how this ends because that's what it's about. We want there's a camaraderie in the fact that we all want each other to do really well. There it is, Pummel City, bitch. Pummel City, bitch. Oh, the blowouts!
What is
Oh, but he still has go again. I think he's just... Oh my goodness, Pummel is broken. It's a broken card. Oh no. If this is a discard, I think... Okay, so yeah, we got there on the blocks. Ethan correctly, like, baited out that Pummel, so he doesn't have to worry about it. Now this hammer is only coming in for 4. Ethan's in a really good spot because if he has a blue, he can really just go in on. Oh, he still has Teklo Heart too, so like yeah, we're in a good spot if we're Ethan here. That was really well played. He timed it out to knowing full well that he had to. He knew full well he had to sit back and wait for this Pummel to come out. And I think he's going to block here and take the 2, go to 3. Wow, that was really well played by Ethan. He correctly read the play. He baited out the Pummel and played really well into it. And obviously, Tran's got to do what Tran's got to do. He's got to go into Pummel City, bitch. And then... I thought we were going to have the game ending on a Pummel there, but Ethan showed me. He knows. He is not faint of heart. He's good at playing these low to the chest games where he knows he's got to basically sit back and play this really well. Tran's got to now crawl back in and try and establish a board state somehow. Or a hand state, and I don't know how well he can do this. Obviously, going into your turn with 1 ice card is where, I don't know, is it 4-3 right now? Yeah, so he's going to clearly take some amount of damage here on this one. He's going to take the 2, take 1. He's playing it really well. Like, he's playing it really close to the chest. He's playing very, very tight. That was really good to pick up that read. And now I think we have a spot where he has an opening. He really has an opening here. And I think, he said, Pummel City my ass. We in Rock City, bitch. So I think we're going to have a spot here where he gets a really good block on this, and then Tram is just in the spot where he's got to pray that he hits the other Blizzard, which he did. He knew it was coming. He doesn't have many cards left in his deck, and at the same time, neither does Ethan. I think Ethan's down to like 4 cards, maybe 2 cards. Yeah, Rock City over Pummel City, I don't know. We'll see. Blizzard City might be the winning city here. Unfortunately, he was able to stick with enough cards. It's going to be tough. I don't think he hit a second ice card, though, because this could be really devastating if he ice reacts, then Blizzards. It could be really devastating. It's looking a lot like Ethan's coming out on the right side of this one here. You can see he is in the tank pretty big right here. You're just in block for days zone. You need to get that last card out of his hand and just pray it's not a blue, right? Like, Tran is in a spot where he just has to... I think he has to give him 1 more free attack and hope this last card is not a blue. Is that what he's going to do? No. Okay, he's ice reacting, so he... Man, so masterfully played. Oh, no. How many cards do we have left? We know his deck is nothing but blue cards, so he's got 4 cards. Okay, I think he's got 5 or 6 cards left. but we know they're all blues. So Tran's at a spot where he has to buy time till he can find a high impact card that he can play defensively. And I don't know that we can get that. Like, the last thing you want to do is let this Dash guy have. You don't want to let Dash have a handful of resources to just dump into things, because then you can't do things where you're like minimizing their resources. He might try and bait him with this. He's got a Autumn's Touch. He might try and bait him with this Autumn's Touch and try and get in there with this Autumn's Touch on the, like, get him to overextend. But I don't know that he does. Like, here's the thing. Like, you might only be able to attack with the pistol 3 times for 15, or I guess, yeah, 15. But like, he could just swing a what's it called at the end? He could swing an attack, a boosted attack at the end, even for a minuscule amount. Like, you're just going to go wider than what he can stop, because especially if you can get that, if you can get the ramparts locked into combat with your pistol and then swing around the pistol with another card, so you get that rampart stuck in the combat chain, and then you're going to be able to go around with whatever. Yeah, this 0 to 60 in his hand. That's what it's going to be. I think he's going to get this. And I'm pretty sure that he's got this game locked up. You get...
Train? You talking
Yeah, I think... Oh, no. 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 Oh, it is 12. Yeah, I think he was supposed to actually leave the... Oh, no, did he... I think he might have...
What are those black die doing?
Okay, zippered. The black dies are all counters on all this stuff. So... Oh, that's not good. Okay, so... Oh, I think he... Oh, he could have had it the other way. Right? No...
Oh, it's so close.
Yeah, I think if he would have went the other direction, I think he may have been able to get him by...
He's got like 2 cards left.
He's got, I think, 6. I think he's down to 5 now.
Ethan?
Yep. This is a really rough spot to be in. I think... Oh, is that a Blizzard again? No, that's not Blizzard, is it? No, it's not Blizzard. It's Winter's Bite, which is only blocks for 2. That's going to be real not good. Well, the Winter's Bite represents blocking for 3 on the shield, right? So it's basically going to block for 3 on shield. Yeah, so, man, this is... Man, they're playing very well.
So,
Yeah, there's a lot of people around that table, and also trying not to make faces and stuff and react to what's going on in the game.
why does the combat chain keep closing?
Because he has to keep he has to take an action to load his pistol. So in order to load the pistol, you have to break the chain, take a non-combat action, and then you commit the pounder back to the pistol back to the thing. Wow.
You got it?
That was very well played. I'm going to bring Ethan into the booth as long as he wants to come in. He's dodged the feature match area intentionally all day long until this very point. Yeah, so I'm going to go into the booth and I'm going to have Zach go, or Vince go invite Ethan back once he gets done packing up his stuff. Do you want to go let him know just to come on back and I'll... So that was really well played. We watched a really masterful game. It was very, very well played. We got to the point where We got to the point where it looked like it could have went either way if the draws lined up better. I'm not sure. It looked like Tran may have gone into a point where he drew an all red hand, and it looked like it was no coming back from there. But Ethan played a very, very good game. He did not miss a beat. He played very well. He kept the pressure on and was able to keep pushing forward and get the win. Yeah, it was a very well played game overall by both players. I mean, Tran is so phenomenal to watch. It was great watching him, a player of that caliber, play that deck. It was very, very good. Mike, you might enjoy Dash very well. It is very simple to the start. It looks simple on the surface, but there is very intricate gameplay into every hero. But, you know, if you ever want to buy a deck, you can always go to here, WNYGaming.com. We love to sell people cards. We have a really good inventory and selection. I would argue probably, if not the best in Western New York, probably the best in the larger area. Every single person I've seen has commented on how good our stock is. And there's a reason for that, because we obviously care about our players. We want to make sure they have access to everything they need. Syncopacency, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I'm letting them pack it up. I'm going to show you guys what it looks like out there right now. Like, I love seeing this from the...
Is the stream still running?
Yes.
He's going to open the gold flow right now.
All right, well, tell him to come in. I'm trying to get him on camera. No, tell him to open it out here.
Well, he's opening it here where everybody else is.
Well, how does that help? Oh, gosh, he's opening the gold cold foil. We're trying to get him to come in here to open it on camera. Yeah, so let's see what he gets. Here we go. He's opening it. Yeah, easy to learn, hard to master is probably the best way you can say it. Here we go. What do we got? Luminaris. Wow. Luckily, that card's coming back in the new Dromai list, because that would be a feel bads otherwise, wouldn't it? What number? It is a card that comes sealed, so it's to keep track. Yeah, it's graded and it comes pre-sealed so that we can't open it outside, like, you know, if somebody tried to scum and do that kind of stuff. Where's our...
That's amazing.
Yeah, so there you have it, guys. We got a cold foil. That card is great. Trying to get this camera back in. Look at that. Yeah, so we got everybody sitting there around the table. Like, this is great to see. We haven't seen this in so long in the Magic community, and it really sucks because this is what we all lived for a long time. And then Wizards, I don't know, in their infinite boardroom love, they decided this was a great idea to be like this. All right, we got Ethan coming in. We're going to mic him up real quick, and then we're going to have him sit down. We're going to talk to him. You know, I'm really interested to get his thoughts and ideas because, you know, he's a really good player, and he's been making waves in a lot of the amateur scene, and is looking. I'm excited to see him play on a larger scene.
Hey, everybody.
Go ahead and talk. Let me shut up for a second. Go ahead, talk.
Hi.
All right, sweet. We got you mic'd up. It all works. Hey, Ethan, congrats, man.
Thank you.
Very good job, dude. Very well played. Masterfully.
man.
It looked stressful.
Always, yeah.
I mean, I played against you a couple weeks ago, or was that last week?
Yeah,
it was a couple
last
weeks
week.
ago, right?
Last week for Millennium, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you played really well. You were like, I could tell you were a good player. I already knew, like I told you, I heard about you guys already from like, you know, Ethan and all these guys were talking about you and how you're really good, and you're, you know, as young as you are, it's hard to get you out to events because you're young. But I'm really looking forward to. Yeah, we got a lot of fanboys and gals on the stream.
Perfect.
We were all cheering you on. You know, as much as we love Tran, we just, you know, Oldham's old now,
Yes.
old news. So it was good to see Dashman. You played a really good
Thank
game.
you.
What was your Give us your best highlight, because I heard you telling somebody about like what was that, a 3 pulse wave harpoon turn?
Yes. So this whole time, so I've been very vocal about like Dromai is Dash's worst matchup, at least for me personally, because I can play into Oldhim. I know how the pistol stuff works. I practiced it, but just the just playing into Dromai and not knowing, like, is she gonna populate the board with dragons? Am I gonna draw the right items? It's really difficult to get a handle on exactly what's going on and then play correctly.
Yeah.
And so going into this, I'm like, okay, as long as I can dodge Dromai, I'm good. And then my first loss is into Dromai, and I'm like, okay, that was very close. I could have had that. It was rough, but you know, it is what it is. And then I get to top 8, and I'm like, all right, let's see what the bracket is. I got Oldhim, 5, it's all good, and then Dromai again. So I'm like, oh no. So had a pretty clean game into him, and then he had an off turn where I had a Teklo Core out, Teklo Pounder out, 4 cards in hand, and a Arsenal card. Arsenal card was Pulse Wave Harpoon. Look at my hand, and it's a blue, it's a Combustible Courier red, and 2 more Pulse Wave Harpoons. So just like go for the Combustible Courier, crack Goliath Gauntlet Course, come in for 8, and he's like, oh, I got a block from hand. So he blocks, puts all his equipment in front of it, blocks the full 8, and then Harpoon, get one of the 3 cards out of his hand because he has all 2 blocks.
Yeah.
He's on like Snatch and Blaze Headlong.
Yeah.
So take that, and then Harpoon, take that. Harpoon, take a 3rd thing. He's completely out of cards, and then use my previously loaded pistol to take out Kyloria. It was like,
that is the dream, and that's you don't get to these top echelons of the tournaments like this, especially in a room full of 39 people with other players the caliber of like Tran and Ethan and Sam. Like you don't get into that without having really well played games.
Thank you.
And I'm really proud for you because Ezra. There was a point where you played that last turn when he was going to pummel you. We knew the pummel was coming, and we couldn't tell if you knew it was coming. And we were like, Pummel City, bitch, Pummel City. And then you're like, nah, got it blocked. We're good to go. And everybody was like, Rock City's where it's at. And then it was, obviously Tran had to go so into getting that lineup down that it was hard for him to recover because he crafted that over a long time. So it was really good.
I got to give a shout out to Ian. I've been playing a lot of games into Ian. Ian is like the local Guardian player. He was on Starvo back when that was a thing, and always been on Oldhim since. And he's just been like constantly, if you go to a tournament, you will see Ian in the top 8. You will play versus Ian. And so that was like the inevitability made me think like, okay, I got to get some games in, got to just practice this matchup, learn the tricks. And so, playing around Ice React, over pitching for the pistol, all these things were like things I figured out with him, and just like seeing the rouse. I've seen the rouse into the pummel. I know that one. So I was like,
you did really well. Like you played it so crisp and clean, and you deserved the win because you actually, how does it feel to get a Luminaris gold foil?
Funny
your worst
story.
matchup and your worst.
So what ended up happening is, so I was hoping for Runeblade stuff because that's my main class, but so I'm actually working on a master set of Monarch First Edition, and I've been collecting all the promos, and it's like my favorite set. And I've had people selling me like, oh, Ethan, are you gonna get the Marvel Prism that comes on the prize wall with the statue and the gold foil Luminaris, and like you gotta, right? And I'm like, no, that's way too expensive. But I figured I gotta open it, and we hit it. So
yeah, well, that's a start. It's I know, why is this camera all of a sudden deciding to be goofy?
Definitely a good one to keep.
We've been just having crazy camera issues all day long, but yeah, it's I'm glad to hear that you took it down. I've heard so much about you for a while now, and I'm glad to see you. I'm happy you did it at our store, at least. Yeah. Not that we don't love the Canadian guys, but there was a lot of crap being talked, so I'm glad that the trophy stayed on this side of the border. Yeah. But that's the beauty of rivalries in this sense, is that we've got to that point where we have rivalries because this game is that good. Yeah. look forward to seeing more of you play, and
Yeah.
look forward to running more events and
course.
stuff. It was a really great tournament and great turnout, man.
Thank you, man.
Thank you for
Thank you for
coming
having
down.
me.
Appreciate it. I'm glad we saw you last at Millennium, and we were
Yeah.
kind of talking about it. And glad you came down.
Yeah, this was my last Proquest. I don't have a passport yet, so I can't
Yeah,
even go to
yeah.
Canada. So I was like, all right, this one's got to count. I played 4 Proquests over this season, made top 8 in everyone, and then fell off in like top 4. So I was really hopeful that that wouldn't be the case this time, and I saw Dromai, and I was shaky. But
Yeah, especially your worst matchup. I'm glad you got over the hump.
Yeah.
That's really good. You going to Indy in 2 weeks?
I hope so.
All right, man. Well, I look forward to seeing you. I'm not going to make it, but hopefully I see you out there, and I'll have it on in my workshop where I'm going to be working. But I'm looking forward to. Glad to see
Thanks
you
for having
representing,
me, man.
Hey, and just so you know, we've got It's going to be pretty fitting. We have our trophy topper finally coming being
yeah?
worked on, and our trophy topper is actually Oldham, and you're going to have a plaque on the trophy with your name on it.
Really?
That's what we got.
awesome.
Hey, easy. Look, Rochester and Buffalo are basically the same, okay? Let us catch up to you in amount of time played, and then we'll talk. Like, our store only started running stuff back in at the end of May, so we're getting there. We're getting there. Give us time. Give us time. You can see all the congrats coming down. Yeah, man, that's good to see. Hey, guys, thank you for tuning in. Appreciate it. Please leave a like and follow. Jump on the Facebook, leave a like and follow. We appreciate you guys tuning in, and a bunch of you guys that came to the event and came and participated. We're going to try and keep everything going. We want to get more of the scene going on, because that's kind of what it should be, right? It's 25 people standing around the table cheering their friends on.
Yeah.
And even the small rivalries between the States and Canada, or Rochester and Buffalo, that is meaningful stuff for us. So, thanks again for tuning in. Have a wonderful evening. And do you want to say anything? Any more shout-outs or anything?
I want to thank you again for the
no
awesome
problem, man.
event, and I want to say that prizing has been great. I know prizing is like a contentious topic, so I was very happy to see like everybody got packs here. Everyone was extra booster boxes for the top 8. It was great. I was very glad you guys supporting the community.
Yeah, make sure you get on Twitter and give us shout-outs as far as that goes, because, that goes a long way with LSS. Unlike other companies that are magical type companies, we'll just say that, LSS gives a damn about the community and gives a damn about what's been running. And if LSS sees nothing but negative feedback coming from all the players about stores, my least favorite saying that I say way too much is, this is why we can't have nice things. So make sure you're getting out there and being as vocal about the good things in the community as the people who are being vocal about the bad things. Go out there and share that. Like, we want to turn this into a mini-con style where we can have a Saturday, Sunday PQ. We're going to try and do that same thing with Realm Games, so that we have people coming in from out of town. We want them to be able to come in, stay the weekend, play multiple events, have side events, have all that kind of stuff. Like, we invited other stores to come into our store to vend with us to make sure that we took care of the players' needs. Make sure you get on Twitter and make sure you're tagging us, make sure you're tagging LSS, make sure you're getting the word out there, because the only way we keep sustainability is, some stores don't know that you should give big prizes to the things. And even like you said, we gave prizes out to, it was pack per win +4, because we had such a good turnout. The pack plus, we had people that opened good stuff in their 5 packs, and even though they may have scrubbed out, they still felt great about the fact that they got to come and open a few packs. And for the cost of what? I mean, really, to me, it's more important about taking care of the community, keep the community going. I want to give one last shout out to the Tavern Brawlers. Lee has been great. He was here hanging out with us for most of the beginning part of the stream. He donated a bunch of money that let me upgrade a bunch of the prizes for everybody. Poor guy. Wasn't sure if he was going to have COVID or not, so he didn't want to risk it and get anybody sick, but he dumped a bunch more money into it to make sure that I could upgrade prizes. And we ended up we went from one Marvel, I was going to do one of the high-end Marvels, dragons, too. We upgraded right to a Tolmatai because, that's what we wanted to do. So, hey guys, thanks again for tuning in. Appreciate it very much. Jump on Twitter, give us a like and follow, shoot us out with a bunch of, give us a good shout out on Twitter, because we want LSS to see how well the event was run, and while there was its hiccups, I think we did a pretty good job, and we want to do more of this. We have a studio here for a reason. We want to be able to continue to do streaming and live streaming and casting of these games. And, you know, maybe next time we'll get some bigger names down here than just me, because obviously it's just me. You guys can come and chat with me anytime.
Get Ethan in the booth.
Yeah, I'm trying to get Ethan. He wanted to win this one. We got an Ethan, not the one the other Ethan was hoping for, but you know, we got what we got. So, hey guys, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. We'll see you on the next one. Keep an eye out. Let's see. Let's do one of these ending soon. All right, there we go. All right, man.
Perfect.
Hey, thanks
Thank
again.
you very much.
Yeah, I think we're still on mic-wise.
Bye, guys.